And for those who enjoy this channel and would love to support us financially, please feel free to hit that donate link. We'd greatly appreciate it. God bless.
Any change to genetic information constitutes new information.
Well, then we'd have to discuss what is new information, at least what it looks like, or what it would look like.
Yeah, information is purposeful and functional. It causes purposeful and functional things.
So you can't have a duplicated gene that is then modified to have a new function? Is that impossible?
I don't think anybody has observed such thing as a new function arise by a mutation.
What about a modified function?
That's modification of existing information, and it's typically degradatory.
Well, that's primarily how evolution works, by descent with modification.
What's the evidence of that? Scientific evidence for that?
For mutations?
That mutation causes structural design change over time in creatures. If it's not a philosophy, if it's not just your philosophy and it's scientific, then what's the scientific evidence for it?
Okay, so just how it is possible to get, for example, different varieties of brassica, broccoli, kale, and all that from a wild mustard by means of descent with modification. Yeah.
Okay, so there's morphological differences between plants. This has been known for a long time. What's anatomically different about the broccoli?
But that's a change in anatomy. It's the same thing.
How is it change in anatomy? What new anatomical feature arises in the broccoli?
You have in the broccoli, you have the flowers are clustered together to form like a bulb. So that's a new.
Okay, so it has a differently shaped bulb, but it's still a bulb. The same tissues in the same place. They are pressed together in a different shape. They develop as a different shape. It's the same tissues in the same location of the same body plan. What's the evidence for a new anatomical feature?
Same location, though.
Well, sure. It's at the end of the stems. It's not on. It's not in the root system. That's the same location of the body plan of the plant.
You have tulips that have the modified root system.
Yeah, and there's all kinds of evidence for changes in cauliflower, too. Cauliflower does the same thing broccoli can do. It can grow in some pretty weird-looking shapes. But where's the evidence of anatomical difference? There's no anatomical feature arising there in the broccoli or in the cauliflower.
Drawing that line arbitrarily.
No, I'm not. It's claimed that evolutionists often claim that changes to shape constitutes an anatomical change, but it does not.
Yeah, I'm not understanding the question really, because as I was describing, evolution is descent with modification. So every new trait is just a modification of an existing trait.
So that's every philosophy, but then you need to back it up with science and show that mechanism actually happens.
I just did. I just showed you the example.
I explained to you that's morphological, not anatomical.
Okay, so if you want to take it on a macro scale, for example, to get from a hand to a wing, you just need to modify the hand. It's the same thing.
You're welcome to believe that, but what's the scientific evidence for that?
I mean, well, you have, for example, you have the transition from theropods to birds that shows the.
Can you explain those, please? Can you name one?
You want to name a transitional form?
A transitional form to birds.
Okay, so Archaeopteryx would be the primary transitional form.
Evolutionists themselves now acknowledge Archaeopteryx is not a transitional form to birds.
Who said that?
Try again.
Who said that?
No, I can tell you what they actually say about it.
Yeah, they do say that. I'll provide you the evidence in just a moment.
I would love.
No, they say it's likely not a direct ancestor, but it represents the type of form that you would see
Right, so
the
they,
transition, and that's how they found it. They found
right,
no.
right. So
Listen,
they're admitting
they
it's not a
assumed
transitional form. You just stated it. There
No,
you go.
no, Nev.
no.
Transitional form,
Yeah,
ancestral
yeah,
form.
No, you're
exactly.
twisting the words.
And emotion go at it, so it's one-on-one.
No, you just acknowledged, Taylor, that they don't believe that it's a transitional form in the evolution of birds
That's
anymore.
that's wrong.
No, you just
Transitional,
admitted it.
regardless of what lineage it's in.
No, no, you just admitted that it's not a part of the transition
No.
from theropod dinosaurs to birds.
Yeah,
No,
but that
no.
doesn't mean it's not a transitional fossil.
Well, you're welcome to believe that, but evolutionist scientists no longer state that Archaeopteryx is a transition of birds.
No,
Yeah, because
a
evolution branches. Sorry, go ahead.
Regardless, they acknowledge that example has been refuted.
No, a transitional form need not be the direct ancestor to its descendant form. What it represents then. It doesn't have to be the direct ancestor. Like Tiktaalik, for example, is not the direct ancestor of modern tetrapods, but it's a transitional form.
Okay, I didn't hear what you said. I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I have a bit of an accent. I'm from the Caribbean. I was saying that a transitional form is not the same as an ancestral form. Transitional form is to show a change in features, to show that a change in features has occurred.
Okay, so you're welcome to believe it's an ancestral form, but it's not considered a transitional form anymore.
No, I'm not saying it's an ancestral form. I'm saying it is a transitional form. It is not. Archaeopteryx is definitely not the direct ancestors of birds because there were birds before.
That's the point. Then it's not a transitional form to birds.
No, it's still a transitional form.
You're welcome to believe that, but the evolutionists acknowledge that it's not a transitional form to birds. Okay.
No, they you just said that they said that
yes, they do.
They acknowledge it's from dinosaurs.
They acknowledge they might believe that. You know.
It's definitely not ancestral.
But it has bird features, and that's all it has. You're welcome to believe it's
dinosaur
something
with bird features. Right.
You're welcome to believe that. Okay. So I mean, if we examine the fossil record and all you've got is Archaeopteryx, and that supports your whole evolution theory, it's failed.
No, I mean
it's a bird.
Into the forms now, I can't name it for you.
Even the world's foremost expert on birds, Alan Fiducia, acknowledges Archaeopteryx is no transitional form at all.
Right. So
we
is the minority. The consensus is that it is a transitional form. It was always
good luck trying to show that it's a transitional form. They believe it's a transitional form simply because it has what is believed to be a spiny tail and teeth. But there are birds with teeth today. All the other features of the animal is strictly bird. It has bird features. It has bird feet. It has a curved breastbone. It has hollow bones. It has a beak. It has feathers. And the difference is it has teeth. There are birds that live on this planet right now that have teeth. So you can't say that's
there are no
and it has
it was predicted by evolution.
And it has a spiny tail. So
there are no extant birds now with teeth. No.
There are plenty of unique creatures that God made. That doesn't show that they're transitional. This creature might have been unique in that it had a spiny tail, spiny tail birds are now extinct. But that doesn't by itself evidence evolution.
Okay, so now by itself, in isolation, it would not be evidence for evolution. But remember, it was predicted by the theory.
Good. Thank you. I'm glad you acknowledge that.
If it would be true that, for example, birds descended from reptilian forms, at least that's what Darwin said, but now we know it's dinosaurs. But if it descended from reptilian forms, then we should find birds with more reptilian-like features. So like the teeth and the long tail and the lack of the beak, and instead of the they don't have a beak, they have like a reptilian.
If evolution were true, there should be a plethora of transitional forms between theropod dinosaurs and birds.
Right, and that's the same thing Snake was trying to explain to you.
There aren't any.
There are.
The reason why
No,
we
no,
don't see
no. Show them.
All right. Go ahead. I'm pulling it up.
Okay, so the journal Nature has published the Essionopteryx, however, is not the first discovery that shed status on Archaeopteryx. 2011, the journal Nature published discovery of another chicken-sized dinosaur named Zyotungia, and had earlier undetermined the first bird status of Archaeopteryx. In other words, Archaeopteryx is not a first bird.
Correct.
It is fully a bird, okay, and it's
Right.
not considered the first bird. So it's not transitional form to birds. It is a bird. Okay.
Okay. So
Not a
you are
transition.
correct. Archaeopteryx is definitely not the first bird, and is definitely not the direct ancestor to birds. No one is saying that.
Excellent.
That's not the meaning of a transitional form.
It is a bird.
Form is a species or a taxa or whatever that would show the transition from one state to another, from one kind or whatever.
Well, you're welcome to believe that, but evolutionists acknowledge it's not transitional to birds.
No, it's not ancestral. It's not.
They say it's not transitional to birds either.
It is a transitional form. It's just not ancestral.
Well,
It's
you're
not
welcome to believe that, but all I'm pointing out is they say it's not a transitional form to birds. So it doesn't help the evolutionist case that there's transitional forms to birds in the fossil record. You have to start with something else. You can't use Archaeopteryx. The evolutionists admit it's not. It's fully bird.
Who said that? Who said that?
I
Fiducia?
just quoted you a paper in the journal Nature.
Archaeopteryx. That is true.
Okay, the British Museum of Natural History in 1979 acknowledged it. Okay, so Alan Fiducia, the world's foremost ornithopterist, whatever the name bird expert is, I've forgotten, ornithologist, he says the same thing. Let me find you some more statements. And
is this a consensus, by the way, or is just is this a consensus now? The current
Pascal Godefort of the Royal Belgian Institute of Natural Science agrees. I'm just looking at some of my sources.
Okay.
Okay. So.
But you're missing the point, Neff, which is that
No,
since
you're
they
missing the
occupy
point.
these transitions, can I finish? Since they occupy these transitions where they have features of both, that shows that the phenotypic plasticity overlaps between all of these creatures.
Okay, so you're welcome to believe that there are transitions, but Archaeopteryx is not one.
What did I just say?
You're trying to use phenotypic plasticity as a mechanism for evolution, but you never answered my question. You said genetic mutation does it also. And so I asked you, what is the scientific evidence that genetic mutation designs new structural designs in the anatomy of living things? You have not answered that question. Are you going to answer it, or are you going to tell me that you don't know the scientific evidence that verifies that?
Because mutations cause differences in the regulation of the genetic material.
That's true.
Mutations in the instruction of the genetic material.
That can happen. So now, what's the scientific evidence that mutations cause changes to anatomy?
I find it strange that I've given you an example of this, and it's not
you gave me Archaeopteryx.
Because
it's not an example.
Hold
of
on, because
form to bird.
Because the anatomy genes can change. Do you understand this?
Oh, they can change, right? So now, what's the scientific evidence that mutation changes anatomy?
So you're asking for like a specific one.
See, we know that mutations can change genes. You're not giving me the evidence that mutations cause structural evolutionary change.
I'm giving you the mechanism.
Well, that's what you believe is the mechanism. Now we want scientific verification of your belief.
Yeah, we know mutations happen.
No, you know in your imagination. We know scientific evidence, Taylor. If evolution is not a philosophy, as I state, and so many creationists do, and it's actually science, then don't give me a philosophical idea and call it science.
So mutations do not happen in anatomical genes? Is that what you're saying?
Mutations do occur in all kinds of genes. Now, what's the evidence that mutations occurring to genes create new anatomical features? I understand you believe that. But what you believe and what's actually true might be two different things.
Because once you have a muscle gene, you can place a muscle, or once you have a bone, you can place multiple bones in different locations. And all you have to do is tweak that information a little bit.
I can build all kinds of things with my Lego set. Doesn't mean they arise naturally that way.
No, Legos don't. They don't reproduce, and they don't reproduce with variation,
Right.
and they're not subject to principles of descended modification.
Right. So Legos don't even come
written
close to the ingenious design of living things. I agree.
But listen to this: they've written programs where Legos do build themselves, and they reproduce inside the program, and they actually evolve new forms.
No, what they did is they wrote an algorithm in there that's capable of assembling them in different ways so that you get different shapes that rise.
Right.
That doesn't have any bearing on what we observe to happen in living systems with genes. What's the scientific evidence that mutation builds anatomical features? You see, the simple answer, you can't answer the question, so I'll answer it for you. There isn't any. That's just what you believe. That's your philosophy of evolution. That's not scientifically verified. That's your belief. I understand. Now, so I have some questions for you.
Produce results in science. You don't.
Well, I mean, there's no results that show mutations build new anatomical features. That's for sure. There's no scientific results for that.
We've been over them.
Well, you haven't mentioned one. I've been asking for an hour. How many hours will it be before you can give me one?
The dog eyebrow muscles?
You don't know of one. No, I told you. You acknowledged that wolves already have these genes and produce and have these muscles.
Right. They have muscle genes, so they can place a muscle in a new location.
Well, how do you know there's a new location? No, you acknowledge some wolves already have these.
And some don't.
And some don't. Okay, so phenotypic plasticity might be the explanation for that. That doesn't mean that it's been demonstrated that genetic information arose that created a new muscle in a dog's eyelid.
It's just a tweak of the already
so you say
muscle gene that it already has.
So you. Oh, thank you. It's already got the genetic information. Next.
Yes. Yep.
Phenotypic plasticity is not evolution.
Call it whatever you want.
I'll process now.
All right, I'll be right back.
Phenotypic plasticity is not evolution.
But it's part of evolution.
I understand you believe that, but you can't show that with science.
What do you mean? Okay, so when you said explain how these things happen, you want me to explain the exact mutations as how these things happen?
Well, I mean, a controlled example or something, but something scientific. I mean, you're claiming this is scientific. You're claiming science verifies these things, but we don't get verification of that from you guys. We just get you guys telling us what you believe, and then you're declaring it science, and then you're calling us ignorant for not believing it. We don't have any evidence for the things you say. These are your ideas in your head. That's why evolution is a philosophy. It's not science. See, it's none of it's observable, testable, and repeatable. You can't observe, test, or repeat evolution theory in any way.
Okay, so all the variation we see within the environments or kinds, I'm not too sure what you call them, is that all down to plasticity? Does mutation have any effect on the thing?
Plasticity is an organism has genetic information. It can express it more or express it less. That's not a mechanism for the creation of new genetic information that specifies a new structural design in the anatomy. That's Are you trying to misrepresent phenotypic plasticity? Are you claiming that phenotypic plasticity goes all the way down to the point where it includes the rise of entire sets of genes that code for a new structural design? Is that what you're claiming? That phenotypic plasticity includes the origination of a new anatomical feature by new genetic information? Is that what you're claiming?
No, I'm actually asking you, what do you think that the changes you see within the Barrowmans is a result of? Is it a result of pure plasticity or expression?
Well, the
Or,
changes that occur to living things are uh, uh, variation produced by variable expression of the organism's genome. And phenotypic plasticity can mean that a trait either appears or disappears in an organism because of its ability to variously express the information that exists already in its genome. Right?
okay.
So now that
Right,
information for that feature to arise in the organism's anatomy,
right.
it must have the information to make it. Now,
That's,
evolutionists are not able to provide a mechanism that
that's how
creates that genetic information.
the genes come first, then the expression. But
That's correct.
right. So that's how evolution works. Actually, the genes come first, and then the
So,
expression.
so what's the
Modify.
evidence that genetic mutations build new information that codes for new anatomical features?
Right. So you want something that codes for a new anatomical feature.
Well, that's what you're claiming happens. I'm not the one who makes that claim. See, the simplicity of this is that you can't provide a scientific evidence for what you're saying. I understand you
No.
guys believe that. You believe a philosophy, a chain of thinking. You believe a way of
What about
thinking about things. What you don't, what you're not, what the thing is, there's just not any scientific support for it. It's what you believe. I understand. It's a package of ideas. You will think, well, this makes that happen. And well, this obviously is why that happens. Well, those are your ideas. But that's not science.
what about
That's
baleen?
philosophy.
I'm trying to get around your argument because the thing is, I've shown you new anatomical features, but you
You did?
describe
Where?
them as anatomical features.
Well, I don't
I've
remember you
shown
showing me any new anatomical feature. What
that
are you talking about?
a tulip, a
Tulip.
broccoli, a cauliflower, and so on. From
No, that's
a wild-
not anatomical. That's morphological.
What about
Okay, so
baleen, Beth? Whale baleen?
Whale baleen is an anatomical feature.
Is that an anatomical feature?
Yes, it is.
That's
So
due to a mutation in the tooth gene.
it's expressed by genetic information during fetal development. There's sets of genes that make it. So where's the evidence that the genes that make the baleen in the whale's mouth arose by random mutation?
Because it's a piece of the tooth gene that creates these basically strands of tooth.
So it uses some of the same genetic information as what's used to make teeth.
Yes.
Okay, so what's the evidence that that information arose when it didn't exist before?
Are you talking about the original teeth?
No, I mean, there's a sequence of genetic information in the human genome that creates 576 different proteins from one string of genetic information. Nobody argues that's because of overlapping and compressed information. Why should I think a whale's genetic genome is not compressed as well? You're not providing an argument here.
But that's precisely how evolution works.
No, what happens in your imagination is that whales didn't have baleen once.
Right. So what I'm trying to say is that traits are modified. They're not added. That's how you think they're added. They're always modified. Every single trait in a species is just.
Okay, so let's examine that idea. So if that's true for species Z, then species Y, had its anatomical features because it had the same genetic information. Let's start the other way. Let's start with species A. Species A has X amount of genetic information, has X genes, right? Now, species B comes into existence with new anatomical features by recombining the genetic information that was in species A. Now, species C comes into existence, and it has also different genetic anatomical features, and it came into existence by recombining the information that was in species A. And species M comes into existence by recombining the genetic information that existed in species A. What you're positing is that the first creature had all the genetic information for all anatomical features of all
No,
living systems.
no.
That can't be true. If evolution were true, it would have to give rise to new genetic information continuously.
Right. Evolution
All right.
can. I'm not too sure what I mean by new information, but talking about new genes and so on,
So
and the expansion of the genome. Yes, not necessarily, because again, organism complexity is not necessarily is not directly proportional to genome size.
So what
you
I'm
don't-
what I'm what I'm pointing out is that your argument that recombination is what does it is insufficient.
well, not
You
just
still have
recombination.
to. If evolution were true, I understand that recombination would play a role if it were true. But that's nonetheless, evolution does still require that new genetic information arises, because recombining the existing genome of an organism is not going to give you the new information that makes new anatomical features. You're not going to get lungs in Ichthyostega by recombining the information in Eusthenopteron's genome. You're not going to get a land amphibian tetrapods lungs by recombining the genetic information that makes gills and Eusthenopteron or Pandorixis. Okay? You understand
Right.
me?
So Eusthenopteron and so on, and all these kinds of fish, they have a kind of float bladder that acts like a lung. So they actually had some proto-lung, to say.
Okay.
And that was then
So,
modified into lung. So it's just a modified version of something else.
well, swim bladders exist. Even coelacanths have swim bladders. Okay, but you're telling me that recombining the genetic information that makes a swim bladder will create a lung.
Right. If you
Okay.
modify.
So what
modify-
evidence is there in science that this kind of recombination creates new anatomical features?
I just gave you an example.
No, you gave me two creatures that exist in the fossil record, which are dramatically different. One is Ichthyostega, and the other is Eusthenopteron. What I
We know
need
of
is a scientific explanation of how we have verified that recombining the information in Eusthenopteron was going to create the lung in Ichthyostega. Show with a modern example. Can you do that?
Yeah, we have
I'm gonna
several
show you-
species that can absorb oxygen through their esophageal tissues, which is connected to the stomach. Sorry, go ahead. I just wanted
Great.
to
So
add
creatures are designed to absorb oxygen. Interesting. So there is no scientific verification of your idea that recombination of genetic information will create a new anatomical feature. What's the evidence of that? You won't be able to cite me as an example. It's what you believe, I understand. No, you gave me two creatures that exist in the fossil record, both of which are extinct. That's all.
that. I cited it in the chat.
The
I
last
just cited
example,
one.
brassica and so on.
What I'm sorry?
I'm talking about cabbages and kale and so on. I'm showing you how you can
Cabbages and
modify
kale. Right.
So
Those are not anatomical difference. That's morphological difference. That's how you shape the same tissues that exist in the creature and shape it. But that's not a new feature with a new function.
Different things. That's it.
No, that's not a new feature with a new function.
What?
I'm sorry. It's not a new feature.
Different folds is new feature.
So now you need a new function.
No,
Listen, go ahead.
Changing the shape of the broccoli does not make it have new features. There's no example of a new structural design, a new anatomical feature with function arise in broccoli or cauliflower. Those are morphological changes. They can be more profound in plants than they can in animals, it seems.
Already there.
But
every time.
That's your best example, is a morphological change in broccoli? What about animals? Can you cite me any example in animals? Plants seem to be more plastic than animals, you know.
Right, in some cases they're more plastic. A new morphological feature in animals. Oh my gosh, I'm so.
No, not morphological feature. Anatomic, not a new morphology, a new anatomy.
Okay, so, you aware of the same lizards you and Jackson Reed were talking about?
Yes, the cecal valve, which is an enlargement of an already existing muscle in its gut.
That's it. So every new structure is a modification of an existing one. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Well, that's your philosophy.
No, that's just how
But
evolution
even
works.
in the lizards, that doesn't show a new anatomical feature. They already have the muscle. It just got
Right.
larger and more pronounced.
That's how evolution works.
Well, then you're saying that every existing anatomical feature is comprised of the same tissues?
No, you can change cell type by you can change.
Oh,
you can,
so now you've got to have cell specialization go on in the genome during fetal development, and that needs genetic information.
not really. You can have.
Yeah, really.
Well, epigenetics can cause change in cell type.
So you're going deeper and deeper into your philosophy, but you're not citing an example of an anatomical feature arising and in the lizard, it already has the muscle. A bigger muscle is not a new anatomical feature. Okay.
That's how it works.
I can work out with weights. Well, that's your philosophy. I can work out with weights and get bigger muscles. That doesn't mean I have anatomically changed. I've changed morphologically, not anatomically.
That's how the structures begin. They begin by modifying what's already there.
Well, that's your philosophy. But you can't explain a new structural design, a new anatomical feature arising by modifying the shape of an existing one.
So what about the cecal valve? That doesn't count.
The cecal valve is a muscle in the gut of the lizard. It already had, and it got more profound, more pronounced, larger, and their stomachs elongated. They became a bit longer, and their jaws became a little wider.
Okay.
Right. So those are morphological changes, not anatomical.
Therefore, to go from an ape to a human, you don't need any new morphological.
That's not true. Humans and apes don't have the same number of bones.
What? Maybe bones? But there are different.
There's a different number of bones in the skull of a chimpanzee than a human being. There's a different. Chimpanzees have a bacula. Human beings don't have a bacula.
Well, that's human being. That would be a loss. Then you already accept losses. But the number of bones, I find this strange because you guys accept like time.
None of this is observable or testable or repeatable. This happens in your imagination.
Are you saying that the number of bones in an animal is impossible to change?
No, I'm saying that's an anatomical difference.
But it would be the same bone, right? Just another bone, as you said with the muscle in the lizard. It's just a muscle, another muscle doing.
No, new bone would be new bone would be an anatomical feature, new anatomical feature. Enlarging an existing bone is a morphological change.
Oh, wonderful. So,
but humans can't be related to chimpanzees anyway because none of the recombination hotspot locations in their genomes align.
I love your example there because, for example, there are different breeds of pigs that have bred pigs to have more ribs to get more meat, and that's new bone, right? So that should satisfy the claim.
Okay, so so they've caused pigs to gain new bones, and so how is that going to help evolution theory that they got a new bone? And how did the features of a pig arise? How did we get a pig by anatomical change? Try explain.
That's a separate question. That's a separate question altogether. Remember,
what scientific evidence is there of that?
If I add a new bone, that would be a new morphological feature.
That's an anatomical feature.
We're able to breed pigs with more ribs.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
More number of ribs. Okay. So that's a new bone. That's more bone. To satisfy your claim.
Okay.
The same thing happens with snakes and so on too, but I'm just doing it with pigs.
Okay. So you're telling the creature express a new homeobox gene that puts a new rib on it. Okay. So is this verification that ribs that firstly, is this verification that pigs have never had that many ribs in the past? Secondly, How does this help you with the idea that the pig itself came into existence when there was no pig? The scientific verification of that, because even your example,
Okay.
getting
Again,
more. Hold on,
that's a
let me
separate
finish. Hold
question
on.
to.
Hold on. Getting more of the same feature on the animal's anatomy won't ever give you a different kind of creature either. For example, take a fish. Adding more fins to the anatomy of a fish is never going to give you something non-fish. You understand? You're still going to have a fish. You can have a fish with 3 fins. A fish with 30 fins is still a fish. You're trying to say fish become amphibian tetrapods with legs, digits, and lungs, and completely different designed eyes, and walked around on land breathing with lungs on legs. See, you can't get that by adding fins, nor can you get a pig by adding ribs. You need to build everything in the anatomy of the creature. We don't know of any mechanism for this, and you don't. And the new genes that created the extra rib in the pig, there's not going to be any scientific evidence that those ribs genes arose. That's a varying expression of existing genes that already make ribs. They've been it's a duplication of a homeobox gene is what that is. So build a rib here. The gene, you duplicate the homeobox gene, and now you've got an extra homeobox gene that says put another rib in there.
And that gene is very plastic.
So you can't get a fish like this to become a land-dwelling creature with lungs by changing how many fins it's got. Neither do you get a pig by adding ribs. You understand?
What about fish that have feet that crawl on the bottom of the ocean?
They're an interesting design. God made some pretty amazing creatures.
Were they original designs, or were they adapted?
Probably.
Which one?
Probably original creation. God has
How can you tell?
a tremendous. Well, I can't. Neither can you. But God has a tremendous imagination. But one thing we know is
it just looks like a modified fin.
So you think it evolved? Good. Now, what's the mechanism for that? We don't know of one.
It just has muscles in different places.
It has different anatomy than a typical fish.
Yeah, slightly.
Well, I think it's more than slight.
But slight changes add up.
Well, so you're welcome to believe that slight changes to genetic information create new anatomical features. What's the evidence of that?
We just went over that with the pigs.
No, you're talking about reproducing an existing anatomical feature. Human beings can be born with 6 fingers too, and that's typically not a good thing because the 6th finger is usually inept and not properly controllable by the human being's hand. But human beings can be born with 6 fingers. That's not evidence that human beings came into existence or human fingers came into existence by new genetic information arising because of mutation. That's just a duplication of a homeobox gene that says put another finger on there. You can't get a human being by adding fingers.
So just as the gene can duplicate the number that it produces, it can change the orientation, the length, the thickness, other features of the bone.
Now we're moving into your philosophy. It all changed so much that you get the human being out of something else. That's what you believe. But you can't even tell me about the mechanism.
Are those genes off limit for change?
You can't even show me the mechanism of duplicate genes creating new information that codes for new anatomical features. We don't have that documentation.
Here's a good illustration. If I hand you 2 Bibles, and I take one and I cut out little snippets of it, and I create a sentence out of it, and I cut out the rest, you still have that original Bible, but I've created a new sentence out of the second one.
Taylor,
you now have more information than what you started with.
Taylor, your philosophy is
that's just a demonstration of the concept.
It's one thing. I understand your concepts are not scientific evidence, Taylor. Do you understand that?
Just tell me how I'm wrong about that.
Taylor, my concept My
Tell me
concept.
how I'm wrong.
Well, my concept is this.
How is that not new information?
Well, Taylor, here's
That's
my
what I'm
concept.
asking.
See, my concept is that God did this,
But
and
you're
there it was.
avoiding it.
See, hold on.
Yeah,
But
magic, not helpful.
your concept is that
Can you
for
hear?
what you just described. But here's my concept. There it was. See, now I can't scientifically verify that for you by
What?
showing you the mechanism for that. But what I can do is show you the overwhelming evidence that that's what happened. In fact, I have some very, very powerful evidence from genetics that that's exactly what happened. But you're not able to show me a mechanism which creates the new genetic information that codes for a new anatomical feature. No scientist has
Hold on.
documented that. It's never been
So tell me
documented.
how I'm wrong with my. Tell me how I'm wrong with my analogy. How
Because-
has that new sentence not added information?
Because firstly, this would be a scientific observation if it were true. We should scientifically observe new genetic information arising. Secondly, the fossil record. Hold on.
That's not what I
Secondly, examining the history of living things on the earth in the past shows us it didn't happen because the fossil record shows that it is absent of the transitional forms that would have been there
No,
had evolution taken place. See, so we
Not
don't
what I
have a
asked.
record of it.
no, that's wrong.
And
Actually,
we don't know of no scientist has documented this occurring whereby new genetic information is created that codes for anatomical features. It's never been documented scientifically either. So when we look at the historical evidence for living things on the planet, and it shows us it didn't happen, and then we look at the scientific literature, and we find no scientist has documented this either in a genetics way. We just don't. We end up empty-handed. We don't have evidence for it. You believe it, maybe, but we don't have evidence of it.
So that doesn't answer the question.
I just did answer your question.
No, just tell me how I'm
Quite
wrong about.
extensively.
Tell me
I
how I'm
explained to
wrong. How it's not a new sentence.
How
How
what
is
is
it
not
not
a new
adding
sentence?
to information?
What?
If I give you a Bible,
Mhm.
and I give you two Bibles, I take one of those Bibles and I cut it up, and I create a sentence that occurs nowhere else in the Bible just by
Mhm.
repasting and scrambling up the words. Then I give you back that sentence. Now you have a Bible, the original Bible, plus that sentence. That's new information.
Well, that
How am I wrong?
that could be. But now show us the Bible made that way.
Mhm.
You're
Now
positing that the organism is made that way.
That's how duplication
You're-
mutations
Well,
work.
I understand your philosophy about it, but what we need is the evidence that that's taken place by comparing genomes, for example. Like
We've observed this happening.
For example, the Italian wall lizard, they could have easily sequenced the genome of the two populations. And what they would find, and what they did do, is sequence the mitochondrial DNA of them, and they found no difference. But they didn't sequence the genomic DNA. Okay, and the reason they won't do that is because they know when they do, they won't find a significant difference that we could point to and say, look, the genes that code for the cecal valve arose. They don't exist in this one because they'd find their genomes are identical. And there was no new genetic information. That's why they won't do that.
oh, Neff, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, wonderful. Okay, so I'm just asking you if you would what really constitutes a new anatomical feature. So is the transition from a lobe fin to a tetrapod limb, is that a new anatomical feature? Would that count as well?
That would be a change to anatomy. A limb instead of a lobe fin would be a change to anatomy.
That's it. Oh, that's it. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That every new structure is just a modification.
That's what you believe. I understand that. We've been over this 1,000 times already.
Well, okay.
It's getting boring.
Right.
The simple
So
thing
I'm
is you can't provide evidence that your philosophy is science.
What would count as an example of a new
Always
feature on an organism?
What would count as? What would you believe is? Instead of being able to give the evidence for your belief, evolutionists do this.
But I'm trying to tell you, what you're asking, it's a malformed question. If you're asking something that evolution doesn't do, then you're not asking for evidence of evolution.
And what you guys are actually doing is trying to say, can't you see it in your imagination? Look and
no,
see.
That's not what we're saying.
Just imagine. This is essentially what you're doing. You're swinging a pocket watch and expecting
So are
me
you.
to believe it. I am getting bored with this, really. I asked for the scientific evidence for your philosophy that random genetic mutation builds new genetic information that codes for new structural designs in the anatomy of creatures, and you guys can't put forth one. So you're trying to schmooze me with your philosophy. It's not going to work.
I would say what would make me happy is if you took a bunch of, let's say, cattle and you placed them in lakes and let them breed in water, and they could never leave the water, and they built these new anatomical features that would allow them to be much more sufficient for living in water. That would obviously make more sense since they're confined to that type of environment. I mean, take for example, we have cattle and we breed them specifically for weight. That's all we care about. How much they weigh and how good they taste. We would love if they could be like elephants. We don't really even care if they stay cows. It doesn't really matter. We'll eat anything. They could be gigantic and they should taste like bacon, but yet we can't get them to really much. I mean, they've got them as fat as they can.
Yeah.
And when they get too muscular, then they don't taste good.
Right, and they're unhealthy. Those gigantic blue cows that they've been mutants they've been making, incredibly muscular things, just profound. They look bizarre. They're such a freak-looking cow, and they're terribly unhealthy too. The animal is defunct. Its health is shot. So, if evolution were, why is it that anybody should believe that evolution is true after the discovery of DNA? I mean, we've discovered that DNA is a package of information that operates algorithmically, it's organized linguistically. Why are we to believe that undirected chemical interactions can produce information, algorithms, and linguistics? You've got to be able to answer that question if you think evolution is true. It has to have happened.
No, because
how is that possible?
Created DNA doesn't rule out evolution. That just rules out abiogenesis.
No, not because because of the fact, Taylor, that it's information operating algorithmically and organized linguistically. That's the proof of creation.
Creation doesn't rule out evolution, though.
Well, creation, Taylor, that's a nonsense statement. If creation is true, evolution cannot be true.
No, that doesn't follow.
There's old Earth creation, is what I mean.
Right, and they're just as wrong as evolutionists. Any form of evolution cannot be true if life is defined by information, algorithms, and linguistics.
But that information changes.
If theistic evolution were true, the evidence in the fossil record would show transitional forms.
And it does.
No, it doesn't. We've been over that. So how can evolution be true by natural, undirected chemical processes? Since what creates a feature in a living thing is information that's organized linguistically, operates algorithmically. And let me give you something Let me give you something to really think about. Okay, really think about. The information in the DNA is overlapping and nested. Okay, that means let's imagine. Let me explain this to you. I want you to have a jaw-dropping, oh my God, how do I answer for evolution moment in your mind. Okay, so I'm gonna share something with you that's going to give you one, whether you acknowledge it or not. Let me imagine that you have a sequence of information on the left. You got a strip of paper that's 5 inches long, and a strip of paper on the left that's right is 5 inches long. Now you overlap them. You lay one across the other so that there's digits on them. Okay, you align the digits, and what happens is now you take another strip of paper and it has digits on it, and you lay it across both of them where the joint is. So now you've got a third.
Okay? Gene overlap?
So here's what happens is the digits on the digits in all three pieces of paper is shared as sequences of information in those three pieces of paper. I can read from that just the letters that are on sequence paper 1. I can read only the sequence of information on paper 2, but I can also read 3. And now if I want to, I can read part of 1 and over onto part of 3 and create my own fourth piece of paper. So the base point I'm making is any given base pair, any given nucleotide along the DNA molecule is likely shared by more than one sequence of information at the same time. Now, here's the interesting thing where it gets even worse. There are codes written upon codes in the DNA molecule that share base pairs going down the length of the DNA, and if those codes tell the machinery of the cell how to express the information under them, using some of the same base pairs as the sequences. An example of this might be, let's say I'll use the Bible as an example. The Bible says, "In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth was void and without form, and darkness was upon the face of the deep." Okay, now that's a sequence of information that we have. That's actually two. So we've got this sequence of information, but now I pick words out of that, and I write another sentence that says, "Darkness was upon," or I pick one that says, "In the beginning, darkness was upon the deep." See what I mean? Just picking certain words, I can create a sentence out of those by using some of those same ones. And now what happens if that information that I'm just created by plucking out certain words in that tells the reader of the book how to read the rest of the book? This is what we have in DNA. DNA, there are codes written on DNA over sequences that share some of the base pairs. Maybe the base pair number, this one, skip 5, and it uses that one. It uses the next one, and the next one, and the next one, and the next one, but then it skips 3, and it uses that one and that one. And it skips 20, and it uses this one and this one. And it skips 100, and uses that one. That one skips 2, uses that one, that one, that one, that one, that one, and that one. Skips 10 and uses that one. Skips 20 and uses that one, that one, and that one.
Yeah,
You see what I
okay.
mean? All right, you understand what I'm saying? Now those base pairs, just those, all right, just those.
Listen for a while.
Create a code that say use the other bits that I'm also built of and do this with them. Okay. Now here's the problem for the idea of evolution building the genome by mutations and duplications. How in the world is it plausible to believe that you can get the regulatory information that shares the same base pairs with the DNA sequences that code for the proteins to be created at the same time? Because if you think that the genome was built by evolution first by just duplicating and adding raw information sequences, duplicating genes that are not yet part of anything, you're breaking the codes that tell the system how to use the codes below it. There is none. You've broken it. Or there is none there. Okay, so when evolution would have to be the magic of creation, in fact. If evolution were true, it would be creation, because it would mean that the building of the genome by mutation events would have had to have created the new sequences for proteins and whatnot in the genome, and at the same time built the codes upon them that share some of those same base pairs going down the length of it that tell the system how to use the codes for the proteins, and both are using the same bits of data. You can't imagine a process that can do this. Evolution is nonsense. It's impossible.
This sounds like irreducible complexity.
It is irreducible complexity.
Irreducible complexity. Okay.
So explain how that's logical. Can you give me a logical scenario whereby evolution could do this, continuously expand the genome with new codes for new proteins, and write the code that tells over the top of them, using some of the base pairs in those same codes for the proteins, how to utilize the protein codes underneath it? Can you explain how that's possible?
Okay, so off my head, I can't explain that for you now. I'm being honest, I can't explain that for you now. To refute those claims of irreducible complexity would take a lot of research, and most of the time they're fallacious, meaning that they look at the current state of a system.
Right, you just can't explain it. There's no way it can't be explained. Matt, were you about to say something? It's getting late, guys. I'm going to have to shut this show down. So,
right, what I was saying is that irreducible complexity is a description of the current state of a given biological system. Usually, what they do is to look at the system currently and try to remove a part and see if it will function. That's not how you test it.
Okay, so here comes your philosophy. It wasn't always irreducible in the past, right?
Right. Now you're getting
right, your philosophy.
Right. Good. It's not philosophy.
that data is based on how much percentage in functionality of the human genome. Oh, here it is. So
Yeah.
what I have here, it is being shown that if a substantial fraction of the human genome is functional, right, aka is not junk DNA, then the evolution of man would not be possible due to genetic degeneration. So in this paper, the author states that human evolution would be very problematic if the genome was 10% functional, but would be completely impossible if 25% or more was functional. Therefore, is that what you're basing the percentage of deleterious versus neutral mutations on?
Well, they were just measuring how many mutations occur in the coding regions of the DNA.
Right. But
because the reason most of them are silent is because they occur in the non-coding regions of DNA.
Right.
So that has no effect. Like it
Yes,
doesn't
I know.
even matter what it is.
I know that's your philosophy and your belief, but the thing is, more than 10% of the genome is functional based on the evidence that we have and we know. Now, he says that human evolution would be impossible if 25% or more was functional. How much of the genome do you believe, percentage-wise, is functional?
Well, the science in this paper, it says about 15 to 20%, I believe.
Right. Now, since there's an evolutionary bias to this paper, and he's literally admitting that if more than 10% is just wait, I'm not done. Just more than 10% is functional, that's going to be very problematic for human evolution. But if more than 25% of the genome is functional, that makes human evolution impossible. Therefore, is he really going to conclude, based on the data, based on the evidence, that more than 25% of the genome is functional? I mean, does that make any sense that he would actually conclude that and come right out and admit that?
Well, the non-coding regions of DNA were not discovered through any process of evolution. It's literally we just see that these regions are not used by the organism.
So we know that the non-coding DNA, those regions, they function much like a computer, right? They're involved in what? Regulatory functions, which to the audience, for their sake, that just means when and how fast to make specific proteins, which is important, obviously. Embryonic.
Yeah, DNA itself has like several functions.
Right. I'm talking about the non-coding areas that you're talking about, because you're saying they're looking at the non-protein coding regions. So they're also involved in, the timings of protein manufacture, the staging of proteins for construction of molecular machines, switches, for example. I mean, I can go on and on and on and on. Now, when we look at the ENCODE, which I know we have talked about, and, someone like yourself would probably look to spurious transcription, and that's fine. But ENCODE did find that at least, and I'm saying at least 80% of the non-coding DNA was actively transcribed into RNA, which suggests function, right? So that's why we're saying and making the prediction that based on this trajectory of discovery, it seems to at least favor genome-wide functionality. That's why with, say, further, let's say comprehensive knockout experiments, okay, say on humans, for example, or just mammals in general, there have been some, but not comprehensive tests. I would say that it's premature for one to make the absolute claim that the majority of non-coding DNA is non-functional. And I think based on what we know thus far, the trajectory of discovery favors genome-wide functionality. I think it's obvious it's more than 25%. How much more than 25%? Well, we'll see if our, prediction comes true with further research and data. But I mean, I think it's obviously more than 25% functional. What does that say about human evolution?
Well, we know that at least some genes don't have any function, or are at least not used for their functions in an organism. They're turned off through regulation, but that doesn't mean that they have no function themselves as DNAs and RNAs. But that doesn't necessarily mean they get translated into protein. So ENCODE has not actually found anything that significant. It hasn't proven that they get encoded into protein. So,
Well,
and that's the evolutionary definition of the function.
Are you saying that for a gene to be functional, it has to be it has to be translated into the protein? I mean, obviously there's other things going on in the genome as a whole. It's kind of like a play. If you look at a play, you got all the actors, the actresses on stage doing what they're doing. Okay, let's say the coding regions, for example. But behind stage, you got all these set directors, you got all these other workers that are working to make sure that the actors, the actresses, everybody on set is doing their job. They're equally functional. They're all equally in functional roles. So by you saying that if it's not protein coding, I mean, are you saying that roles in regulatory functions, embryonic development, the timings of protein manufacture, I mean, are you saying these aren't important functional roles? And if there's a mutation in a gene sequence such as this, are you saying that it's still absolutely neutral because it doesn't code for a protein? I mean, I don't really understand your logic there.
Well, if it doesn't encode for protein, it's just going to be used for regulatory function.
Yeah, so a regulatory function.
So the sequence doesn't really do anything.
So a regulatory function or a regulatory element is in charge of, you know, how fast, when, for example, to make specific proteins. I mean, that's pretty important. You can look at the phenomenon known as protein moonlighting. I mean, we got these proteins that are doing so many different things. RNA, the literature, you know, back in the day, what is it, the 70s, 60s, 70s, it was known as what, one protein, one gene, one function. So much has been overturned. I mean, the literature on RNA function alone is unimaginable. You know, RNA is doing unimaginable things. So for you to just hold on to your evolutionary philosophy in order to not admit the obvious fact that more than 25% of our genome is functional, and then ENCODE is telling us that over 80% is actively transcribed, what it's all doing, well, it's going to take further research, as I've said, but at least more than 25%, or at least 25% is functional. But you can't actually admit that because it makes deleterious mutation accumulation that much worse for you, and it makes human evolution pretty well impossible. So that's why you have to have this these types of rescue devices, these types of counter arguments that are actually just to defend and secure your evolutionary philosophy. I mean, that's what I'm personally hearing. Go ahead, Snake.
No, it's just that they haven't actually proven any functions for these genes.
Actually, I was listening for a while. I was just muted. That's
Okay.
all.
Do you want to take this one?
Well, with respect to junk DNA, the thing is, the junk DNA doesn't actually mean functionless. It just means it doesn't code for protein. It's just a fancy name they gave it, but junk doesn't necessarily mean useless because you can use junk.
Okay, so I'm going to jump in there then. So Richard Dawkins, for example, and yes, I'm going to use a quote here. You can look it up. In 2009, what he said, it is a remarkable fact that the greater part, okay, 95% in the case of humans, of the genome might as well not be there for all the difference it makes. Now, okay, after Dawkins realized that junk DNA is dead, and yes, they didn't say it's completely functionless. They said there would be some function found in it, but not nearly as much that has been discovered, okay? That's why people and scientists have been so dramatic and defensive with ENCODE. Okay, so he said, it was in a debate, I think it was Jonathan Sachs, Dawkins stated, I know there are some creationists who have jumped on it because they think it is awkward for Darwinism. Quite to the contrary, of course, it is exactly what a Darwinist would hope for, to find usefulness in a living world. So somebody like Dawkins is admitting that the greater part of the genome, 95%, is junk, may as well not be there. Wow, may as well not be there. Well, that rules out regulatory functions, timing of protein manufacturers, embryonic development. I mean, that needs to be there, of course. But now he's adjusting his position. So are you, Emotionally Stunted Emoticon, actually going to tell me that this was not a surprise to anybody who knows what evolutionists used to believe? Go ahead.
Okay. So first, I'll just get it off the bat that whatever Dawkins says is not sacrosanct. It's not, it is open to correction. Okay.
I agree. But he's a pretty famous and well-respected evolutionist. We got to agree with that.
He is. In fact, he is. But he's more of a a science communicator. He does more of that instead of actual, writing literature for the.
He did write the book, The Greatest Show on Earth, and the Selfish Gene, though, right? And do you agree
Right,
with?
he did write that.
Well, I want to get this out of the way. Do you agree with the quote that he said in 2009 in his book, that the remarkable fact is that the greater part of the genome might as well not be there? Do you agree with that statement? Let's pretend it wasn't Dawkins. Let's just say it was some random Joe Schmo, whether creationist or evolutionist. He made that claim. What would your response be? Go ahead, brother.
Okay, so now knowing now that in fact some of the junk DNA have function, I would not agree with that statement. Although it could be removed, and some of it could be removed, and the organism would, the organism won't die. But it doesn't mean that it's not, just because it's not specifically needed, doesn't mean it doesn't have function.
What types of function does the non-coding regions of our DNA have? Like I named a few, right? You were listening: embryonic development, regulatory functions, stagings of proteins for construction. For the list goes on. Like what types of functions, what types of roles do you know of emotionally stunted emoticon?
Right. So again, the timing and the expression and so on, all that can be attributed to some of the non-coding DNA.
But aren't they?
Or the junk DNA.
Now, so they're active. They're creating RNA, but they're not coding for protein. Yes. So I know that's technically what junk DNA means, right? They're not coding for protein. But if it's, for one, active in those types of roles, and that it's also active in, correct me if I'm wrong, isn't it active in pervasive alternate splicing, cell differentiation? I think it's even in the non-coding regions that it was found to be active in X chromosome inactivation in women. Am I correct me if I'm wrong on that one?
So I'm not aware of all the functions, but I know that there is a lot of function to be found within junk DNA. But again, junk DNA was never meant to be functionless DNA. We're just meant to be.
I don't want you to straw man, but I know that. But as I showed and demonstrated with Richard Dawkins, they did believe that roughly 95% of it may as well not be there. And you just admitted that you would not agree with that statement, which means you would not agree with Richard Dawkins. And Richard Dawkins didn't just pull that out of thin air. That was a leading thought back before ENCODE and, the accumulating papers and data that we've now discovered. So junk DNA paradigm's been overturned. We know it was profoundly wrong. It's being used in all sorts of ways. So
it's just a difference of how we use the word.
I'm gonna let you guys go as long as you can. I need to ask emotionally stunted emoticon a question. If you have a mutation in the non-coding regions of DNA, and we know the non-coding regions of DNA function in, I'm not going to name them all again, but we can go on for probably an hour. Is that going to be deleterious, detrimental, harmful to that, to the genome?
Well, again, it depends. Not all mutations are deleterious. You can get a benefit. It could be deleterious. It could be fairly neutral.
But so in an area, I don't think you're answering the question. That's the problem. In an area that has roles in, cell differentiation, let's say intronic elements, roles involved in, alternate splicing, regulatory roles, embryonic development. I mean, these are important function and important roles. So if you have a mutation in the non-coding regions of DNA, which we know perform those very important roles, is it neutral? Is it deleterious? Is it detrimental to the point where natural selection is now going to rid the population of this mutant? Go ahead, answer the question.
Right. Again, it could be either one of the three. It could be neutral or, well, relatively neutral, deleterious or beneficial.
Would you say near neutral? Would you say near new? Like, let's say if it just has a very, very trivial effect on fitness, just tiny, not noticeable to the phenotype. Natural selection isn't going to see it. Natural selection isn't going to rid the population of the mutant because it's not detrimental. It's not detrimental enough where natural selection notices the mutant. But it seems like you had averted to the fact that it might be near neutral, right? It might have a small effect on fitness where it remains. Natural selection doesn't act upon it, but it remains. It doesn't have an effect overall on the phenotype, but here's what Snake and I were trying to come to an agreement on in the first 45 minutes there. It isn't absolutely neutral to the genotype. Can we at least agree on that?
Well, yeah, obviously, once you have a change in it, it's not neutral. It's relatively neutral, but not
Relative. Okay.
absolutely neutral.
Relatively neutral, near neutral, relatively the same thing. So
unless it's a silent mutation.
Right. So it's not like, for example, the redundant elements that Snake and I were talking about earlier. The cell uses different redundant elements to slow and speed the process. Right. We know that our genome is highly compressed, and we know that there's tons of papers that talk about how proteins are doing things you wouldn't even expect. Right. Protein moonlighting, for example. So at the end of the day, if RNA was always underappreciated, we know Richard Dawkins underappreciated RNA. That's a fact. And we know junk DNA is decades ago biology, and there's massive literature showing so many unexpected, unimaginable functions in RNA. Is it science or is it pseudoscience to say that the majority of our genome is based on, say, evolutionary leftovers, evolutionary fossils, relics, and that a mutation in a non-coding region, like Snake said earlier, is absolutely neutral? I mean, to me, that's pseudoscience. You just admitted it's going to be relatively neutral, but not absolutely neutral to the genotype, right?
But what about that 20% that has been found to have no biochemical activity?
Let's just say that 20% is absolutely useless. Junk, non-functional. This paper that you brought up, Snake, states that anything more than 10% makes human evolution very problematic. But anything over 25%, the paper states human evolution is impossible. So I'll give you, for the sake of argument, 80% of the genome is functional. That destroys evolution because now the 60 to 100 new mutations per person per generation, that means 80 of them are deleterious or whatever it is. That's horrible. Even if 2 or 3 of them were deleterious and not selected by natural selection, that still is greatly problematic to evolution. You can still hold on to the philosophy, of course, but that type of change.
It's a misunderstanding about
are you saying that
the different ways that function is used? Because ENCODE is using it differently than how most evolutionary biologists use it.
How much of the genome do you believe is functional, percentage-wise?
I think the study says about 15%.
So more than 10% is problematic.
But notice that they're using the word function differently in the different studies.
See, the thing is, though, these evolutionists, they have a bias and they have an adherence to universal common ancestry, okay? So obviously they're going to downplay the results found by ENCODE that at least 80% of the non-coding DNA is actively transcribed in RNA. I'm saying it suggests function, yes, okay? It's preliminary data. But based on the list of things that came to mind that the non-coding DNA is involved in, and I'm sure there's more. If I were to Google it, I'm sure we could find more. The fact is, I think it's pseudoscience to say that only 15% of our genome is transcribed. I mean, just look at the trajectory of discovery. Like I said earlier, back in the 70s, what did scientists think? One gene, one protein, one function. Emotionally Stunted Emoticon. He's a smart guy. He probably knows that. Now, so many discoveries. Massive literature showing unexpected function of RNA. Guess what? We're only in 2019. What happens in 2029, 2039, 2050? We are predicting that the vast majority of our genome is functional. Do you believe that is such an outrageous prediction, Snake?
A little bit. but
Why
because
not?
we
If you were,
have already studied which parts of the genome are functional.
well, how many
Not everything, but
how many knockout experiments on humans have been performed?
no humans, but on mammals.
Right, so it's unethical. So I think it's premature to make the claim that the majority of non-coding DNA is non-functional. I'm going to let you respond. One other thing too is what the DNA is doing on a molecular level, step by step, and the fact that we are just beginning to understand the developmental process, right? How coding and non-coding DNA coordinate, where, when, and how structures are sequentially put into place to produce that fully functional organism, from the embryo to baby. I mean, the amount of activity, the amount of roles involved in that, and we know so little about it. So that alone is probably going to account for the other 20%. But it sounds to me like you have to hold on to your evolutionary bias. I'm sorry to use the word bias, but that's the only thing I can think of as to why you're just ignoring the obvious. You know what I mean? Because I think in one of our debates on MDD, I think I've got it recorded, you said 25%, but now you're saying 15%. Like, why the change?
Well, I think the study says between 15 and 25. 25 is like the upper limit, like the
Well,
absolute.
I know what the study says, and I know what the study concluded. So therefore, they have to conclude functionality percentage-wise is under 25%. It has to, or else human evolution is impossible. We, as creationists, we can take it to the logical
Coding
conclusion.
regions.
But no, you said
Coding
non-coding
regions.
regions. Coding and
No,
non-coding combined.
non-coding would be the majority.
Right. Yeah. The majority is non-coding, of course. Everyone knows that. So the genome-wide functionality, what's the percentage you believe is playing roles? Let's say playing roles, whether it's coding for a protein, involved in embryonic development, stagings of proteins for construction of molecular machines, whatever, just roles in general. How much of the genome, percentage-wise, do you believe is actively is not idle, is active to some extent? How much?
Well, it doesn't matter unless I'm agreeing to 80%. It's a minority. It's like it's somewhere under 25%. So
Oh, see, so it's got to see, and that's your philosophy, and that's fine. Okay, it's not science. You have to have it under 25%, of course. No matter what the literature says, no matter how much has actually been overturned, this
But that
makes genetic
comports.
regeneration that much harder for you.
But that comports with the evidence. It comports with the number of what we've estimated and tested are the functional genes, and I don't think there's any evidence for diseases or problems with mutations in the non-coding regions.
Well, and that's your belief again. But of course, like I said earlier, listen, for the audience, it's good to make it understandable, interpretable. If you have the Bible and you make one single spelling mistake in that Bible, I agree, it's neutral to the Bible as a whole, but it's not neutral to the information content. Okay, it's nearly neutral, as Emotional Stunted Emoticon said. It's nearly neutral, but it's the buildup of them. Okay, so let's not bore the audience. Let's agree to disagree on junk DNA. Okay, so the next thing you mentioned was beneficial mutations. Do you believe beneficial mutations can counterbalance the influx, the relentless influx of these deleterious mutations? So whether it's 60 to 100, but then you can debate how many are neutral versus deleterious. To be honest with you, just a few of them being deleterious is still a problem. So for sake of argument, I'll just say a few of them are deleterious. Can beneficial mutations counterbalance the damage?
Well, I wanted to.
Oh, go
Well,
ahead.
I just also wanted to say that also for the audience, but as well, I think I'm having this conversation at least so we can at least understand each other's positions, not necessarily agree, but just understand.
I understand your position, of course. Do you understand mine?
I think I do understand it.
Okay, well, that's good. That's good. So, and you know what, Emotionally Stunted Emoticon, I want to give you some time too. So,
I mean, in Christianity, the fruits of Christianity, go through all the statistics I mentioned. They're the most happiest. I mean, science verifies that, you know, God gives people purpose, and they have intrinsic purpose.
This is basically, when it boils down to it, it's Lucifer.
Yep, down
because
where the
he's
rubber
getting
meets
ready
the
for
road.
and he's getting ready for his entrance.
Yes, he is.
And the argument in this debate is really about, would Noah's Ark work? And I think I've already made the case that Noah's Ark would work, that a ship that size could be built out of wood and would be seaworthy, as testified to by a world-class shipbuilding firm in South Korea.
The Bible talks about all man being created from the rib. Human beings, no primate, only human beings. You remove a rib, they can grow back. That's pretty profound. There's the odds that human language can't arise on its own. All empirical evidence shows that it can't, but Adam was taught language, it says.
Well, I would say that based on, you know, the fact that we inherit 100 new mutations per person per individual, you take that genetic entropy back to a point of least genetic entropy. I don't know exactly what they look like. I can't really draw you a picture, but that would be a genome of, for one, created diversity without any, you know, mutational load, genetic load. So
basically what we're asking you to do is to ground intelligibility or rationality of some normative X, whatever it is, and then give us a grounding paradigmatically, that is at a more foundational level.
Shalom Erev Tov Yachel Yisrael El Adonai Kiyim Adonai Hachizid Vet Aharbe Imo Fadot. O Israel, hope in the Lord, for the Lord there is steadfast love, for them is plentiful redemption. Hey, nice to everyone in the chat tonight. This is a new start for us, like a new type of hopefully, you know, project going on. So yeah, tonight's gonna be an education camp for some evolutionists. You know, Raw Matt's gonna get raring to go on this. So it's nice to have everyone in here. Let's get ready to go here.
Awesome. It's gonna be great.
Hey, nice memory. We got Jupiter. We got Javier or Daniel. Yeah. So we'll let you get going here, Matt, and maybe I'm gonna check and see if SFT comes in. So just let me know what you want to share, and we'll get going.
All right, everybody. Well, what we're going to be going over tonight is the introduction of Emotionally Stunted's video that he had during the debate with Bill Morgan. He was complaining that Bill didn't answer it and we didn't answer it. So we are going to be doing that tonight. And I was moderating that debate, so I really wasn't paying attention. And so what I wanted to do was go back and actually look at it. And what I discovered was that Emotionally Stunted had 26 questions and 53 or 54 statements made in it. So obviously, Bill would never be able to address all that in the amount of time of a debate, because you're supposed to, you know, give a particular amount of content for somebody to actually give a rebuttal. So it's kind of ridiculous why you would give somebody 26 questions and all these statements and then say you didn't answer anything. And they accuse us of gish galloping. So we're going to nip that in the butt today. And while we're going to be playing this video, I want to just say stop. As soon as he says something, makes a statement, or makes a question, I am going to stop it and we're going to answer it. And I will give as many visuals as I can, because most of these things I've answered in my book. So for anything that's not there, I'm just going to say it. And I know that his first few statements, I didn't have any visuals to really go along with it, maybe a dictionary definition, but that's what we'll do next. So I guess we'll start it whenever you want, unless you want to say something about it as well.
Yeah, like we're not gonna. This is not trying to give attention to EME here because that's what he wants, and he can, that's what you were telling me earlier, Matt, too. Like he can drive off of this and make a platform off of it. We're not here for that. We're just here for an educational camp for people to maybe get some new knowledge or some lessons on how to defend creationism. So that's what it's all about.
Exactly. We're trying to educate all the Christians who find this channel get armed with more knowledge on how to answer every question that's given to them. And because the skeptic hunts down constant questions and to rebut everything that comes out of your mouth, this is where you're going to be able to find everything. Standing for Truth will be here pretty soon. He's just joining late. So
we'll get going with the video here. And Matt will get it going.
I'm gonna play his video. Okay. I didn't expect this. Hold on. My bad, guys.
I also have his video on YouTube if you need that as well as a reference.
Oh, okay. That's what I was pulling up myself. Bill Morgan.
If you want, I can put it up for you if you want me to.
Or I'm not seeing it. You might have to just to save time.
All right, here we go.
Yeah, just do it.
We're gonna speciate, and I do have a slide. You could argue by species. I think Mike will get a kick out of this because I noticed some.
Was that the point? Let me go back to his presentation here.
Yeah, that's not the presentation.
Okay, we're getting your screen share now.
Chicken and egg problems or irreducible.
Here we go.
Okay, let me go back. Irreducible complexity.
Start right there.
All right, my slides are not changing. Sorry about that. Okay, it's changing now. Okay, so chicken and egg problems or irreducible complexity. Now, the first thing we need to know about irreducible complexity is that irreducible complexity is a description of the current state of a given biological system and not its evolutionary history.
I don't know where that is. I don't think that's its opening. Is it? If it is, that's later on. That wasn't the very beginning.
Oh, okay, here it is. I got it.
Creation versus evolution, which is the better explanation? And my primary argument in support of my position, evolution, is that the distribution of diagnostic traits shared between any two or more groups of fundamentally similar organisms is best explained by common descent as opposed to common design. From a creationist perspective, when it comes to biology, why are the first two groups considered common descent, but the third common design? What justifies the change in logic from common descent to common design? Or in fact, what justifies the assertion of common design to begin with?
Well,
here we take a look at what common design has for.
You want me to pause it there?
No, no, keep going. I didn't know what was going on.
And again, I'm talking about biology.
I didn't hear
So
anything.
common design is not observable, It is not measurable. There is no mechanism of design. It makes no specific predictions as to how species should appear or when they should appear. And there seems to be nothing that could falsify the assumption.
Okay, you could pause
Common
it.
descent, on the other hand, is observable, measurable.
Okay, basically he said regarding evolution, it makes predictions on organisms that would appear and how they should appear. Well, he's talking about the fossil record here. Basically, they lined things up and said, see, that's what the story is. Well, okay, predict for me then today where humans will be headed. You can't do that. Predict where any species is headed. Predict where a plant is headed. You can quickly see that without a made-up line of bones or fossils or plants lined up telling a story, that they have no ability to predict anything. They said that they predicted it after they already went after the evidence. They didn't. None of this stuff will be able to happen if you actually put them on the spot and say, make a prediction using evolution then on where something is headed tomorrow. That they cannot do. So what they did is they found evidence and said, see, we predicted that. We can line these bones up and show that they've evolved. That's just storytelling. That's not science. Matter of fact, we're going to debunk Bill Ludlow on doing just that thing in a little bit. But go ahead. Play again.
There are many mechanisms to common descent. It makes specific predictions as to how organisms should appear and when they should appear. And there are things that could falsify evolution. Now, that itself proved my point in that the assumption of common descent, trumps any assertion of common design. For creationists to justify the assertion of common design, they'll need to come up with some kind of objective means of distinguishing or identifying common design apart from common descent. For example, are all the members of the family Pinacea related? Or they're related to the rest of the order Pinellus? How do we distinguish common design from common descent within the class Pinopsis, and so on? So creationists have come up with several arguments they use to differentiate what is design from what is not. And I will go through a few of these arguments and show how they don't hold up. So the first argument here is apes make apes, humans make humans. This argument fails to understand that humans are apes and that apes would always produce apes according to the law of monophily. It also misses the entire concept of evolution in that all the descendants of a clade would forever remain whatever their ancestors were, regardless of how much they've changed. At no point in evolutionary theory that it requires or permit that one organism can give birth to a fundamentally different kind of organism. So the argument is just a misunderstanding of evolution.
All right, might as well pause it.
Forth
he said
it there, implying that if they can't bring.
Okay, so basically, how do we define a kind? We've always defined a kind by something that brings forth. It's something that's that always has either been able to bring forth or continues to bring forth now. We know that things speciate, so we know that things are not able to bring forth at all times. That's what I would call. This is how people pretty much teach evolution today. They go, things are evolving, and they're pretty much using an example of something just arbitrarily. They'll pick at something and they'll say they're evolving, and they show some butterflies, but really kid had in their imagination is actually picturing real evolution occurring, from they actually think that a transition is occurring. If you look up the dictionary definition of micro and macro evolution, Emotionally Stunted started at the beginning of this debate saying that macro evolution is change of a species, but he left out that it's large-scale change over time. Large-scale change, that means something like a bat evolving a wing or a mammal moving into an aquatic animal. So these are large jumps of macroevolutionary time, and we don't see even the microevolutionary stages that are required for evolution to take place in the first place. So if we're looking at bacteria and we're waiting for just a small microevolutionary change to occur, that could prove that it would lead to macroevolutionary changes, we would expect to see that. But you see what they do is they use this equivocation again by telling you that it only has one definition. So for example, they will say that macroevolution is just speciation. Well, speciation is true. It does happen, but it also means large scale change over the time, which is not true. So they try to pin you on this. Aaron Ra did that to me. He goes, "Is macroevolution true?" It's kind of like, well, see, what he's trying to do is make me say no, so that means he can say, "See, you don't even believe in speciation." I don't believe. So see, it's just a con. It's like the word evolution. It's an umbrella term. It means many different things, multiple different things. So we're going to be talking about things that are, where are things placed? And when it comes to animals, when it comes to plants, when it comes to aquatic animals, there are differences. Aquatic species speciate much faster than land animals, and plants do the same thing. Plants are extremely different, but yet they also fall within their kind. A nightshade always produces a nightshade, for example. Palms always produce more palms. They never go out of that, and you can never graft a palm onto anything else. You can't take a nightshade plant and graft a nightshade to another nightshade, or anything outside of the nightshade family, I mean. But you can always do it, usually within the group, so we know what things are related. And the evolutionists, they have a bigger problem than we do. We're just trying to define what is a kind, and it's a placement that we invent, and all people do. Matter of fact, taxonomy was invented by a creationist, and evolutionists have invented speciation concepts. They have over 30 of them because they can't even agree with each other. So they have much more of a problem than we do. So let's say that we're talking now about, what did he go over there? I think he mentioned taxonomy, right? So usually what I tell people with taxonomy is that taxonomy doesn't really answer anything. It's meant to answer something, but it's not evidence of anything. It's a made up. And so you can move placements around. You can take something out of a taxonomic tree at any time. Taxonomists, they do this all the time. They will remove something and they'll add something back. So it's obviously not a fact. If something, man being placed in the ape family, isn't a fact, it's just a placement where they put them. And why did they do that? Because they arbitrarily go, let's decide how much man has in common with an ape. Let's pick a couple common characteristics like no tail, or a fused vertebrae, or a Y-shaped dental cavity, and a large brain, and then say, poof, now man can fit in taxonomically with apes. They did that to smuggle people in and make them called an ape. So if you can see on my screen, if not, that's fine. This is all in our book. Traditionally, zoologists divided the subfamily of Hominia into two tribes, like the gorillanine, which is the gorilla, the chimpanzee, and the bonobos, and their extended ancestor, and then hominin, which contained humans, right? That was it. So Neanderthal, another human being, just that's all they were. So there were two groups. They were separated, and then they wanted to classify people in the lineage and smuggle them in taxonomically. So scientists decided, let's look at 5 physical groups that they share with an ape and link them together. And those were the 5 things that I told you. The US Postal Department does the same thing for naming states. They pick 2 letters and link them together, like California's CA, but it used to not be. They can change them whenever they want. So they do this. So why did they swindle mankind into the ape family? They do this because they just they picked something that was in common. Why didn't they go by rib count? It's not the same. Why didn't they go by brain size? It's not the same. Why didn't they go by neurons in the brain? It's not the same. What about spinal column or lumbar count? It's not the same. How about body fat? Humans have a subcutaneous layer of fat under the skin, so they didn't look at that. How about skin color? That's right. Humans have melanin. Apes don't have these different skin, or chimps don't have this, right? How about hair growth on the top of their head? Humans are the only ones that do this. Boom, they don't want to compare that. How about facial hair that's being really long? They don't want to compare that. How about blood types? They don't want to compare that. How about the appendix? They don't want to compare that. I mean, how about sweat glands? They don't want to compare that. How about language? They don't want to compare that. How about bipedalism? Humans walk, apes don't do that. I mean, we can go down the list. They don't want to compare any of the differences. They ignore all of those. They just go by some few cherry-picked, pathetic examples that can smuggle us into there. So they like cladistics, even though it doesn't prove anything. It's just some arbitrary system they want to place the species to link man to ape. That's all it is. It's a language to call man an ape. and to smuggle them in. That's all it is. So this is, if they really wanted to use taxonomy, look at how ridiculous it is to infer relationships. Again, I've used this and it's also in the book. Let's say that you went to a scientist and you said, I want to prove that a skunk and a human being or a man is related. Well, the scientist would toss up their hands in the air at the phylogenetic tree because they would say, well, they're not even on the same branch. Well, a geneticist would come along and notice that humans and skunks aren't related at all. There's 50 chromosomes and humans have 46, so they would pull them off the branch. Then an anatomist would come along and notice that skunks have body hair and so do human beings. So they would put them back in the same branch. And then a taxonomist would remove the skunk again from the tree branch because they're the order of carnivore, but humans are not. And then an ethologist would come along and say, well, they're active year-round and so are humans. So they would put them back in the same branch. And then a zoologist would come along and they say, well, they have an anal scent gland for defense. Humans don't have this, so remove them. And then a statistician would come along and notice that when they look for stats, they're just like people. So they move them back in the branch. And then a kinesiologist would come in and they would find that they have a body movement that's not similar at all to humans or skunks. So they would remove them. A homologist would come along and they'd look at the same, and they would look at newborn babies and they go, well, they look the same. So they'd put them in the branch. Then they would look, you see where I'm going with this? We can go down the list, and then you can do the same thing. It's just a placement. They want to know how they can smuggle things into different branches. But if you look at more science, it's arbitrary. It's so crazy. One thing debunks them and the other doesn't. If you use cytochrome C charts and cytochrome B charts, they both debunk each other. So they never show you cytochrome B charts. They just show you cytochrome C charts because it lines up to their phylogeny better. It's great. We play some more of the video and then we'll hit some more of this.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like an unfalsifiable systematic, like Calvinism. I mean, it's similar to that to me.
Going forth, they're a different kind. Now, whilst it's easy to point out that this reasoning is complicated by things such as ring species and speciation, the logic is completely contradicted by things such as the fact that creationists classify extinct organisms into kinds. How are they doing that if they can't tell if they interbreed or not? Well, I can tell you. They use comparative anatomy, the same things taxonomists use. But isn't that the same thing creationists criticize? What a double standard on the part of the creationist.
We barely use comparative anatomy. Comparative anatomy is not really anything that we're interested in looking at first, because it's the least amount of information that we can get for anything. If we have to go to the fossil record, of course, that's all we're left with. We don't have biology and genetics to pull DNA material out of a fossil to look at it. It's so we just use the exact same thing an evolutionist is doing. It's comparative anatomy. We don't draw charts out of it and say, look at this. This is totally related. We end at the very end. That's what the phylogeny challenge actually is. It's like, where does phylogeny break down? Well, it breaks down when storytelling begins. Think about it. Where does storytelling begin? Well, when you have to puzzle everything together and tell a story because you don't have any actual evidence. Anybody can line up anything and tell a story. Standing for Truth can line up cars and tell you a story about it. I can line up silverware and tell you a story. I mean, anything is being able to be made into a story. We want the evidence. We want biology. We want genetics. We want to know what something is. So what we do is we go, let's see if tomatoes are related to Lycium barbarum. We go, well, look at that. They both contain a substance called solanine. So obviously they are related to the nightshade family. So we place them together. We don't have to look through and see a fossil and just assume, well, it's the shape of a tomato, so I guess it's a tomato. I mean, that's what evolutionists do. We're not really interested in that. So yeah, do we use comparative anatomy? Sure. I'm sure some do. Especially when you go back and you look at Triceratops skulls. We go, well, that's probably the same kind. We don't have a living Triceratops to compare that to. So that's the best we can do. But as far as I'm concerned, that's not anything that we really do, especially on this channel. We've never even made a video about comparative anatomy. So onward we go.
Family or whatever taxonomic rank, they're the same kind. Now, the first question to ask is, what about any given taxonomic rank that indicates that the species found therein is unrelated to everything else? Well, nothing. For example, what happens to the concept of kinds when taxonomists makes adjustment to taxa? for example, separate one taxa into two, combine two taxa into one, or move species between taxa. Does this constitute a change in kind? I don't know. Usually, creationists try to equate kinds with the taxonomic rank of family, ignoring that humans are within the family of apes. Anyways, when they do so, what I would do is to show them a large family for which they can't account for the differences, and they would arbitrarily change the ranking down to the genus, for which I would show them several genera, where the change is too much for comfort, and the creationist starts going all over the place, for which I would show them, for example, that Ken Ham, during his debate with Bill Nye, accepts that the entire order Proboscidea are the same kind. So all this goes to show is that you can't equate kind with any taxonomic ranking. You'll need to resolve that on your own.
Okay.
Often genes prove they can't be related.
He wanted to know, like, okay, he showed the grasses. Yeah, they're related. It's the grass family. Bamboo, corn, all these things are related, right? Like rice, bamboo, and corn. They're grasses. That's pretty simple. Yeah, they're in the grass family. But the grass family is easy to answer. Just like the bitter melon, water and melon. Yeah, they're in the Cucurbitaceae family. It's a bigger family, just like we were saying, nightshade. It's the family. It doesn't have to always land on the family level. That's just usually where it lands most of the time. So we're trying to define what makes something a kind. That's it right there. That's the family. They're always going to produce that. The grasses will always make grasses, and you can tell if they're grasses because they can be grafted. You can follow wheat back. Let's say summer wheat goes to winter wheat, and then it goes to spelt, and then it goes to kamut, and then it goes to emmer. That's the original grain. It's emmer, and nothing compares to it today. They're all genetically inferior. Same thing with tomatoes. A little cherry tomato is trash. It wouldn't even live without your help. Just like a banana. A 25-mile-an-hour wind blowing over a banana crop will destroy it. They are genetically weak. They're all from a single clone, meaning that one disease will completely wipe them out. But you go back to the heirloom banana and it still exists. They're very strong. They're very hardy. They're pest resistant. They're really, really strong. And that's what heirlooms are. They're stronger plants, just like human beings were. They were better in the beginning. They're weaker now. Same concept applies. So then people start going, well, they're so weak that they can't survive. Let's hybridize them. Let's cross them with different things so they can grow in the winter, and then we can have food then. That's why hybridization and genetically modified foods got so popular, because they were able to modify certain weak genetics out of a plant. But they can't do that on their own. These plants can't do it. So that's why genetically modified food, what Dr. John Sanford does for a living, was able to do. He was able to manipulate plants so that they can grow in arid places like in Africa where they can normally never grow. So we're talking about families. We want to describe, like, what would make something in the family? Well, can they be crossed? Can they be bred? Can they be hybridized? Can they be grafted? Those are usually great telltale signs if something is in that classification. And bananas are a huge threat. They're on their way out. The only thing that makes them strong enough to survive is the fact that they're everywhere. They're in Africa. They're in South America, they're in North America. So that way, if there's a plight and it comes along and it kills all the bananas, they won't go extinct. So they've tried to make banana crops very diverse and move them around. They go right over that. So, I mean, that's never that's never good. But we have a lot of plants like that today. They just hybridize too much. They went a little too far with hybridization and genetically modified foods, and we don't really know the repercussion of what that's going to be. But that's another subject, so that's not something to really delve into too much on this one. We'll just get more into. He mentioned orphan genes, or he was getting into orphan genes. Well, I go ahead and play it, and then I'll talk on the orphan genes because I answered that as well.
Now, putting aside the fact that biologists actually know where orphan genes come from, this argument is falsified, is contradicted by what creationists already accept. For example, here we have a genus of fruit flies within the same kind, mind you, where some species can have dozens or even hundreds of orphan genes not shared by any other member within the same genus. So here we have related organisms not sharing orphan genes.
Furthermore, although it's true that humans have genes not shared by any other apes, both humans and chimps share 1,300 ape-specific genes not found in any other primate.
Okay, wait.
So I'm yet to hear a creationist come up with a cogent argument.
I'll answer the first one because it's splitting off into two different things. We'll go to the fruit fly. All right, the fruit fly explanation that he gave on we can't use orphan genes to determine a lineage specific thing because of orphan genes. Well, the fruit fly explanation is actually, if you read through the study, you see that the fruit flies were bred to lose orphan genes. They took females that were not even of the age to reproduce, and what they did is they made them reproduce. They forced them to reproduce constantly at a very young age, continuously, over and after generation after generation after generation, they finally stopped producing orphan genes. So that's what happened. It happened in a laboratory. Of course, this wouldn't really happen in nature. So when you breed these things out and then say, see, they don't have orphan genes, you can't classify them as the same kind now. Well, that's just ridiculous. Just because they forced something to happen in a laboratory is not indicative to being able to determine now that orphan genes are now irrelevant because they forced this in a laboratory somewhere. You see what he did? He showed fruit flies. And then he said, well, they don't share the orphan genes, so they're absent of orphan genes, and then they can't be trusted as showing lineage. Well, it's a ridiculous thing. So next one, he's getting into the human and chimp right now. He just started talking about that, and I answered that one right here. So if you guys are able to read along, if not, I can make it larger. But what I talk about is regarding the orphan genes shared by humans and chimps. When they looked close at humans, they noticed that 1,029 human specific transcripts, and the chimpanzee had 1,307. So they said 614 were human and 916 were chimp only. So they assumed that the 221 genes that weren't there were shared. So now we have to account for why are 221 genes shared between chimps and humans if we're not of the same kind. Right? Why in the world would we be sharing these if these are lineage specific? So this is easily answered. They ruin themselves right here. They directly state in this study, I'll give it right here. Why not? There you go. Praise to give to everybody. What the hell is that? Here we go. So they directly state in the study, 8 de novo genes from the human and chimpanzee matched annotated protein coding genes. So they are shared between the two, according to them, and this is their best evidence. Now, before I move on and I tell you why that this is not true, they tend to have a simple structure. This is orphan genes I'm talking about now. They're very small. They have a short protein size of only 52 amino acids long, and they're more A and T rich than conserved annotated genes, and they are preferably expressed in one tissue. For example, there's 52 orphan genes in a brain. So orphan genes are found in specific areas, and they tend to be correlated to only one aspect for that. Now, why that's important is this. This is why the study said de novo genes were not enriched by bidirectional parameters in respect to the rest of the genes, indicating that this is not a predominant mechanism for de novo formation, leading to orphan genes that they had expected. So they didn't even expect this. So when you investigate these 8, it's not a simple gene structure, nor are the proteins short. So they contradicted by what orphan genes are and said that these are orphan genes when they're actually not. For example, this one, the GTSR-CR1 gene, encodes for 137 amino acid long protein. And here's the link to that. It's all in our book. I should be linking that anyway, but I'll do it at the end. So if you notice, these genes, when they mutate, they actually cause disease. An orphan gene is supposed to be a dead gene that doesn't do anything. They're supposed to be non-coding and de novo. They arose from nothing and they do nothing. Well, when they mutate, they cause disease. And we found that they actually do something. So these 8 de novo genes that are found in the chimps are protein coding genes. So look at what the Max Planck Institute in Germany stated. They stated that if orphan genes represent valid human protein coding genes, that it would be concluded that the vast majority of orphans were born after the divergence of chimps and could not have been shared. Well, since that is exactly what they do, then they are not shared by chimps and humans like they're claiming. So you see, the Max Planck Institute has nothing to do with this original study. So they contradicted each other. So it completely invalidates their claim about orphan genes being shared between the two species. So we do not share these genes like they're saying that we do. It's just another good, throw it in and make them more related. It's just nonsense. The orphan genes, this is all more like in-depth reading if you wanted to go into it more. I just really wanted to touch on that. So they're saying that the 53% of the orphan genes contain sequences derived from transcribed elements that are nearly all located in primate-specific regions. Well, if you look, here's the human and here's the chimp. You can line them up and guess what? They're not even 5.5% identical. Not even close to what they were saying. So that's a good one. I'm enjoying that. It's all about just reading the fine print. When you get into the stuff, it's so easy to just see what they're saying and what they're implying. They're implying something. They're not giving you evidence of something. They're implying that it's probably true. So, and obviously an evolutionary study, which is grant funded by 5 different evolutionary regional development centers, is going to get evidence for evolution because that's what they give grant money for. And here's the companies that actually grant funded that thing to present evidence for evolution. What a surprise. Okay, go ahead and hit play.
As to how often genes indicate what is related from what is not. They are too morphologically distant to be related. Again, creationists use this between humans and apes, and they are quick to point out the differences between humans and apes, ignoring the differences. They are quick to point out the differences between humans and apes and ignoring the similarities. But this argument can't be taken too seriously when you look at the kind of variation creationists accept within a kind. The argument also doesn't hold up when you take into account that we were able to derive morphologically distinct forms by means of evolution with brassica, for example. So you can't use that as evidence against evolution when we're able to do it by means of evolution. The argument completely falls apart when you take into account transitional forms that bridges the gap between morphologically distinct groups. I would refer you to 2 videos by Bill Ludlow and one by Little Bit Man that explains this problem. They are too genetically distant. They can't be related.
I saw Plants there. He wanted to say that we can't use morphological homology to say that something's of the same kind when you're looking at cruciferous vegetables and they produce multiple different varieties that look nothing like one another. I would agree completely. That's illogical to assume that you're going to just look at a fossil and assume that it belongs to a particular plant species or kind. But I don't remember ever doing that myself, and I don't know of creationists that do that. So I don't really know what to say about that. I've never imagined trying to puzzle together an ancient extinct species and trying to link it. Now, some are very visible. I mean, you can find multiple ferns that have been fossilized, and they're part of the fern family because ferns are distinguishable by their leaves. But anyway, go on.
Again, this argument is used to distinguish humans from apes. Hello? And what the creationists would say, for example, is that the evolutionists...
Can anyone hear me?
Yeah. Oh, I just got quiet. I thought you meant for me to keep going.
Yeah. Go ahead and play it. I couldn't hear anything. That's why. Sorry.
Oh, I got you.
Calculation of 98% DNA similarity between humans and chimps is wrong, and that Tompkins' calculations of 81% or 88% is correct.
Okay.
But I'm not here to point out the flaws in Tompkins' methodology for...
All right. Well, he brought up Tompkins' work, and he said Tompkins' work is faulty. Okay. Go ahead. Actually, play a little bit more. Just like 20 seconds or something.
Many have done that before me. But what I'm here to point out is that he only used that method between humans and chimps. For Tompkins to make such an argument, he needs a larger sample size, meaning he needs to do it between more organisms. So I predict that because evolutionists use the same calculations to get a 95% DNA similarity between tigers and house cats, that if Tompkins was to use his same fundamentally flawed arguments, the DNA similarity would fall by a similar effect. Now,
all right,
we don't have that evidence now, but again...
Okay, go ahead. I have a video that I made precisely answering this because Tompkins actually did his work based off of the studies that showed there was not much similarity. Here's one of the studies that I found that actually shows right here that if you go down, that it is not 98.6% identical. It actually drops to 86.7%. And this is a PubMed study on divergence. So here's a peer-reviewed scientific evolutionary, not creationist study that showed that it is 86.7%. Also, you can see in this video that I'm going to play for you guys, it also shows that Tompkins did not get his numbers from creationist things, nor did he come up with it on a fly. He actually used evolutionists. So I'll play that for everybody, and I will full screen it. But what is this? That's not the video. You know what? It is just going to have to work. Here we go. Actually, I want to make sure everybody can hear this, and if I go full screen, I don't know if they will. Can you play that for people? I sent you the link.
Hold on.
It's okay if not.
You should be able to play it. I mean, you should be able to hear
Okay.
the sound. So go ahead and try it.
Okay.
And we got Standing for Truth in
Are
here
you
too.
guys able to hear me?
Yeah, what's going on, brother?
Hey, I've been listening in. You guys are doing a great job.
Thanks, man. I'm about to show him a 3-minute clip because he said that Tompkins made up these calculations that chimps are very low in connection. Well, here's Dr. Nathaniel Jensen saying that no, he actually got these numbers from an evolutionist and he expounded upon it. So I was going to play 2 minutes to show that because he actually shows the websites.
Brilliant, brilliant. Actually, right before you play that, I noticed one thing. He had a slide. I want to touch on that real quick before you go on to this, just in case we forget. He mentioned the so-called pre-human species, and then he directed us to Bill Ludlow's videos on, hominids and hominid species, for example. But all of those are easily debunked. And what he would be showing, and I know that ESE there had some fossils that he's saying overlap with humans and are transitionals. But the thing is, Homo naledi, the hobbits, for example, Homo erectus, Neanderthals, all of these so-called pre-humans that Bill Ludlow points to, they're actually nothing more than inbred subpopulations of humans that experienced founder effects, inbreeding, and genetic degeneration actually gave rise to those populations. So what they're saying are transitional forms are nowhere near transitional forms. And there's also been fossilized footprints of anatomically modern humans in layers with Australopithecus, like Lucy, for example. So that's just, destroyed human evolution all in and of itself. It's funny reading the papers and the articles of the explanations and rescue devices these evolutionists have. But honestly, every single one of these so-called human ancestors are easily debunked. Bill Ludlow's entire presentation is easily debunked because, like I said, whether it's the Denisovans, Homo erectus, all the features that they have are simply evidence of, for one, reductive evolution, and two, just genetically compromised humans. And there's also evidence, DNA evidence, that all these so-called pre-humans live together. They, were breeding with each other. They were living at the same time. There's no there's no progression in regards to ape to man evolution. So DNA evidence, fossil evidence, everything just destroys that entire slide that he had. So I noticed that. I wanted to touch on that briefly. But the couple-minute clip here that Matt's about to show is brilliant. So if you want to get to that.
Okay, sure. Yeah, it's pretty quick. I just want to make sure that you guys hear it. So yell if you cannot. I'll make sure it's loud.
And one quick thing, I want to let Standing for Truth know he can come in under Standing for Truth, even though we're both on at the same time. I want to let him know that.
Am I on as Standing for Truth? Like, does it show that I have a logo, or what does it look like?
Yeah, you can come in the chat room and do that. Yeah.
Okay. Oh yeah, I see myself now. Okay, cool. Yeah, if you want to go to the video.
All right.
Jason, you're going to show us this article. So this is a secular article, right?
This is the paper people point to when they say humans and chimpanzees are kissing cousins, essentially.
Okay.
2005, Nature, one of the big 3 journals in the globe. So this is the chimpanzee genome sequencing paper. I'm going to zoom down now to the section of the paper where they actually talk about and where this 1% number comes from. So here on the section called genome evolution, nucleotide divergence, so difference basically. They aligned, so best reciprocal nucleotide level alignments of chimpanzee and human. They're aligning human and chimpanzee DNA. 2.4 billion gigabases, that's 2.4 billion letters of DNA, including the sex chromosomes. And here's where they say it. We calculate the genome-wide nucleotide divergence to be 1.23%. So, settled, isn't it? Well, what does this 2.4 gigabases, 2.4 billion represent? You just scroll up a little bit here. The assembly statistics, the total amount of DNA that they had from chimpanzee was 2.7. 2.7, 2.4, who cares? Well, 2.4 divided by 2.7 is 89% of the total sequence. So this 1.23%, see if I can get them both on the same screen, 1.23% difference comes from 2.4, which is only 89% of the total. In other words, we're 1.23% different in 89% of our sequence, and 11% is unaccounted for or unalignable. Why is that significant? Well, you have another website here. This is just an independent organization. They've done alignments of human and chimpanzee with a different algorithm, and they say, you scroll down here, genome coverage, how much of the chimpanzee genome is found in human? 89%. So 2 independent sources giving the same number. So my colleague Jeff Tompkins has done his own independent alignment of these, same number, 89%. 1% different, 11% difference. It still seems close. Well, let's put this now in terms of absolute number of letters. How many letters different is an 11% difference? It's about 300 to 400 million differences. So this is a gigantic genetic gap between us and the chimpanzee. Furthermore, the evolutionists, this is a 2014 paper in Science, they've measured the rate at which chimpanzee mutates. We already knew there's been a whole bunch of studies on the rate at which humans mutate. Now we know chimpanzees. And it's not what they predicted. So for years, textbooks have been saying humans and chimpanzees split from the fossil record 4 to 6 million years ago. Well, based on the number of genetic differences, even if they say, well, let's just look at 1%. We know the rate at which humans mutate, which chimpanzees mutate. So the difference, 1% difference, human mutation, chimpanzee mutation, this now says they must have split 13 million years ago. So which is it? This is 100% off from what they said originally. So they're not making accurate predictions in genetics from their evolutionary ancestry model. So this model to me is not very successful, and the 1% difference is definitely not accurate. There's hundreds of millions of differences
and
between
yet
us and
school
chimpanzees.
kids are being taught that as fact, and many people out there have this erroneous.
And there you go. So I hope everyone was able to hear that.
Yeah, clear.
Awesome. Good. So he broke down that down pretty simply. No reason to beat a dead horse on that one. So I should have reviewed PubMed study on that.
And to this day, it's so funny because Dr. Nathaniel Jensen, he gave more or less the same explanation in his 4-hour debate with Dr. Vanima from BioLogos. And what's funny is Cy Gard has admitted to me that Dr. Nathaniel Jensen won that debate. And I suggested, well, why don't you debate Dr. Nathaniel Jensen? Because Cy Gard scoffs. He scoffs at evolution deniers, and he even admitted that he would have to do some serious preparation to take on Dr. Nathaniel Jensen. And it's like, do these guys wonder why they're losing? in these debates, it's because they're wrong and we're right. And Dr. Nathaniel Jensen, he's got predictions out, as you know, on speciation rates, which some have already been confirmed since we've seen in real time new species of finch arise from shifts from heterozygosity to homozygosity. And this was exactly predicted in the same way that Dr. Jensen did in replacing Darwin. He's given obviously mitochondrial DNA predictions on some of the African people groups, like really, really specific predictions too. Future testable predictions, predictions on DNA function. And it's funny because these evolutionists, like, emotionally stunted emoticon here, he never gives his own predictions. He can't make any real novel predictions the way we are. And it's just funny because you'll show them it over and over again, and yet they'll still come back and say, oh, creationists aren't making predictions. And it's like, here's prediction after prediction. And that explanation right there was perfect. I mean, it's irrefutable at the end of the day.
Nailed it. Exactly.
One quick thing for Standing for Truth. If you can get an icon for your thing, you can, when you talk, it looks better.
Oh, I can put an icon in there?
Yeah.
I guess I'm new to because you're using the, oh, I see it. Yeah, because we're using the Streamlabs, eh? Oh, edit avatar? Okay, I'll do that. I want to say one thing, because I noticed like a lot of his ESC's first little bit there on kinds, and he questions, limited ancestry with what we believe in, because he wants us to point to exactly what's related and what's not related. And what's funny is, I think it's within the past year or so, the massive study that came out that demonstrated that 90% of all life has literally the same level of genetic diversity, which means almost all life on Earth is the same age. So that empirical evidence, because we use the empirical approach, and there's massive amounts of data other than just this new research and new study that clearly shows boundaries. We can give, ways, whether it's through DNA function, mitochondrial DNA differences, for example, to show what is and what isn't related. But this study does prove that there are boundaries, that universal common ancestry is not true. And it's so funny because their rescue device that in this study, to explain those results that clearly demonstrate limited ancestry and boundaries in the genome, is that they said that somehow life got nearly wiped out across the board within this time frame of 100,000 to 200,000 years ago, and then had to restart. That's literally their explanation for the data that has come out from this research. And I don't think I have to tell Praise or Matt that that's nothing more than an ad hoc explanation. They have no historical evidence. They have no geological evidence. They have no DNA evidence. So exactly what ESE wants is what we have just given. The fact that there are clear genetic boundaries pointing to limited ancestry and not universal common ancestry. And we're doing it with genetics. Traits are inherited, not bones found in the dirt, but traits.
Nailed it. Matter of fact, I just posted that study from physics.org in the comment section for everybody to read if they want to check it out. And it's the Canadian microbiologist called Paul Herber that actually coined the term DNA barcoding. And he's the one that identified by the analysis called COI genes. And by this, he looked at the mitochondrial snippets and distinguished there's clear genetic boundaries between species. And he said they're very visible, that you can see. And so that's exactly what he was talking about when he said that's the way to distinguish between what is a created kind, what isn't. We know that they have speciation differences. So like you said, that's exactly what he wanted to know. And that's secular science, by the way. No link. Okay, that's probably because I'm blocked or something with this account.
Just like you said, Matt, we're literally using observed mutation rates. We're using the empirical method, and we're looking at these molecular clocks. And not only in this study with the genetic boundaries, with the limited genetic diversity that was seen, as you know, there's been other research involving the genetics, the genetic analysis of fruit flies, humans, roundworms, and water fleas, and the molecular clocks, the absolute DNA differences within these animals are in line with dates within the biblical time frame of 6,000 years. Therefore, once again, proving limited ancestry. And there's only been genetic analyses like this on just a few different species. So once again, Dr. Jensen has made predictions based on the data we have here on these species on thousands of other species. And guess what? The data's out there. The evolutionists can make the same predictions. Their only explanation is going to have to be natural selection did it. Maybe natural selection rid the genome of these DNA differences. If that's their explanation, in order for it to not be ad hoc, they need to make some testable predictions, and they haven't. So in the realm of empirical science, they're failing. And empirical science, as we're demonstrating here, is demonstrating limited ancestry. It's exactly what ESC wants. And I know you hammered down the heirloom plants and all the examples he was putting there earlier. You demolished it. So great job there, Matt.
Thanks. Well, we're going to answer everything. So,
try putting that link there now. For some reason, I don't think you were a mod.
Oh, no problem. And so when you see their 200,000 year number in that study, remember, they inferred it with the fossil record. Remember, 200,000 years ago is their supposed bottleneck. That's what they need for that to work. So that's when that occurred. That's when primitive man went in and modern day came out.
Nothing but ad hoc. And maybe we should put that link to that article that I sent you earlier in the day, Matt, where it talks about the anatomically modern human-looking footprints that were found. I think it was dated 5.7 million years old.
Yeah.
But what's funny is that finding alone, and this debunks what he was saying about the human ancestors and his suggestion to go see Bill Ludlow's video. It literally proves that humans predate the supposed Australopithecine ancestors, right? So like Lucy and Sediba and Habilis and Ardi, Ardipithecus, for example, all these other hominin species. It's impossible for them to be our ancestor, because if these human-looking footprints are found and dated 5.7 million years ago, well, at the end of the day, that just disproves it right there. And I remember Bill Ludlow asking that question too, right? Is there any evidence of humans in layers lower than these so-called pre-humans? There you go. And
he died the day before it came out. Figures.
Yeah. And all these so-called, hominin species like Naledi and Erectus, and you can go on and on, the hobbits, for example, all clearly human, inbred human. Like there's zero transitional forms that they can point to between Australopithecines and humans. There's two separate categories. Like they're looking for created kinds, okay, humans, and then your Australopithecines or your apes. Like there's your two separate created kinds. Man was clearly created uniquely and in the image of God, and we've got fossil evidence to prove this and DNA evidence to prove this. So ESC doesn't really have anything else to stand on, to be honest with you.
Oh, but this goes on a lot more, man.
How many minutes are we in, brother?
Probably 3, 4.
Yeah. Oh, really? Okay, let's keep her going then. Let's keep her going.
And Tompkins doesn't even have an argument to make. If they have a different number of chromosomes, they can't be related. Usually creationists use this again to try to distinguish humans from apes, and what they would say is that you can't fuse a chromosome or chromosome number would, cause the detriment of the species. Now, I don't even know where to begin to take this argument seriously when you look at the kind of chromosome number variation creationists accept in the name of a kind. The Y chromosomes are way too different. They can't be related. Now, this is an argument from Standing for Truth. He had it in debate a couple months ago. Kerry says, quote, the extensively and remarkably different DNA sequence of the Y chromosomes between humans and chimps presents a very serious problem for common ancestry. Given the low level of recombination and DNA sequence diversity on the Y chromosome, the human and chimp Y chromosomes should be considerably more similar to each other, end quote. Here we have another quote from Science Daily. They say, quote, the results overturn the expectation that the chimp and human Y chromosomes would be highly similar. Instead, they differ remarkably in their structure and gene content. The chimp Y, for example, has lost 1/3 to 1/2 of the human Y chromosome genes, a significant change in a relatively short period of time, end quote. Now, in isolation, these quotes make it seem like if Standing for Truth has an argument to make, but as we would see, he has nothing of the kind. All that's happening here is, although the observation was, it went against the expectation of the biologists, it is totally consistent.
Okay, so one of the main reasons why evolutionists in general were so interested and intrigued in comparing the Y chromosomes that he's talking about, because he's using one of my direct arguments, the reason why they were so interested in that is because of the fact, and ESE would even agree with this because this is a genetic fact, is that very little variation, which is associated with, recombination, occurs in that area of the genome compared to all the other chromosomes. So that just means that it's a very stable chromosome, and it should be, according to evolution, the least changed or evolved since the time of their hypothetical human to ape evolutionary split. Okay, they say it happened, I think, between 4 and 6 million years ago or something. But the thing is, for one, all human Y chromosomes are incredibly similar, proving that we all came from, what the evolutionists would call Y chromosome atom, but there's no evidence that there was any other humans associated with this atom. It was, the atom of the Bible. And when they actually sequenced this chromosome and found out just how different it is to a chimpanzee Y chromosome, it was not expected. They were surprised. And even in the paper, they said that was talking about this, because the differences between the human and chimp Y chromosomes were so great. The authors of that paper said the difference in male-specific region gene content in chimpanzee and human is more comparable to the difference in autosomal gene content in chicken and human at 310 million years of separation. Literally, that was how much of a failed expectation it was when they sequenced it. So it's not just that form of evidence. We have other forms of evidence as well, proving that man is not related to chimpanzee. But that's the whole point of the Y chromosome, the fact that, I think it's 70% similar when it should be a lot more similar to humans. And I know he uses the rat example of the Y chromosome. Matt, if you want to touch on that, isn't that just an example of genetic degeneration in that specific chromosome?
Exactly. If you look up the Y chromosome and you look across species and human beings, the Y chromosome is crumbling and going extinct in every species, some faster than others, but it's always going downhill. It's not going up or even staying stable. It's always going down. It's the ultimate proof. And he used he actually said at the beginning of this, if we go back maybe 1 minute, we don't have to replay it. I'm just saying, he says that horses have fused chromosomes, but why can't humans? Well, this is easily answered with something right here. Here's the facts. All known mammalian chromosome fusion in living animals involves a specific category sequences called satellite DNA, right? This hypothetical fusion from ape to man would have been different than all known observed fusion events. So this is even more proof that it's just storytelling, pseudoscience. And think about this: chromosome fusion and related. If you were to take a single chromosome and gain it or lose it, what do you get? You get huge problems like Down syndrome. So let's use some logic here. Why would we assume then, why would Emo assume then that when humans gain a single chromosome or lose one, we get huge or horrible problems, and yet changing around 2 chromosomes is going to turn you back into an ape? Think about that. That's kind of crazy. If you truly believe that, you can go into any geneticist now because they can fuse chromosomes genetically. That's not hard nowadays. Imagine walking in and saying, I want to unfuse chromosome 2. Matter of fact, do it to my kid because I want him to revert back to an ape to prove evolution. That guy would look at you like you're insane because that's not what would happen to the kid. So fusion and dysfusion, it's pretty crazy. The Y chromosome degradation is proof of genetic entropy. It shows that there's 2 different species of the same rodent. One is lost and the other is degrading. It's not proof of evolution at all. It's proof of what we believe. The similarity between great apes and the human chromosome, that's just crazy to compare it. Think about it. If we wanted to compare it, then humans line up to tobacco plants because we match them chromosome wise, and potatoes match up to what is it? What do they match? They match chimps. Chimpanzees match potatoes chromosome wise. So if you're going to base your phylogeny on chromosomes, that doesn't work either because we're related to tobacco plants and chimps are related to potatoes.
Well, it's just like you said, the fact that in mammals, all documented chromosome fusions every way than any observed mammalian chromosome fusion. So his whole question and the burden of proof that he puts on us it's fallacious is what it is. And not only that is the fact that, as you know, Matt, the telomeres, one of their main jobs as the end caps of the chromosome is to protect the DNA. And one of their only most important jobs is to prevent fusion. So why were they even involved in a fusion if one of their jobs is to prevent a fusion? And the fact that the alleged site where the fusion supposedly took place, we now know actually represents a highly organized functional gene. There's significant lack of evidence for a cryptic centromere site. It's totally different. So his question is null and void. The question that ESC always asks there. He needs to study the actual so-called chromosomal 2 fusion more in depth because he's clearly new to it since we've always brought this argument up and he's never had any rebuttals. The thing about ESC is his little presentation here, he now has slides to go with his typical arguments. I debated him on Praise's channel for 3 hours. He used all the same arguments. They've all been refuted. He just now has some fancy pictures to go along with it. He's kind of like Snake was right, and he'll be refuted. He'll be presented the evidence. For example, genetic entropy, he even admitted to it in one of our debates a couple debates ago. Then he'll go back on it, look at some more, creationist debunking websites, and thinks he's found the answer of all answers, and then that answer fails, as we're proving, here. And I debunked. I think it was in my recent debate with Adam Friended. We talked about chromosome 2 fusion, and after he heard the evidence, I think his only argument or rebuttal to it was, well, maybe we're in a simulation. Like, that's literally what they have to conclude because anything but the God of the Bible. But all evidence points to the God of the Bible and points to a literal Genesis. So yeah, that was a great point you brought up there about the satellite DNA, Matt. I think that is absolutely key, and that's something we need to take advantage of in future debates. We really need to bring that up.
Yeah, you're right. Most people don't ask about it though. The chromosome 2 fusion thing is kind of like, I don't know if they talk about it very much anymore. I haven't seen it come up in a debate, so it's just.
Well, it's a technical argument. That's why most people who are defending evolution, they kind of just know the basics. So, but a lot of people do say, that is one of the number one best forms of evidence for ape to human ancestry. But I mean, it's been debunked. Everything in the realm of junk DNA has been overturned. The chromosome 2 fusion has been a failed prediction. they always say, you know, evolutionists are making all the testable predictions. No, they're not, because most of their predictions are failing. But now the predictions coming from the intelligent design movement and the creationist side, those are what's coming true. I mean, we're the ones that are actually predicting that the vast majority of our genome is functional. And with all the accumulating papers and accumulating knowledge we're getting, that's exactly what we're finding. It's so funny because somebody like ESE, he'll say like, oh, you know, they've never said that everything was junk. You know, they predicted some function. And yes, evolutionists have said, well, there's probably some function in these non-coding areas. But we're predicting that the vast majority, over 80%, is functional. Even the evolutionary scientists I've spoken to will say, well, it can't be any more than 15 or 20% functional, because they know with the mutation rate that destroys any form of fish to fisherman evolution. So they have to say that it can't be any more than 15 or 20% functional. So they'll go to this rescue device like, oh, we never expected, or we never said that it would be all junk. Yeah, you did, because they admit 80% of it has to be junk and useless. So that's another argument I wanted to refute from them.
Nice.
And where's the evidence of this in ancient apes too? Have you ever heard of this chromosome 2 fusion in ancient apes?
Right, are you saying in their so-called
yeah, with their fossil record or whatever? I never heard of chromosome 2 with their ape ancestors. Where's the evidence of that?
Right, yeah, they'll say, yeah, it's all hypothetical. It's all storytelling. Well, that's what's funny, because even though there's so much evidence, Praise, I'm glad you brought up that. It's a good question. Even though there's so much evidence against the so-called chromosomal 2 fusion, even if there was, it's indirect evidence anyways, because they'll say that when, the common ancestor, when humans and chimps split from our common ancestor, in the human line is where supposedly this chromosomal 2 fusion occurred, right? Because we've got less chromosomes than apes, so they have to account for that somehow. So it's all theoretical down the human line is where it supposedly occurred. But yeah, like you said, there's no like fossil evidence or DNA evidence for that. So even if there was, okay, well, we could easily say that this chromosome 2 fusion happened in the human line, because that's where they say it happened as well.
Right.
So
I mean, that's why I bring
either
it
way,
up.
they lose.
It could be humans, not apes.
They could have easily, you know what? There could have been a chromosomal 2 fusion, immediately pre-flood, and it was all passed, or immediately post-flood, and it was all passed on just in time for everybody. But I'm just saying, I mean, we can come up with stories like they do too, but the genetic evidence says that there was no fusion. See, that's the thing, Praise. They absolutely have to have a fusion event in order to explain the difference between apes and humans. Like, they absolutely have to have it. So it's clearly a failed prediction. There has been some rebuttal to Dr. Jeffrey Tompkins' original paper. For example, no real peer-reviewed rebuttal, but like Rationale Mind, for example, Matt knows about him. And Jackson Weed, of course, who just regurgitates their arguments. But Dr. Tompkins came out with another peer-reviewed paper just recently in the last couple of years titled Debunking the Debunkers. Very technical paper. Anybody interested could read it. And what he does is he debunks those so-called arguments against his original paper debunking chromosome 2 fusion, and that's never been touched. I've actually sourced it and given it to these guys, and they can't touch it. Like, it is a rock solid paper. That argument's dead.
Nice.
Great stuff.
Yeah, if you want to keep going with the video, and then Matt, you can talk a bit. I'm going to go find that paper and put it in the chat.
Good idea.
With evolution on a whole. Here we have a paper from Murata et al. That talks about a genus of Japanese spiny rats. Here it is.
I have a quick question for you, Matt, or even SFT. Hasn't only 3% of the genome been sequenced anyway? I mean, even if we're talking about 3% of the genome, and it's like 80 whatever percent it is, I mean, what happens to the other 97%? And that would dramatically go down, wouldn't it? I mean, wouldn't it go down to like 20%?
Well, it depends. The Human Genome Project has claimed to have done the entire human genome now.
Wow. I mean, I thought like the ape genome. I'm not sure if that was right, 3%, but that's what I've.
Well, a lot of it, like with the human genome, a lot of it is biochemical evidence right now, right? With ENCODE, for example.
Yeah.
But the evolutionists, to build their phylogenetic charts, when they're looking at DNA level nested hierarchies, for example, and that's a huge thing too, right? So creationists predict nested hierarchies anyways. It's obvious. Obviously, just looking at, let's say, a human, a chimpanzee, a dog, and a fish. Okay, there's a nested hierarchy there, obviously, because to anybody with half a brain can see that a human is going to be have more similarities to a chimpanzee than to a dog, and then to a fish. There's just a natural hierarchy there. But they rely on these evolutionary leftovers, pseudogenes, endogenous retroviruses, which I know that he goes into later. And they use these as genetic markers to build their trees, okay? But the thing is, as creationists, we're not saying that these are all evolutionary leftovers. They assume that the majority, well, they assume all DNA differences are the result of mutation. That's how you get the DNA differences. But we've predicted that the majority of DNA differences are functional, created DNA differences. That's why we predict that the vast majority of the DNA language must be functional. But like you said, Praise, we only know very little about the DNA language. We
Right.
probably know less than 5% of the DNA language. So we have preliminary biochemical evidence. Okay, biochemical evidence is preliminary, but we do have it, and it exists for over 80% of the genome. But now what we really need to do is gene knockout tests, knock out that gene, see what it does, see what the effect is, just to see, if the prediction comes true. And they can put the prediction on paper as well. And the thing is, there's epigenetics as well, which Matt can go into. And at the end of the day, Praise, just picture how many experiments, anyways, would be required to conclude with any reasonable level of confidence that even just a particular set of DNA sequences has absolutely no function. I mean, you would need unlimited sensitivity to prove such a thing. Even look at like many non-coding RNA genes, for example, Praise, like the pseudogenes. Some of them are only expressed under certain conditions. So now you have to do experiments under all types of conditions. And then the developmental process, how the DNA coordinates, when and where and how to develop that fully functional organism. I mean, every stage involved. I mean, the DNA language, we know very little of it.
Oh, I know. Yeah, but they're so fundamental about this evolution stuff, and they haven't even touched upon the other 90-some%. I mean, it's incredible.
It's amazing. And we've made specific predictions. These are not, a lot of this is not just neutral variation, it's design variation. A lot of these, the third position, redundant elements, third position codons. I mean, we're finding functional reasons for those because Dr. Herman Mays, right? He builds his phylogenetic trees and DNA level hierarchies using neutral variation. But like I said, he assumes, for one, that only evolution can explain nested hierarchies, but no, creationists explain nested hierarchies. But the difference is we're predicting the vast majority is functional because, well, limited ancestry, created diversity. So yeah, I mean, you understand it all, Praise. So that's good. You brought up some good points there.
I know Herman Mays a little bit. I might try to get him on here for debate against you guys or one of you guys. That'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, that'd be good. That'd be good. You can go ahead, Matt, if you wanted to keep going or whatever you want, brother.
Okay. Well, yeah, no, not much. We'll move on. I just wanted to say you're right. I think they're going to go in and they're going to knock out these genes, and they're going to find that these things that they think have no function do. Human beings, I think, have 19,000 genes. They found out, and all of them have function. It's amazing how much a single gene does. Amazing.
Exactly. Yeah, good point, brother. Good point.
All right. So here, I'm going to play and keep on going. You want me to show your slides there, Matt?
No, not yet. I mean, we stopped him early. He was on about he was talking about the mice
Y chromosome, so we just stopped it early and knocked it out real quick. So you can just keep playing it. We'll
Quote,
go on to the next one.
The genus comprises of 3 species, 2 of which have lost their Y chromosomes entirely. Although the Okanara spiny rat retains the Y chromosome, both sex chromosomes are unusually large, end quote. So here we see that we have species of rats within the same genus, within the same kind, that have Y chromosomes that are so different that some have lost their Y chromosomes entirely. Here we see the same thing happening with a genus of mole voles, again within the same kind. So creationists can't use this as evidence against common ancestry, particularly, especially if you already accept that these kinds of chromosome variations can happen within the same kind. There isn't enough time, the ironic coming from a younger creationist. Now, I'm not here to point out why these arguments are flawed, for many have done it again before me. What I'm here to point out is how creationists formulate these not enough time arguments. How do they go about it? They apply these.
He said he's not going to point out how Haldane's dilemma and the waiting time problem are wrong. So he debunked both of those. Just thought everyone should know. Keep going.
Faulty calculations of species they don't accept are related. They don't apply the calculations of species they accept are related.
It's funny how he just destroyed those. The waiting time problem is a rock solid paper, very technical. It's peer reviewed. It's been read over by, I think, 10,000 scientists. Dr. John Sanford talked about it at the NIH. That's not a creationist institution. That's the National Institute for Health. So if ESE thinks he can debunk the paper, then maybe he needs to go submit a peer-reviewed paper doing so, because there hasn't been one. And any argument and rebuttal to anything, regarding John Sanford's work, genetic entropy, for example, it's all been through blogs, reviews, YouTubers. There's never been anything peer-reviewed. Just like the H1N1 that went from a red-hot pandemic to a whimper to an extinction event in 90 years. Clear evidence of genetic degeneration. A couple rebuttals out there in the form of blogs, a review on Amazon. Nothing peer-reviewed, though. And this is a peer-reviewed paper in the NIH journal. Once again, not a creationist institute. So these guys need to start taking things a little more seriously, because it's not looking good for them.
I don't know if you guys seen this, but in the background, they have us as a dumb redneck. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah.
And it's really their stupid philosophy, whatever you want to call religion, represents that. It's so stupid. Who would believe in such claptrap?
And they're nothing but biased too, Praise, because even when you give them answers to their questions, they've been saying for years, creation doesn't make testable predictions. Now we've got on paper very specific predictions on almost everything genetics, and they don't want to discuss it. Dr. Herman Mays wouldn't discuss it with Dr. Jensen. Dr. Jensen wanted to discuss it. And Herman Mays was talking about, coalescent times in nuclear DNA is much further back than the mitochondrial DNA. And that's explained by pre-existing, DNA differences. And that's one of the main theses of replacing Darwin. And supposedly Herman Mays read the book 3-4 times. And Dr. Jensen said, what does my book say about it? And he didn't even know. So he didn't even know one of the most basic arguments on how to answer that question. Like, it's just proof. Like, they're not listening, for one. They don't really want an answer, and they're extremely biased.
No doubt. I'm hella pissed. I spend my time writing constantly. So when they say, oh, you guys never answered that. Yeah, you haven't even looked at our work. All of this was basically copy-paste to answer what we're doing right now. I didn't even have to write anything. It's amazing. And then to see Snake was right and Emo say, oh, there's no dinosaurs mentioned in the Ashley phosphate bed book. Okay, you know what I did? I read that whole piece of trash again just for this. So on page 19, it talks about the gigantic ravenous scavengers of the ocean. On page 30 and 31, it clearly talks about the human bones being found in the phosphates, and mammoths, mastodon, rhinos, megalodon, hadrosaurus dinosaurs on page 78, 200 feet long shark on page 78. It talks
man.
I went through every single page. They didn't read a They didn't read a thing.
No, at least have an honest conversation. You know, hey, you've made these testable predictions on mitochondrial DNA. Okay, let's discuss it. Let's see this is how we're going to compare the models. You know, because so many forms of evidence, they're agnostic. Okay, they like to use nested hierarchies. It's agnostic. Creation predicts it, so does evolution. We need to talk about something that can actually differentiate between the two. You know, and we've made predictions. For example, DNA function. That's a solid prediction. If the vast majority is functional, well, guess what? That's support for creation and not evolution. Like we need to stop talking about things that are agnostic to the debate and actually talk about things that are going to differentiate, like these predictions, but they don't want to do it. So everything's in our book there, Matt. It's funny, an answer to everything, but you know, supposedly we don't have an answer.
Yeah, love it. A free book. Free.
Related, and then make stupendously inaccurate and simple-minded arguments. Now, what creationists should be doing is applying proper calculations of species they don't.
Oh, look at the evolutionists, how smart they are. So we're the dumb rednecks, and they're the smart scientists.
Accept are related, apply those same calculations of species they accept are related, and make arguments that has a point. If they're not willing to do that, then they don't have an argument to make. So here we take a quote from Aaron Raw, the director of the phylogeny.
Okay. All right, pause. Let's go to species real quick. How about that? Everybody, there's the post. And let's talk about some species, just real quick. He showed a cat. So we'll get into cats in a minute. But real quick, how do we know that cats are related? He's going to bring up the Aaron Raw phylogeny challenge in just a second. But how can we be sure that the felines are related? Without using comparative anatomy, without using orphan genes, without using ERVs, how do you do that? Here's a simple test. You rip the skin off of one and put it on another. It's called skin grafting. Guess what? You can take a house cat and put it on a panther and it will take. Why? Because they're the same kind. And if he wants to see speciation rates, look exactly at the different speciation rates. You will see that they all line up to young Earth creation. Nothing proves evolution. Nothing. I show birds, fish, snakes, bats, lizards, palm trees, everything. You go down the line, everyone proves it. Anyway, move on.
It's so funny. You know what? I'm not even gonna go into it for sake of time. Emotion, if you're still listening, although I feel like he probably knows he's defeated, which is why he's silent, unless someone blocked him. I don't know. He was in the chat for a bit, but go read the last few chapters of Replacing Darwin. There are some extremely, and I really mean extremely, technical predictions on speciation rates, speciation events. And one has already come true since with the finches. So his question was just answered. They've been made on many different species.
Nice. Yeah, and by the way, everything I gather there is secular science. If you scroll down, you'll find some of the Jensen's charts, like on page 5, but I got into creationism last. I gave them secular links with studies to confirm it.
Awesome. So it's the best of both worlds. It's a double whammy. They got secular links, creationist links.
Yeah, because there's not a lot of creationists. So we're not testing everything. There's only a few people testing, right? So I'm using both sides because evolutionists are testing other things. So I figured, why not us test some things and let's read their research. I don't just read ours. I don't care.
Well, it's funny because the predictions on the Khoisan people, some of the African people groups that have been made, like really specific predictions. Even Dr. Vaneem in his debate with Dr. Jensen was impressed. He said, you know, that's a major prediction to put on paper, because if it's wrong, well, you know, that's not going to look good, obviously. Dr. Jensen's confident with it, but once we get some blood samples from these Khoisan peoples, let's see if the prediction comes true. But the thing is, the evolutionists make their own prediction. Let's go head to head. And let's really solve this, conflict.
Yeah, we'll be around when it goes down. I guarantee that.
For project.
All right,
Terry
let's
says,
get
and I'm
into
paraphrasing,
it.
quote, if universal common ancestry is false and created kinds is true, then you would be able to accept some levels of phylogeny where species are related to each other, but you should also be able to point out where phylogeny breaks down. At that point, the members within a kind would be unique and evidently unrelated to everything else. Creationists would have to show how to identify at least some of these kinds and explain how to distinguish them from the rest of the biosphere. This is the phylogeny challenge, the most damning argument against creationism. No creationist can meet this challenge because boundaries between species doesn't exist. They made it up in an attempt to deny an abundantly evident reality, end quote. So basically what he's saying is that if universal common ancestry is false, show me where phylogeny breaks down. So, knowing that this kind of evolution is possible, and speciation is possible, are lala palms related to all the other palm trees within this genus? All the palm trees within the genus related to all the other palm trees within this tribe?
Yep.
Was it? I mean, he's trying to stump you guys there. I mean, what is going on?
He's just throwing out things real quick. He went to Aaron Raw because that's the guy who said, where does phylogeny break down? Well, guess what? If they shall produce after their kind and they're still doing it, that means that if we debunk phylogeny, we debunk ourselves because the Bible clearly says they shall bring forth after their kind. So if a dog produces a non-dog, we're screwed. Not evolution. so Aaron Raw. You what?
No, yeah, and that's what I was gonna say. Like, it's a fallacious challenge because, well, for one, I think a lot of it just comes down to the nested hierarchies. I mean, you can look at any amount of traits, any amount of similarities, any amount of differences, and where does the phylogeny break down? Well, just like you said, I mean, if they're going to bring forth after their kind, dogs are always going to produce dogs.
Yeah.
But and it's funny because I've shown him in the debate. I've given him solid definitions for the law of monophily, for example. But the law of monophily, the fact that they're going to bring forth after their kind, for example, dogs produce dogs, it's more consistent with our model anyways, because that's exactly all we observe. All of human history, all of recorded history, this is all we've ever observed. They're the ones that are saying that, let's say a dog, for example, actually came from a single-celled ancestor of some kind billions of years ago. It's not empirical science. Plus, we've already given specific created kinds, haven't we, Matt?
Yeah, exactly. And exactly. And I like to tell people the feline is the best example that we have. And the reason why is because we say that the cat is created. The feline kind was a created kind. And we have examples of felines today. And if you go back, when was it not a feline? And prove it wasn't. We say that that's it. You guys say that it's not. Well, you can't prove that it's not, but we can prove that cats and felines have always been felines, always have, always will. But you guys say that no, cats came from something else non-cat, but you can't prove that. So why are you putting us at the challenge that you have a problem with? See the problem?
Right. That's exactly right. This whole the law of monophily. How many times have you heard, if a dog produced a non-dog, that would falsify evolution? Like, all it is it's just been twisted by the evolutionists into this big old, cladistic play on words where everything that is a eukaryote is related, right? I mean, that argument, I'm so sick of it right now. Are whales and pine trees related? Give us some evidence for it. Well, they're both eukaryotes. Like, this is the level that they've stooped to. It's just a cladistic play on words is all it is.
It does. I like to say, is a feline related to chloroplast? No, that's weird because evolution agrees that we don't grow outside of our heritage, yet at the same time, they did in the past, since all life is common ancestors. See that?
Right. And not to mention, I mean, we've already touched on very greatly the research paper that clearly demonstrates genetic boundaries, limited ancestry. We've gone over their rescue device in explaining that data. There's been specific predictions on DNA function, absolute mitochondrial DNA differences, genetic clocks. To be honest with you, I think at this point is probably the best way to prove limited ancestry, because it's all lining up with a 6,000-year-old biblical time frame, and that's why future predictions have been made on other species too, because so far all the retrodictions are perfectly flowing from a biblical model. So I mean, we have so many different routes we can take, and just like you said with the feline, with cats, right? And what's the cat's name? Prolaris. You know, anything other than that, any further back that just involves assumption, inference, an assumption that evolutionary common ancestry is true to begin with, because now they're looking at fossils. If every single dog breed died today and went extinct and all their skulls and bones fossilized, and 10,000 years from now people start digging them up, there'd be all these incorrect inferences, all these incorrect interpretations. It's just not a good way to determine what really is related and what's not. It comes down to genetics. That's what's inherited, and I keep saying that. I emphasize it. Traits, genes, those are what's passed on, not some bone found in the dirt.
Exactly. They're the ones with the problem anyway. Think about it. A eukaryote outgrew its ancestry. Remember, a bacteria ate something that caused a eukaryote to form in the first place. So
yeah.
So we know that they don't even follow their own law of monophyly, because if you go back far enough, they invented that story.
It's all imagination. Somebody asked in the chat the other day, I think it was yesterday, what's the one best word to describe pond scum to people evolution? And right away I thought imagination.
SpongeBob.
To hijack science and call that empirical science is just it's an insult to what science really stands for.
Yeah, no observation, no repetition, no nothing. It's not real science.
May I give a suggestion though? Maybe we could do a part 2 of this too. Maybe not go through like 3 hours of this.
We could always title this part 1, do half of half tonight. We're probably coming close to half, and then do part 2, do the next half. To be honest with you, I haven't even. Maybe I'll go through it a little more thoroughly. The last time I watched his presentation was during his Bill Morgan debate, and I remember thinking, "Oh, I would love to tear this apart." And well, I guess that's exactly what we're doing. I think that's a good idea. Part 1 and 2. Praise.
In fact, I'm going to change it right now, real quick, just to put part 1 there. We're good to go.
He brings up ERVs. He brings up trilobite speciation rates. He brings up, are all palms related to other palms? He wants to know. I'm ready to go over that with him. He talks about the Darwin finches. I'm going to eat the heads off those things. And then more about traits and convergent evolution. So yeah, he's got a lot to go.
Oh, yeah. See, there's how many minutes are we into his presentation?
Half hour. So just have to remember the half-hour mark.
Okay.
How long was his opening? 15 minutes?
It's about, I think, about 15 minutes. So we've been doing about 5 to 7 minutes of it.
Okay, so did you want to maybe just do another minute of it?
Yeah.
We'll touch on a couple things and then call it?
Do part 2, maybe tomorrow a little earlier. Maybe we could do that or whatever.
I think that's a good idea because I want to be able to touch on everything I can, and I got to be up really early. So yeah, that's a good idea. Let's do another minute. Matt, touch on whatever, even like a couple of things you mentioned now, Matt, maybe in a nutshell, as like a sneak preview for part 2 to touch on a few of it.
Okay, I see him bringing up plants right there. Maybe hit it and just hit play for a few seconds until the palms are done, so the audience can see what we're talking about.
All the palm trees within the tribe related to all the other palm trees within this subfamily. All 2,500 plus species of palm trees related? How can we tell? What about trilobites? All 20,000 species of trilobites related?
Perfect. So you see that? So he brought up and said, are all, what was it, 2,000 something species of palms related? Well, how can we tell? How can we tell? Well, easy. There's more than one way to tell. There's reproduction, there's grafting, there's disease or plight, and there's leaf traits. For example, like we said earlier, the banana. which are all related. Why? Because one disease can wipe all of them out. So the current palm plight shows that there's potential plague for all palms, meaning I think it's on the island of Kauai. There's like a certain amount of species of palms that are all over the island, and guess what? One disease is killing all the different species. So we know that they're all related. So it's meaning that they're susceptible to this disease, but nothing outside of its kind. It's not affecting anything other than palms. And palms are extremely hardy to disease. Matter of fact, this is a new disease that arose, and out of all the known species of all the palms, all the 2,000 plus, it only affects 220 of them worldwide, and they're considered threatened. They're not even extinct yet. They're just threatened. So palms are very, very strong. And this is according to the International Union of Conservation of Nature and Natural Science. So they're the ones that figured this out. They isolated the island of Kauai and found that the 23 species are dying because of this disease. But they're still around. They're just really hurt. So this is just another prime example of palms, of how they're all related. But now let's get into a little bit more detail. So we also know that all palms are related because they follow the general functional design pattern between leaf traits. These leaf traits are all linked to the developmental of the entire palm family, and this is supported by something called PGLS analysis. So yes, all palms are related in the palm genus. That's why that's all palms, right? They're related. So yes, they are like animals. They speciated, and some of them are no longer being able to be crossed, kind of like a date tree. You can cross dates with more dates all day long, but you can never cross a date with anything else. You can never cross a date with an apple. You can never cross a date with a cherry. You get the picture. So just kind of like a Chihuahua and a wolf. You know what I mean? Of course, they're from the wolf kind, but guess what? They're so speciated and so messed up, you can't cross the two. Plus, I think the wolf would kill the Chihuahua. But anyway, now there's 4 different separate kinds of palms that have fallen. There's 4 groups of them. The largest is the one that he mentioned. There's 2,600 species today, the largest of all of them, out of all of them. Yet, in just 2005, it was discovered that there were only 2,364 species. So what that means is in just 14 years, 236 new species arose. That's doing the math. And that is Emo's real question. How fast does a new species arrive? Well, 16.8 new species in 14 years. So that's 1.2 new species a year arriving with no palm trees vanishing, right? So track this back to Noah's flood, that number lines up perfectly. Take that back even just a couple million years, huge problem. We would find far more than 2,600 species of palms. So the numbers should be off the charts if evolution was true. They're not. They point to young Earth creationism, just like all the other speciation numbers. And species calculation rates prove that. Just like take the horse with Neanderthal, Jensen found out. There's 7 horse species, right, that exist in the wild. But yet breeds are everywhere. We have hundreds of breeds of horses. But yet evolutionists think that it's going to take millions of years to only get 7. That's either flawed thinking.
Right. Good, great point.
Crazy.
Yeah, keep going. No, keep going. That's a good point.
Okay. Yeah.
I was gonna say, like, honestly, I learned a lot right there. Like, even if I wanted to try and refute that, I wouldn't even know where to start. You know, that's some really solid. Even if I wanted to play devil's advocate, I'd have to just tap out and say, "Yeah, sorry, I was wrong. Forgiveth me."
And these are all peer-reviewed. Like you can look up Grover and Dansfield. That's a 2005 peer-reviewed study that went around and classified every single palm species. And they found that there was 2,364. Well, guess what? It's 2019. We're exactly at 2,600 species. So we know exactly how many speciate and form. And if you track that back to Noah's flood, you get exactly what you would expect with our numbers. And we can do this with anything. If you were going to look at lizards, how many lizard species are there? Well, type it into Google. What do you find? 4,675 species. Well, lizards speciate at an average of 1 new species a year. What do you find? Well, go back to Noah's flood. You would find exactly what the numbers show. If Noah had about 5 different kinds of lizards on the boat, they would have speciated and have exactly 4,700 species of lizards. Well, let's say that you take the bottleneck of evolution to be true and you track that back to 200,000 years. Well, guess what? That's 200,000 new species of lizards. Do we see that? No. Problem solved. How about snakes? Well, type it into Google. Approximately 3,600 species of snakes in the world, right? That's pretty simple. There are about 375 species of venomous snakes. Well, let's say you do the math now. 3,600 snakes. How fast do snakes speciate? Well, there's 2 studies that I found. They speciate about 1.2 on average per year. Well, go back in time. What do you get if you go back 4,350 years around Noah's flood? You fall exactly with what we would find snakes to have speciated to. And if you were to go back to 200,000 years to evolution, we should find about 240,000 varieties of snake species. The numbers aren't even close to proving evolution. It's gone. And you can do this down the line.
Well, it's amazing. I mean, it's like there's so much data there. It's mind blowing, and you want it. It's just like if only you could have 500 years just to even start to understand all the amount of evidence there really is out there. I mean, all this speciation is in line with biblical creation, like what you said too was a great point with the horse species. Right, there's about 7 horse species, which they say evolved over what, millions of years, Matt?
Yeah.
Okay, so they say these 7 horse species evolved over millions of years. But then we have how many horse breeds? Hundreds, 400, 500 horse breeds, maybe more. Okay, and even the evolutionists will admit that those horse breeds came about in what, thousands of years?
Oh yeah, yeah.
And I remember debating. His name was CRISPR, probably a year ago, and we were going over the same concept, but with dog breeds. And I said, well, just look at how many dog breeds have come about. Look at the variety in just hundreds of years, for example. And he said, well, yeah, that DNA variety was in there. And I said, they don't even think of it exactly. That's our entire model, right? Pre-existing DNA variety. A lot of these breeds, right? Correct me if I'm wrong, Matt. Like, let's say horse breeds. All it is recombination, just shuffling the genes, creating new variety, almost each generation, right? I mean, a lot of it's not even just mutation; it's recombination, right?
Exactly. That's why they have so many defects. They are scrambling them so quickly that they get some things. Yeah.
So that's what we mean by created heterozygosity. So they're admitting that these breeds can come about quickly, hundreds and hundreds of breeds versus just 7 horse species in the wild. And they'll even admit, well, yeah, that DNA variety's there. They're just artificially selecting, they're shuffling it, recombination, for example. And that's exactly what we're saying with our model as well. Most variety doesn't come from mutations. It comes from recombination, gene conversion, other processes other than mutation. So that's a really great point that you brought up. And it's not just all hypothesizing. You literally just gave case after case after case where these speciation events on various different species lines up perfectly with the creation model.
Yeah, using secular science, the very thing that they're like, oh, it's creation science, I don't look at that. Okay, that's fine. Will you look at your own literature then?
Yeah, it's amazing.
Great discussion tonight, guys. We've had over 17 people in the chat too. It's been pretty full.
Well, we'll let them know in the chat, guys. Now that we've got praise and you're amazing. I mean, you're just so good with the design and running all this techie stuff. I mean, I'd be lost. So
I mean, up my alley. I love doing this stuff, and I was telling Matt, maybe I didn't want to impose on your channel or anything, so I hope I'm not imposing. But I wanted to focus more of my energy towards this channel and get it booming because it's so important that creation science get out there and change the world.
You're not imposing at all. I mean, it's a blessing. It's I'm glad we figured it out because I want to tell the audience we're gonna do a lot more of this. Stay tuned for part 2. Like you recommended before, Praise, we're gonna pick apart any and all videos that anybody wants us to debunk. Any of the most popular evolutionists, we'll go bit by bit like we're doing here, and we'll just demolish it.
Yeah,
So
and
a lot to look
debates.
forward to.
Yeah.
And debates too. Yeah, debates. It's going to be fun, man. We're just getting
this
started.
channel. Yeah, on not my channel. It's going to be this channel. We're going to get it going.
Hey, I'm happy with that. That's going to be a lot of
Bring
fun.
Ken Hovind on this channel. That'd be awesome.
Yeah, we're going to start setting up some more because we've had some fun, but we're just getting started now.
Yeah, because my channel, I mean, I've accomplished everything I wanted to do with everything I wanted to say, so it's going to be moved to this channel now. So hopefully I can add to it.
Well, we're team creation and team demolish evolution, so we're gonna we're gonna do everything we can. And Matt, I'm sure you're excited for part 2 because we've got so much more debunking to do on just this one single 15-minute presentation. I mean, ESE's got his work cut out for him, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Oh man, yeah, back to the drawing board. You know what I mean?
Back to the draw. Yeah, he's been to that drawing board a few too many times. I know that for a fact.
I can't believe that he wanted Bill Morgan to answer all this shit. And his
yeah. Yeah, here's 25 questions for you for your
Gish Gallop. My Gish Gallop.
And Bill draws a circle of rocks on the ground. That's his opening. Yeah.
You know, ESE literally admitted that he directed his opening at us.
Well, we didn't see him. What the hell?
He made it for us. Well, he even mentioned us by name. I know you mentioned me by name a couple times there, but we're happy to debunk any argument that these evolutionists can throw at us. So yeah, let's do part 2 within the next couple of nights. Awesome. Just like Prey said, that way we can make sure that we're addressing every single point, not missing anything.
And when you're like refreshed too with your mind, like if you're tired, it's not like it doesn't flow like always either.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. It's true. It's true.
So you guys want to end it here and maybe come back a couple days, whatever.
That sounds good, brother. Yeah, I think we got some good points out there. We can do the next half in a couple days when we're a little more refreshed. And yeah, it's been fun. It's been really good. Thanks so much, Praise. It's a blessing, brother.
Likewise, man. It's been a blessing to me. And maybe I have one suggestion. Maybe you guys should do like prayer shows or something too. And then like if someone has prayers or has requests for prayers, we could do that as well. You know, sometimes.
I think that's a great idea too. I think that
you can employ all that into your show.
Because sometimes you can get lost. You can get yourself lost in the creation evolution conflict, and you get lost into the science. Sometimes we need to remember that. We got to get into the things of God. It's good to get in spiritual things, exactly, because it's a spiritual war at the end of the day.
Oh yeah, it's all about that. It's a spiritual war. So I'll let you guys conclude it, and then we'll get it going in a couple days.
Cool. Take it away.
Yeah, I think I'm pretty good. You got any last words there, Matt?
No, just stay tuned, man. I got a long one for everybody tomorrow in making that video for you that you sent me. So everyone's gonna have a good live stream tomorrow. It's long. I think it was half hour.
Hey, which one is it, Matt? Oh, tomorrow's double feature?
Yeah, tomorrow's double feature.
Oh yeah, we've got so I think we're going on double feature 15. I'm glad everybody's like, at first I was like, you know what, Matt? Got this idea. Let's pick, there's so many good debates out there that we've even done in just the last 2 years, but a lot of classic ones. But I know there's one debate that most people haven't seen. It happened recently. It's a 3-way debate. So it was theistic evolution versus old Earth creation versus young Earth creation. So biologos versus reasons to believe. Dr. Fuzz Rana, is that his name? He debated Aaron Ra recently.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then a scientist from ICR, Dr. Randy. So we're gonna have that one. Really good debate. That's a couple hours, and then a classic one from back in the day, 3-way debate. What was it? Old Earth creation, young Earth creation, and atheism. So it was Michael Shermer, Ken Hovind, and then an Old Earth creation. Yes. So we'll have that double feature tomorrow, but they're both long debates. So yeah, you're right, Matt. That'll go probably 3-4 hours.
Oh yeah.
Why
People
don't you
like
do
it.
a live one? Like can you do like a live premiere? Like you can talk in the background, whatever.
Okay, could you imagine we did that and stopped every like we usually do? These double features would be they'd go 12 hours.
We can't even get through the 10-minute opening.
Yeah, remember we kind of did that with the godless engineer Hovind debate. We got through maybe 15 minutes of the debate and about 3 hours of discussion.
It's fun though. It's fun.
It is fun. It's a blast. Time just flies by. It's like, wow, it's been 3 hours. You know, it doesn't feel like it. You made that point before, Praise, and I agree with you.
Yeah, when you enjoy when you're talking about something you enjoy, it goes really fast. So
it's true. It's true. It's a blessing to have fellowship, with you brothers. So I'm looking forward to lots more of it.
yeah, just hit me up, and then I can get templates, all that stuff, and we can just do whatever shows you guys want to do.
Awesome. And what do you think of it so far, Praise? You feel like we're answering everything that if you ever have questions or throw it at us. It's
that'd be
and
awesome.
anything goes.
Yeah. I might try to throw a curveball and there our monkey wrench into there and to see if you guys can handle, but you guys always do though, so that's no problem for you guys.
You can answer too, man.
Yeah, I mean, I could if a couple things the chromosome 2 I know a little bit about, but not like you guys though.
Yeah, no, you know your stuff, Praise. I mean, your last debate with T-Jump, you did awesome. You you guys got into evolution a little bit. You and Snake was right, but you demolished it, man. You know your stuff. You're a great debater. I like your style. I like your approach.
Thank you.
I'm glad you're on our team, brother. I don't want to fight you.
Likewise, man. You guys are so awesome for the creationist side. Like it's so awesome to have you guys and Neff too.
Yeah, maybe we'll get Neff in for part 2 or something.
Yeah,
there you go. Perfect.
So we'll
all right, guys. Well, yeah.
Here.
God bless. Have a good night. I guess we'll. I guess if tomorrow we're gonna do the double feature night, maybe we'll do part 2. What's tomorrow? Thursday. Friday. Friday would probably work.
Yeah, and then get your icon. Put your icon there. So.
Yes, I'll do the. You know what? I like this StreamYard. This is kind of cool. I'll get I was looking for my icon, the one with the superhero, the SFT. I'll get that and I'll throw it in next time.
Sweet.
Here's a warning for you. Don't put up a picture like me that you want to change because you can't.
Yeah, that's. You look angry there, Matt. Or you're laughing at something. I'm not sure. It's kind of.
It up in the face.
It's like a box. You're like he's. Wow.
No joke pictures because they're gonna stay.
Yeah, you can only change your photo if you sign up to Streamlabs or something. So.
Oh, that's how they get you, eh?
Yeah. I think I didn't put something crazy up there. But, oh well.
So we'll call here good. We'll say good night and Shalom Erev Tov. Adonai Oz la'amo yaten Adonai yavarek et amo via shalom. Vashalom. The Lord gives strength to his people and blesses them with peace. Psalms 29:11. And now we're going to hand it off to SFT because he has some important announcements to make. And this time, yes, we can hear him. So here we go.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Praise. Thanks for joining us. Thanks, Matt. Guys, we're just going to go over a few quick points that we touched on. We're looking at the bigger picture here in regards to emotionally stunted emoticons, so-called quote-unquote irrefutable presentation regarding pond scum to people evolution, evidence he believes we can't address. Well, we addressed a ton of it in part 1 of this video. Please watch that video. As far as I'm concerned, it's irrefutable, and I don't expect there to be a rebuttal in the future from ESE or any evolutionist for that matter. The bigger picture, we touched on a few things, touched on genetic boundaries in regards to the new research and data that has demonstrated sufficiently for the evolutionists who constantly want absolute evidence for limited ancestry. That's what it comes down to: limited ancestry versus universal common ancestry. Are whales and pine trees related? Here's the big question. That's what they believe. And this new data does suggest that 90% of all life has the same level of genetic diversity. That means almost all life on Earth is the exact same age. And this is all from the empirical method. Empirical scientific evidence suggests this. We talked about speciation rates, the testable predictions that are coming from the creation side. Genes, traits, those are what's inherited. That's what we need to look at. That is what's going to answer the question of the origin of species. What is the origin of species? And we talked about recent observations that have been documented on paper regarding the formation of new species. And the formation of these new species occur at rates much faster than predicted by evolutionists. We watched that video of Dr. Nathaniel Jensen about the similarity percentage between chimps and humans, and how evolutionists are constantly failing over and over again in regards to predictions. They can't make novel testable predictions in regards to genetics or speciation rates, or else they'd make it, because what we're seeing in regards to the new species, for example, the new species of finch, is exactly in line with predictions that have been published by Dr. Nathaniel Jensen in Replacing Darwin. So I recommend looking up those. And not only that, the manner in which these new species have been formed, once again, is exactly to a T in line with predictions that have been published by Dr. Nathaniel Jensen. So all of these results that we went over is demonstrating that creation science is the real science. And that's the gold standard of science. Which explanations make the most future and novel testable predictions? And it's coming from our end. So when you look at the bigger picture, we see genetic boundaries, and we even went over and touched base regarding some of their rescue devices. And it's all based on an assumption, because that's their first and primary assumption. For example, Emotionally Stunted Emoticon, he assumes that common ancestry is true. And that assumption, that basic assumption, nearly always goes unquestioned, even when the data doesn't support it. And we've provided more than enough data that is not consistent and does not support his belief that whales and pine trees are related. It's just not science. He can believe in it, because I would recommend watching the debates we've had with him, because all he has are beliefs and stories. Fairy tales is all it really is. I want to pass it off to Matt to go over a couple things as well in regards to the overview. Then we're just going to do a quick, probably 10-minute, 15-minute review of Ken Hovind's debate recently with the animal specialist, Mark. And then we're going to finish off ESC's video here. And that's why this is called The Final Destruction of the Emotionally Stunted Emoticon. So he can peacefully retire after this is done. Go ahead, Matt.
All right. Okay. Well, we covered a lot yesterday. One, because I speak as fast as I possibly can sometimes, and two, because we're trying to answer everything that was in the video. So that way he's not like, well, he ignored half of it. So we are critiquing literally everything that we possibly can. I take notes. I watched it first so I could get everything that I could beforehand. And we talked about speciation rates. We talked about the Y chromosome fusion that fails tests because of the satellite DNA that you mentioned again yesterday. We talked about similarities between ape and man, how there's far more dissimilarities than there are similarities. You know, like I always tell people, you know, you think you're related to one, go get a blood transfusion. We'll see how that goes. So after that person in your family dies, maybe you'll start to reconsider. We also talked about different branches of phylogenetic trees that they build and why they build them the way that they do and why they ignore some testing methods like cytochrome B rather than cytochrome C charts because they don't get the answers that they want, so it gets removed because it falsifies themselves. So today we're going to be going on the video and covering a little bit more. And none of it will retouch on what we did yesterday. So there should be like no repeating of anything going on. So that'll be good for everybody. I can't really think too much of we went over yesterday, except for those major ones. Mostly yesterday was speciation rates and why it matters, and the Y chromosome, because that, I mean, really, without Y chromosome fusion, there was no chimp ancestor split. And since that did not happen, then that falsifies the rest of it. And, you know, any piece of evidence falsifies the rest of any other theory. So when you prove that one thing can't happen and it falsifies it, that you only need one piece of evidence. You can actually have 99 pieces of evidence against you and in a room for a murder. But when they find that one fingerprint on that one weapon, guess what? That's all the evidence they need. And that's the smoking gun. So I guess if you want to touch on the debate today, let's do it.
Yeah, I'd like for you guys to touch up on that because I mean I had my own thoughts on that as well.
Yeah, awesome. I thought, just to get into that real quick, and then we'll finish off ESC's intro there. Yeah, so I enjoyed the debate. I like the discussion format. I think that debate is proof that it's not always the more you say or who says the most that wins the debate, because technically it was creation versus evolutionism. They were on trial. We're assessing the data, the evidence they have. And I felt like although Mark talked a lot as an animal specialist, he didn't say much of anything. For example, in regards to dogs, domestic dogs that have been artificially bred from, say, 2 wolves or a family of wolves, he talked a lot about adaptation, taking traits, emphasizing them, which in turn leads to dogs that have better senses in regard to smell and just various other traits in the dog breeds that we have. And, simple adaptation, artificial selection, this type of change in the genome, it's not leading to any type of meaningful, novel, and of course, forward evolution. So his position was to actually demonstrate or give credibility to universal common ancestry, right? The idea that bacteria, whales, pine trees, humans, and apes are all related to common ancestry, and going through changes and variation in dogs. No anatomical change, of course, but just basic change that we don't disagree with, in no way provided sufficient evidence for his position of universal common ancestry. So I think it was brilliant with Ken Hovind's line of questioning, because it puts Mark and his opponent in the defense position. So, for example, when they were talking about the dog variations, Hovind would ask, well, are there any limits, right? Can you get a dog as big as a dog that weighs 3 tons? And then all of a sudden Mark goes into a lengthy explanation and how it depends on the environment because of the bone structure and physical reasons, for example. But the thing is, as Hovind pointed out, there are animals that actually exist that are as big as elephants, for example, right? There's mammals that are as small as a pygmy mouse. And I felt the evolutionist was kind of stumbling over himself and in a way indirectly admitting that, yes, there are limits. And that actually puts a barrier to the change that he necessarily needs to not have a barrier. So I think the line of questioning Hovind used kind of expose that. So I think if you look at it objectively, even as an evolutionist, I see no way and no how that you could, be convinced that pond scum to people evolution is true. Because he even admitted that, dogs today would have had to come from something non-dog long ago and far away, whether it's a single-celled organism. He says he believes that and didn't really give any solid evidence for it. And Hovind, I think, accurately pointed out that the study of biology, I mean, it's fun looking at the variation, but that's all we see is variation that clearly has limits, and that's evidence for creation. So, I mean, those are my thoughts. I thought it was a good debate. I enjoyed it. I think the question and answer period was good too. What are your thoughts, Matt?
Sorry, I was muted. Yeah, I mean, I didn't catch a lot of the debate. I caught more of the end, and what I was witnessing was more along the lines of what was going on. It was crazy. It was it really wasn't touching on what I thought it would be for an animal specialist. I thought the guy was going to come in with something a little bit more than variations of coat color. You know what I mean?
Right. Speed and coat color and no anatomical, novelty, just things that and that's why Hovind could just sit back after he asked his question and pretty well allow Mark to just talk and talk, because he wasn't saying anything meaningful. He wasn't actually giving evidence that's credible for his position. Nobody disagrees with the dog variations we see.
Right, exactly. No one's ever, yeah, exactly. See, they need so many examples of like dogs losing its fur and gaining flesh, so that they have subcutaneous layers of fat under their skin, and their fat converts into blubber so that they can live in cold water. You know what I mean? And they don't have these steps. They don't have what's required. They just say, well, look, the beak size on the finch is different. Look at this. The cat fur is different when it lives in the Arctic, and the polar bear's white when it lives in the Arctic. These slight little changes are not going to take something from that bear going into something or into a whale. That's just never going to happen. Every gene would have to change the function that it does, and that is a lot of information addition. So
exactly. And you know what? We understand the law of monophyly, and they can say all day, every day, that we would expect dogs to produce dogs. If we didn't see dogs producing dogs, that would falsify evolution. But at the end of the day, saying that you believe, and not only do they believe, but they actually promote it as science, that an amoeba-like organism, a single-celled organism, slowly evolved through incremental changes over time, lots of time, that's their god, of course, into whales and dogs and pine trees. That needs to be demonstrated. That the burden of proof is on them. And spending 10 minutes every time Hovind asks a question describing the variation we see in dogs, in breeds, and then pointing to wolves as the supposed non-dog that dogs today came from. A wolf is a dog. A bacteria-like organism is not a dog. There's been some major novel changes, and they need to provide evidence for that. So I think overall, Hovind really only had to ask these simple questions regarding limits, and indirectly he had to admit to limits. He pretty well had to admit dogs are not going to get as big as an elephant unless there's some significant environmental change that leads to that type of adaptation. And elephants are that size because that's the environment that they've evolved into and have adapted into in their current circumstances. But he's really just proving the creation side, because there are different kinds of creatures, and they all adapt accordingly in regards to very strict limits. And the variations are fun to look at. They're fun to study, but there's clearly a barrier to the change. I mean, dogs are never going to grow wings and fly. And yet there are animals that exist that can fly. They're called birds. They exist. This is a different type of organism than a dog. And these evolutionists want to play these cladistic and taxonomic games, word games. That's all it is. Anything beyond dogs producing a variety of dogs is in the realm of imagination. It's a fact. They don't want to admit it, but it really is a fact.
Great point. I also like the point where he was bringing up about star evolution. I didn't see any rebuttal from that guy that Ken Homan was debating. Only thing we see is the degradation of stars, and they go extinct when they go out into back whatever the hell it goes back into, like I guess molecules.
Right.
So
everything is subject to entropy and degradation, even stars. You're right, Praise.
Yeah, I mean that's just part of the law of entropy, and yes, it's in the cell too. It's like, I mean, why is that trivial for evolutionists to understand? Like, if the universe
they hear the word
degrades-
entropy and they automatically think, you know, the entropy that we see in the universe. Yeah, you know what? The universe is decaying. The universe is winding down, and on a biological level, our genes are decaying. It's not that hard to understand, guys.
Right. And I mean, we see it in our world today. Things degrade. It's not going to change from some magical molecule that was in some pond, you know. And all of a sudden, like, you know, we get from I like to say this from, was it whales? God, you know, fish or fishermen or whatever. You know, there's all sorts of different ways you can do it. But it's ridiculous. It's fantasy. It's fairy tale. It's fairy tale land. In fact, we're probably more empirical and reasonable than evolutionists will ever be.
Oh, absolutely. That's why we're making the future testable predictions. And that's why these evolutionists don't want to actually discuss the novel predictions we're making. You know, mutation rate, related predictions on the 3 major haplogroups. You know, these DNA differences are a marker of time, okay? And if that marker of time is a reflection of 6,000 years roughly, well, that novel prediction flows from that mitochondrial DNA map, because now we should be able to read through genetic markers the history of civilization from our mitochondrial DNA. And that's what Dr. Nathaniel Jensen is doing. And he's got some really astounding data and confirmed predictions that are currently going through the peer review process. So once that comes out, I mean, what are the evolutionists going to say next? I mean, there's even more confirmed novel predictions. But if these DNA differences are a marker of hundreds of thousands to millions of years, you're not going to be able to read the history of civilization off of you know, that mitochondrial DNA map, because it should just be a jumbled mess. And guess what? We can already see that we can read. There are genetic markers that point us to the Roman Empire, the transatlantic slave trade, the Persian Empire. I mean, this is because these DNA differences are a marker of biblical time frame, not evolutionary time frame. But guess what? The evolutionists don't want to discuss that because they're not actually making the novel prediction. That's why Dr. Herman Mays avoided discussing that with Dr. Jensen, because they always ask, where's the novel predictions? Well, guess what? We could talk all day long about novel predictions.
Yep-a-dip. So you guys want to go with the presentation now, or what do you guys have in mind?
Yeah, let's do it. I mean, I think that's all I have to say regarding the debate. Unless you guys have some final points you want to say, we can go right to ESC.
Yeah, I thought Kent did an excellent job, though. He always comes prepared with his points. He's always sharp. He always has a presentation. I mean, he's always giving logical arguments, reasonable scientific arguments. So I really respect Kent for that. So he's one of the top creationist debaters out there that I've seen.
He got into stellar evolution at all. I like that one. That's fun.
Yep. So it's fun watching Kent. So here we go. Now we're going to go to the video. Here it is.
Is false. Show me where phylogeny breaks down. So, knowing that this kind of evolution is possible and speciation is possible, are lalapalms related to all the other palm trees within this genus? all the palm trees within the genus related to all the other palm trees within this tribe, all the palm trees within the tribe related to all the other palm trees within this subfamily. Are all 2,500 plus species of palm trees related? How can we tell? What about trilobites? Are all 20,000 species of trilobites related? How can we tell? What about orchids? Are all 28,000 species of orchids related? How can we tell? What about crustaceans?
Yeah, right around there.
All 50.
Back up maybe a little bit right before that. Or, yeah, it was right at that trilobites thing.
Kind of evolution is possible and speciation is possible. Are lala palms related to all the other palm trees within this genus? All the palm trees within the genus related to all the other palm trees within this tribe? All the palm trees within the tribe related to all the other palm trees within this subfamily? Are all 2,500 plus species of palm trees related? How can we tell? What about trilobites?
There we go. And you're on share screen.
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't have anything to really show right now.
Oh,
I mean,
okay.
I have some more for later. I'm trying to bring up things for people to see later.
So here's the trilobite part right here.
Are all 20,000 species of trilobites related? How can we tell? What about orchids?
Okay,
all
perfect.
28,000
We'll hear what he says about it, and then we'll go.
species of orchids related? How can we tell? What about crustaceans? All 50,000 species of crustaceans related? Again, how can we distinguish what is related from what is not, or how to identify common design from common descent? So enough of going over the shortcomings of creationist arguments, and let's get down to the facts of common descent. It is a fact that evolution happens. It is a fact that biodiversity and complexity do increase, and that there are multiple molecular and anatomical techniques that can be used to trace this biodiversity over many generations. It is a fact that humans are a subset of apes in the same way we're a subset of primates, and in the same way we're a subset of mammals. And this is evidenced by remarkable morphological similarities between humans and great apes.
Oh, you don't hear anything? Here you go.
Or nearly identical genetic similarity and synteny. The fossil record has consistent temporal and geographic distribution, the number of chromosomes shared between humans and great apes, to the conservation of endogenous retroviral sequences, to the discovery of vestigial genes. It is a fact that both micro and macroevolution events have been observed. It is a fact that macroevolution have been indirectly demonstrated by the in vitro fertilization of different animal species and the grafting of different plant species. It is a fact that transitional forms do exist. It is a fact that atavisms and vestiges only appear in lineages whose basal ancestor possessed the character in question, and that their distribution within the species fits the nested hierarchy of life with remarkable consistency. It is a fact that every living species on Earth has relative species either extant or extinct. It is a fact that every organism since Darwin fits within the tree of life. And finally, it is a fact that the distribution of diagnostic traits shared between any two or more groups of fundamentally similar organisms is best explained by common descent as opposed to common design.
Yeah, 1 minute.
All right. The trilobite section where we started off didn't have any sound. It was just picture after picture after you hit play. I think he was muted.
Oh, okay, hold on.
It's not.
And the grafting of different plant species. It is a fact that transitional forms do exist. It is a fact that atavisms and vestiges only appear in lineage.
Yeah, a little bit more.
It is a fact to the facts.
Oh, there it is.
So enough of going over the shortcomings of creationist arguments. How can we tell? What about trilobites? Are all 20,000 species of trilobites related? How can we tell? What about orchids? Are all 28,000 species of orchids related? How can we tell? What about crustaceans? Are all 50,000 species of crustaceans related? Again, how can we distinguish what is related from what is not, or how to identify common design from common descent?
All right, good.
So enough of going over the short.
He threw in a couple questions there. There were a bunch. So we'll start with the trilobites. Why not? We know about trilobites through the fossil record because they were wiped out from the flood. So they didn't move on. So he said, are all 20,000 species of trilobites related? We'd say yes, they were. He said, and how many species could have how could this have happened with a young Earth creationism model, right? So we have to know the speciation rate of something to know that. Since they are not testable, what we did is, for me to answer this question, is actually look at the fossils. So take, for example, well, rather than me just break it down, I'm going to answer it this way. I say yes. And to tell, we can look at European flounders in the Baltic Sea. This is a good example because they have diverged into two different lineages and hundreds upon hundreds of subspecies and hybrid species, all within less than 2,400 generations. But how can this happen? You see, we have 8 species of bear today. And if you see bears on every continent, but their reproduction age is only around 3 to 5 years, and a female bear only gives birth to about 1 to 4 cubs maximum. So how much diversity of species do we find with bear, right? Well, only 8, because they don't create very many young, and they live in ecosystems that are very simplistic. But the ocean is very diverse, and the temperatures fluctuate and the depth fluctuates. So we are going to expect a lot more out of aquatic life. So trilobites are very different than bears, meaning that they lay eggs. And when they do, they lay hundreds of young at one time. We've seen this in the fossil record when they found eggs that are present inside of one that was discovered in 1994. And if anything, they're like a horseshoe crab, which scientists presume that it's a subspecies that survived, then we have to assume then that they lay 16 to 17 different molting seasons. MOLTS, molts. It's kind of like mating season, but they have 16 or 17 different births where they live in their short life, where they birth hundreds and hundreds of eggs. So which means that they literally have hundreds of thousands of young during their lifetime. Considering these flounders were mentioned and they reproduce only once around 2 to 3 years of age, but yet have huge diversity in their short amount of time, then the odds of trilobites having more diversity should be expected and obvious. So that's my answer to that one. So are all 50,000 subspecies of crustaceans related, like crabs and lobsters and shrimps? No, they're not. They've never been able to interbreed them. They don't have same blood. There's a lot of differences with crustaceans. So that's why they are not the same as where things that obviously have different shell shapes, we assume that the trilobite species are related just because their diversity still makes them look like trilobites. That's all we can do with fossils. We don't have any genetic data material from them. So I hope that was a good answer. And all of the links to these are in the 100 falsifications, but I'll supply them, I guess, in the comment section and chat after this. So go ahead. Sorry, if you want to answer too, please go ahead.
Yeah, well, what you said was perfect. Obviously, it was awesome. It also appears like ESE assumes that we know exactly how many original kinds of anything really God actually created, right? It was 2 of every kind and 7 of some, of course, that went onto the ark. But how many dog kinds did God create? How many crustacean kinds did God create? You know, he created population. And just like you said, there's only so much you can learn from fossils. Fossils are good, but a lot of it, well, for one, for the evolutionists, when they look at a fossil, immediately, whether they realize it or not, they're assuming universal common ancestry. So they're going to force fit all the data into where they believe it fits according to their primary assumption. Now, that's why we always say it's traits that are inherited. It's genetics where we're going to discover the true origin of species, and that's why we have made predictions. And I'm not going to be redundant here and tell you exactly what they are, since I've done it 1,000 times. But in regards to biblical kinds, what's related, what's not, we've made predictions on relative DNA patterns between kinds. We've made predictions about rates of mutation within kinds. Accurate retrodictions have been true. Accurate predictions in regards to the speciation rates have come true, as we both touched on. And it also makes predictions on DNA function, between kinds. These are just a few of the ways that we can identify what's related and what's not. Some of these predictions have come true. Many retrodictions are consistent with a biblical-based model. And we'll just have to find out. We only understand less than 5% of the DNA language. So in due time, since we've made predictions, we'll see just how accurate they turn out to be, for example. Another thing too is he brought up I guess there's a few things he brought up there. Chromosome 2 fusion, we already debunked that quite extensively in the last video. So he kind of just threw that in there. So I guess I would just suggest go back and watch that part. We discussed, because of satellite DNA, why it's a special case, this hypothetical chromosome 2 fusion. So, we went in depth there. He talked about like morphological and anatomical similarities between apes, the great apes, and humans as well. We touched on that briefly last time, showing that apes and humans are not related. But even just these relative hierarchies in regards to similarities, for example, we've gone over many times that the creation/design model predicts the fact of nested hierarchies as much as evolution does. And then evolution, everything doesn't fit in a neat nested hierarchy anyways. That's why they have to invoke rescue devices like convergent evolution. They're constantly changing the classification of things because there's so much interpretation and assumption and storytelling built into that. So obviously on a genomic level as well, we predict the same type of nested hierarchical patterns. But the entire story of human evolution has been destroyed. So those hierarchies that we see, the similarities, we obviously conclude that that's the result of design. As Ken Hovind says, the lug nuts off a Chevy Cruze are probably interchangeable with, a Toyota Corolla. That doesn't prove that they evolved from a skateboard billions of years ago. Okay, well, we're making testable predictions. So that, those similarities, those traits, sure, they could fit universal common ancestry or they can fit a design model. But that's why we've made numerous genomic related predictions, which I just touched on a few. Also, in regards to human evolution, what do we know now? Well, all their claimed examples of pre-humans been destroyed. So, for example, the Homo neanderthalensis, now we know, and I've got a paper here too. I'll provide it for ESC. I know he likes the sources, but they had a very high genetic load that suggested they were 40% less fit than modern humans. And that's exactly what we've always predicted, that these pre-humans, so-called pre-humans, are just humans, but they're genetically compromised humans. The early human population that they refer to as hobbits, I've got a paper here as well from researchgate.net. They were also inbred. They suffered from reductive evolution. It's just a special type of genetic degeneration that resulted in their dwarfing, results in reduced body size, reduced brain volume, and various other pathologies. And remember, natural selection oftentimes favors smaller brain sizes because the brain takes up so much energy. So in specific isolated situations, if natural selection favors smaller brain sizes just to, preserve some energy, and then these evolutionists like Bill Ludlow, they've got all these different brain sizes from smallest to biggest, thinking that proves evolution. No, it proves creation and genetic entropy, post-fall and post-Babel, inbred isolated populations. Those two have been destroyed. Homo erectus, another paper here, not lots of information suggesting that they also suffered from reductive evolution. They were highly inbred. That resulted in their more abnormal features. So, for example, their body size, brain size, other suggested and observed pathologies. Actually, the fact is the hobbits and Naledi, for example, they probably can be safely put into the more diverse erectus category, variations of erectus. These are all humans so far. There's no transitionals. There's no overlapping. Homo Naledi, like I just mentioned, once again, they'll say is a transitional form or overlaps with humans. They had reduced body size, reduced brain volume, and other pathologies. And endocasts were even done. I believe it was on the Naledi as well, suggesting that their brain was more similar to humans, fully human. All of these so-called pre-humans, human. Then you got your Australopithecines, Australopithecus afarenses, Lucy, for example. These are just extinct apes. There's evidence that humans lived alongside the Australopithecines until they obviously went extinct. You got two kinds, the human kind, the ape kind. You got the Australopithecines that are obviously extinct now. Anatomically modern footprints were found, alongside Australopithecines. So the entire evolution story is dead. It's a whole bush. You can read so many contradicting quotes from, these scientists that study this in this field. It's a total mess. Bill Ludlow, for example, the evolutionists looked at him as the expert in human evolution. And just in the 5 minutes I was talking, I literally went through pretty much every single so-called pre-human that he points to and destroyed it. And it's all consistent with a biblical creation model. So I noticed he talked about that, the chromosome 2 fusion, what's related, what's not. We just touched on that. What else did we see there in that few minutes of his presentation?
Well, to touch on something else you said, we actually have modern day examples of exactly what you're talking about with polar bears. Because of interbreeding and them being landlocked, we see massive genetic degradation taking place in them. The average bear today, polar bear, has the minimum of 15 genetic diseases. They're crumbling inside because of it. So,
yeah, you can see all these variations, all these different I guess abnormal features you see in these different so-called pre-humans. You can actually see them in subgroups of isolated peoples today, and I mean, I got a ton of information here and sources and everything. I mean, it's unbelievable just how thoroughly refuted human evolution is currently. We can talk all day about it, but I know we're gonna do separate videos on that later. So he brought that up briefly. We demolished it briefly.
I just like that somebody that can literally look at all the experiments of flies and worms and bacteria and all the short generational time species, or whatever you want to call them, any test that they've ever done, they are unable to get any new anatomical feature, even out of simple bacteria. And they need massive amounts of new information coming into the genome to make linear evolution to be true. They can't even give you one bacteria producing anything. They go, well, they digested nylon. Yeah, good job.
Yeah, they need to learn a thing or two about, epigenetics and the types of adaptation that we're seeing. The capability of these organisms to adapt we're just in the infancy of even understanding it. And just like our design model, based on the way that, well, for one, the Bible says that we're created uniquely in the image of God. We just demonstrated that humans are not related to any type of ape, since we just literally categorized every single so-called pre-human into the human family, and then we have separate family with the Australopithecines and apes. I mean, there's your two separate created kinds. What more do they want in regards to the so-called phylogeny challenge? And the most important kind, biblical kind, to actually separate from anything else is humankind, right? And we've done that thoroughly. So, there you go there. The hierarchies we see, they're exactly predicted and expected based on the design model. God created us in the image of God. Let's look at the way we design things, since we're created in the image of God, okay? And then maybe we can get an idea into how God created life. And we see that humans design things, for example, modes of transportation, in hierarchical patterns. All sedans share very similar features, and they're all going to be way more similar to each other than a sedan is to, say, a hatchback or to a truck. But at the end of the day, the hatchback or the SUV is going to have more in common with the truck than the sedan does to the. It's this natural hierarchy. And that's why when we look to DNA and genetics, this is what's going to distinguish between the models. And what do we see? Genomics is proving biblical creation. But we can see so many vehicles now with all these design safety features that they have, and how vehicles now, they actually adapt to various situations. You have things like proximity braking, you have things like lane assist, where if you're driving, your car could actually sense if you're veering off a little bit, it'll actually put you right back into the center of the lane. I mean, these are built-in adaptive mechanisms. Therefore, we can predict as creationists, the way we build modes of transportation with adaptive mechanisms, we're going to predict that God did the same thing with organisms. And guess what? What are we seeing? Epigenetic changes. Animals adapt. There's never any new, novel, meaningful information being added to the genome. It's all adaptation, exactly as what we would predict and expect.
Well said, man. I mean, that's exactly. These people don't realize what's required for evolution to be true. We can look at numbers and play that game all the time, but think about it logically. A bacteria, for example, because this is what they study the most to prove evolution to be true, they would need to obtain how many genes to turn into a human? Well, a bacteria has what, like 1,500, 1,700 genes? Humans have 19,000. So then they also need to invent homobox genes or HOX genes, right? They have to invent these genes. Like all insects and humans, for example, contain like 8 homobox genes. These are clusters of 2 complex genes, both of which are located on chromosome 3. But in reality, think about all mutations in humans, animals, and insects of the HOX genes cause genetic disorders. So now all of a sudden a bacteria has to evolve this new gene. Then it has to make it highly constrained to protect itself, because if the gene is mutated, it causes severe deformalities. And then it has to invent its way to produce new functions and new anatomical features. And then it can never mutate, because when it does get a mutation, it messes things up. It's just, they're in a complete disaster if they just look at like what needs to happen. I mean, it's insane, all the things that can go wrong. But to them,
way more things can go wrong in the genome due to mutation and changes than can actually go right. And how many things do they need to go right to take their fish to fishermen, or their pond scum to people, or their bacteria to biologists? A lot has to go right.
Right.
And they can show examples of changes in allele frequencies all day, and examples of adaptation. But you know what? To say that those are examples or lines of evidence that's going to take their bacteria-like organism into a whale is nothing but imagination and fairy tale. It's not actually science.
Oh, I know. Exactly. There's so many things that go wrong. That's why their rescuing devices they have are like 2 or 3 things. They always go the little tiny things to help back up, like they can defeat Lowe's limit, or
And you know what? Even when they ask, like, what would you accept as a transitional form, for example, and see these things too. I mean, so much of taxonomy and cladistics and just classifying animals through anatomy and morphology and shared derived characteristics. It's just so arbitrary, because even what they might point to as a transitional, we're not even against. Even if there is an animal that shares traits from 2 different types of creatures, it's still predicted under a design model, as I've been talking about, because we even see that humans design vehicles that span 2 categories. We can even compare that to something like Tiktaalik or mosaics. Mosaics is the best way to put it. And we see mosaics, and we see that humans design these types of modes of transportation, right? Like, look at boats and tanks, for example. That's 2 totally different kinds of vehicles. We would classify those into entirely different classes. And there actually exist vehicles that blend the features of these 2 very different means of transportation. So if an evolutionist is asking you, what would you accept as a transitional form? It's not I don't believe that's a correct answer to say, well, we're looking for, a creature that blends the features of two very different kinds of animals, because at the end of the day, we would predict seeing something like that, right? Look at an amphibious assault vehicle, for example. That is almost impossible to classify. Where do you fit something like that? That's the perfect example of their so-called transitional form, right? That specific vehicle is designed by humans for the transitional environments between water and land. Because I noticed he had some I'm not sure if he specifically had like Tiktaalik or some whale so-called ancestors, but it's so much of it is inference-based, assumption-based storytelling. That's why at the end of the day, it comes down to genetics. And that's why we've made so many novel predictions. Traits are inherited, genes are inherited. This is how we're going to figure out what's related and what's not. And even if you want to look in detail at their so-called transitionals, right? Tiktaalik, whales, the entire whale series, whether you're looking at Rhodocetus or Ambulocetus or Pakicetus, it's all highly questionable. It's all speculation. It's all wishful thinking. We can go Tiktaalik, for example, looks to be nothing more than just a bottom-dwelling lobe-finned fish. But like I said, it's so arbitrary because we do predict certain animal. Why wouldn't God create specific animals that blend the features of, just like we look at an amphibious assault vehicle? So it comes down to genetics, and I don't see much coming from ESE in regards to novel predictions. We've explained over and over again how we're going to confirm and identify what's related and what's not. We've already got a ton of evidence. And in the future, the more we sequence the genome and understand the DNA language, we're going to have more answers. I'm excited for it. But these evolutionists need to step up and make some predictions themselves.
Exactly. It's just amazing how many genetic disorders we can see when we look at mutations, but yet they see that, oh no, disorders, nah, they just presume benefits occurred all the time in the past, constantly, all the time. It's just so contrary to the evidence that we have.
Literally, these critics, they ignore mutation accumulation, the destructive effects of mutations. Genetic entropy is a reality. And denying this is honestly an embarrassment. Like, these population geneticists do agree that man is presently degenerating. They know these mutations are building up. The more we sequence and understand the genome, we see just how functional it really is, which makes almost no mutation truly neutral. That's why we always say nearly neutral. They're deleterious, very small fitness effects. And to deny this, like, even these, it's kind of a trade secret, right? Dr. John Sanford was an evolutionist for years, one of the top population geneticists, said it over and over again. He's spoken at NIH. He's respected. The reason these population geneticists are coming up with mechanisms like synergistic epistasis, mutation count mechanism, those two come to mind. I mean, they've been thoroughly falsified because they know that they have to have an answer to this. And Dr. John Sanford will tell you that it's a trade secret. These evolutionary population geneticists, they know there's an issue. That's why there's been no real peer-reviewed rebuttal. Because Dr. John Sanford, he asks his population geneticist friends. He talks about it, and I believe him. I don't care if the evolutionist thinks that he's lying, but it's truth. And he says, why hasn't there been any serious response to his work? Not some blog or not some Amazon review or a video by Jackson Wheat, like serious responses by real population geneticists. And his population geneticist friends admit, well, that's because they don't have an answer. They'll admit they don't have an answer, but they just believe, well, there's got to be an answer out there. They won't admit the obvious, that evolution's not true. So, these evolutionists like ESE, they can deny it all day long. But the fact is, deleterious mutations are building up. You talked about mutations, Matt. Most of them are unselectable. They're in the unselectable zone in regards to mutations, and they have no way to solve it. It's a fact. We're degenerating, and you're not going to take your fish to fishermen through degeneration. That's just a fact, and common sense too.
Or snail to whale.
Right. Snail to whale. Yeah, no, it's amazing that how much these guys deny the science. How much more of the video do we have? Do you want to play the rest and then?
Yeah.
Goes over ERVs and macroevolution on Darwin's finches and a couple other things. So
let's do it.
Comings of creationist arguments, and let's get down to the facts of common descent. It is a fact that evolution happens. It is a fact that biodiversity and complexity do increase, and that there are multiple molecular and anatomical techniques that can be used to trace this.
Yeah, like one quick thing though. See, when people make these dogmatic claims, it's a fact that something happens. See, science doesn't deal with epistemology. So to me, that's a philosophical claim. Sorry, Amy, you're going to have to start justifying this metaphysically or some type of epistemology to justify your claims. I mean, I just like to point that out because they always say evolution is a fact. It's proven. No, right. Science doesn't deal with proofs. It just deals with data, and that's it.
That's a great point, Praise. That's a great. They just say it, like Holden was saying it in his debate today with Mark. They just say like evolve. You know, this is how this. You know, they can say these things evolved all they want, or they can say that, you know, mosquitoes and whales are related. Like, where's you can say these things all day long. Where's the real empirical evidence?
Right.
You know.
But I'm just saying he's throwing around philosophical terms, metaphysical terms like proof and it's, you know, proven or whatever you want to call it. He needs to give some type of epistemology to back that up. Science is not an epistemology. Sorry, it isn't.
Right. Good point.
It's purely inductive.
Very good point.
Yeah.
Very good point. That's destructive to his entire system. His entire worldview and way of looking at things. That's great.
Right. He needs God to even justify that is a fact.
Right. Exactly.
Isn't that ironic?
He's just contradicting himself. I mean, he's even he's borrowing our worldview just to even argue his position.
Yes,
you know, because his position is unsustainable. You can't argue from a position like his. You can't. He needs to borrow our position in order to even argue using the laws of logic or using uniformity in the universe itself. His whole position's ruined.
Yep. Facts assume some type of tautology, and that only is in the realm of absolute standards. You need some type of absolute standard or transcendent standard to justify that. So we got that out of the way. So no, EME, you don't get facts in science. Science does not deal with facts or proof. So there you go. Even Steve McRae has even made that clear. So if you want to say, well, that's just some presuppositional garbage. No, listen to Steve McRae himself. And just one real quick. I mean, to me, that was kind of weaselly what you did, telling me to go to hell just because I speak the truth. So I thought that was a weasel move by EME. That's weasel.
Yeah, well, you know what? Truth is hate to those that hate the truth. So
exactly.
Over many generations. It is a fact that humans are a subset of apes in the same way we're a subset of primates, and in the same way we're a subset of mammals. And this is evidenced by remarkable morphological similarities between humans and great apes, or nearly identical genetic similarity and synteny. The fossil record yesterday.
Yeah, we already we already destroyed all that. We covered all that stuff.
One quick question though: what is synteny? What does that have? Can you explain that to me real quick, like in layman's terms?
Actually, the fact that he brought up Synteny is pretty good because Biologos and Dr. Venema, they look at Synteny in their in their arguments in proving common ancestry, because it's, in layman's terms, I guess it's used to describe the distribution pattern of genes on chromosomes. It comes down to pattern. Okay, what it is that they pretty much a pattern in genes, but it's the distribution of them on specific chromosomes. But technically, they assume, okay, the evolutionist ESE here assumes that only universal common descent can explain these patterns and the distribution of them as well. And that's why I've gone over and over again as to why, no, creation in the design model predicts the same nested pattern. But we look to a variety of genomic related predictions to distinguish between the models, right? Because these DNA level patterns and hierarchies, they're agnostic. We both predict it. Now let's come up with a way to distinguish between the models. And guess what? We're using genetics and we're winning.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Thank you for explaining that.
No problem.
Consistent temporal and geographic distribution, the number of chromosomes shared between humans and great apes, to the conservation of endogenous retroviral sequences, to the discovery of vestigial genes. It is a fact that both micro and macroevolution events have been observed. It is a fact that macroevolution have been indirectly demonstrated by the in vitro fertilization of different animal species and the grafting of different plant species. It is a fact that transitional forms do exist. It is a fact that atavisms and vestiges only appear in lineages whose basal ancestor possessed the character in question, and that their distribution within the species fits the nested hierarchy of life with remarkable consistency.
Have you guys heard these arguments from atavisms from evolutionists? Have you encountered that?
Yup, it's in our book. Again, you can go there and read through it and show how it's yeah, we've answered everything. They just don't want to look at the work. They don't want to go to the books. They don't want to see the link. They scream all the time, links, give me links. Okay, get them yourself. They exist right there. Type in Control F, type in the word you're looking for, and grab your link. I'm not going to hold your hand. No.
They literally want us to do all the work for them. Because even now, what does he say? You know, to the nested hierarchical patterns in DNA, he says in the chat, well, you can't distinguish between design and descent patterns objectively. Okay, let me use really small words. Maybe he'll get it this time since I've said it 1,000 times. We predict the same patterns, okay, in DNA, in morphology, in similarities and differences together. That's why we've made genetic predictions that are already being tested. Some are coming true. And with further genomic research, we will see if more of the predictions come true. And then we can, you know, once and for all, really see what is related and what's not. Already we know there's a barrier. But I've gone over a number of the predictions that have been made. You know, the extent of information in some of these technical papers is beyond the scope of this broadcast. And I've sent him over a 50-page paper by Dr. Nathaniel Jensen, very specific, very technical. Some of the stuff I have to look up, and I'm like, you know, this is, and I've talked to Dr. Jensen many times through messaging on Facebook and stuff, just to clarify some of this stuff. And guess what? ESE can do the same stuff. This is very technical predictions. I've said we've made predictions on relative DNA patterns between kinds, so we can distinguish between the two models. Predictions about rates of mutation within kinds. Predictions on DNA function. Function is key between kinds. Predictions on absolute mitochondrial DNA differences. Like, this is how we can objectively look at the patterns in DNA and conclude what is true, universal common ancestry or limiting ancestry. Function, for example, we already have the biochemical evidence there. Over 80% of the genome is actively transcribed. It's not idle. It's active. Let's do further tests. Let's do some gene knockout tests. Let's see just how functional, you know, the genome is. Let's find out some more mutation rates. Let's look at the mutation rates of other species that haven't been looked at or sequenced. You know, there's only a certain amount of species genomic sequences in the database currently. But as of now, with the ones we have, we're making accurate predictions and retrodictions. So speciation rates too. As we've talked about earlier, the predictions are already coming true, and that's a good sign for the future. But the evolutionists can't make these types of predictions. They can only make the observation and say, oh, these hierarchies are consistent with common design or common ancestry. Yes, so are they with common design. Now let's get down to a genomic level, because it's the traits and the genes that are inherited. So if he can't get it, that's okay. We've already demolished him in these last two broadcasts. Watch my 3-hour debate with him, because he uses really all the same arguments. He's just used them now with slides, you know, pretty slides. So this is good. We've covered them. But, you know, what else can you tell a guy who, I guess, doesn't really want to listen or possibly doesn't understand it? That's what I understand. That's what I believe.
You guys
Yeah,
have broader horizons to go down. I mean, you got to engage with. So yeah, we're gonna get past that now.
Okay.
It is a fact that every living species on Earth has relative species either extant or extinct. It is a fact that every organism since Darwin fits within the tree of life. And finally, it is a fact that the distribution of diagnostic traits shared between any two or more groups of fundamentally similar organisms is best explained by common descent as opposed to common design.
Yeah, 1 minute.
All right. Common descent, common descent, common descent, common descent. So here we end with a quote from Charles Darwin. He says, quote, "There is grandeur in this view of life. From so simple a beginning, endless forms most beautiful and most wonderful have been and are being evolved."
So that concludes that. So
we should use the Darwin quotes in return, and Darwin actually completely debunked himself multiple times.
If we went into quotes, he wouldn't stand a chance.
yeah, you don't want to go down quote avenue, buddy.
Well, that's what I mean. We could go for hours. That's why you give them the sources. You give them the book, our book. You give them the technical paper to see the scope of a simple broadcast. Do you want me to pull up Dr. Jensen's 52-page technical paper and just read it line by line? For you. You want me to pull up Replacing Darwin, which has all these predictions, and read it line by line? The evolutionists aren't looking for answers, but they're losing every debate. That's why it's damage control every time in the comment section.
Yeah, indeed.
Well, he brought up some ERVs. So if you wanted to talk on that for a minute, that would be a good one. And we can show the slides where he was showing this is a fact. Darwin finches were macroevolution. I want to touch on that for a minute as well. So ERVs and then Darwin finches. I'm good.
We also have Richard Sternberg's video clip too, if you guys wanted to show that.
Perfect.
So yeah, I guess you guys want to talk, or you want me to show that video?
Well, I mean, we've talked about endogenous retroviruses in great detail in debates and discussions in live videos on how they're more consistent with the creation model. Therefore, like you said, in this particular instance, let's just let Richard Sternberg, who's a genius, explain to these evolutionists why endogenous retroviruses cannot honestly be used and employed to demonstrate universal common ancestry. Not what we now know about the function of the genome, what we know about all these functional DNA elements, ALUs, ERVs, whatever it is. It's all part of the design that leads to adaptation. So let's play that video.
If Dr. Meyer keeps on adding his intelligent design argument there, he's retreated out of science once again. It's supernatural. It's not a testable hypothesis because he will not allow it to be falsified.
It is testable, and it's testable in the same way all historical scientific theories are testable. You ought to know about the...
Yeah, just something real quick. I mean, probably Stephen Meyer might be the top 3 echelon of debaters I've ever seen. So you're not going to pass it over him. Okay, let's say it like he's the beast mode. He's beast mode. And then you have Sternberg too. They're both beast mode. So these evolutionists got completely schlacked. It was so bad. I actually remember this debate. It was a great one.
Oh, this was a must-watch debate. Please, everyone in the chat, if you haven't seen it, watch it. It's fun.
I love Stephen Meyer, man. He's awesome. And also Sternberg too.
Method of historical scientific reasoning. I show in the book, Signature in the Cell, that the case for intelligent design is based on the same method of scientific reasoning that was used by Darwin and by Lyell. That method is a method called the method of multiple competing hypotheses, standard in geology, where I was also trained. And it is the hypothesis of intelligent design is testable by comparing its explanatory power over and against its competing hypotheses, and it's also testable by comparing the predictive success of the theory. The theory, for example, has predicted that the so-called non-coding regions of the genome, which were said to be junk by the Darwinists when it was first discovered, and was affirmed to be junk by Michael Shermer as recently in his 2008 book. Intelligent design advocates have been predicting since the early 90s that the non-coding regions of the genome would be shown to be importantly functional. Those predictions have been confirmed. In fact, overall, the non-coding regions of the genome...
Excuse me, that's incorrect.
That is correct.
Incorrect.
No,
I
that
have
is
it right in front of me here.
I don't think you want to argue about junk DNA with Richard Sternberg at my site. He's writing a book about it.
I'm happy to.
Yeah.
Okay. I did a whole bunch
Gentlemen,
of research on
we
this.
don't have time for that, I'm afraid. We're going to have to go
I have
to
the rebuttal
questions.
if
Anyway,
anyone wants to hear it.
intelligent design has made a prediction about junk DNA not being junk that makes it scientific. We think the evidence has come in overwhelmingly.
Just one quick fact for the audience, the chat, is Sternberg got wrongfully terminated from his job at the Smithsonian because he had intelligent design views. Why would evolutionists be such bigots if evolution was true? Something to think about.
In fact, it's not we, it's coming in the scientific literature every week that shows that the junk is not junk, it's importantly functional.
Okay, let me answer that one before it gets passed over. It turns out, yes, the early naive Darwinists before this discovery of nucleotide sequencing thought everything was functional, and so they were shocked to discover in the 1960s with the very beginning of DNA sequencing and actually from the very primitive techniques they had like gel chromatography, that there was a lot more DNA than seemed to be needed. And the basic thing is that there's a whole series of things in the DNA that clearly cannot be functional, that are junk. We don't know how much is junk, but enough of it is that it's clearly non-functional. I'll bring up one that was thrown at Dr. Meyer in Oklahoma a few weeks ago and apparently didn't know how to answer, and that's endogenous retroviruses. These are retroviruses that insert their DNA back in, or their DNA back into your cells when they infect you or when they infected your distant ancestor. They lock that in, and then your cells carry this. It's sort of like a scar tissue. You carry this dead virus DNA generation after generation after generation, no longer capable of producing those viruses, is evidence that your distant ancestors were once infected and it no longer has a function. And everybody who works on that agrees there's no possible functionality to this. It's completely non-coding. Pseudogenes are also once function genes that have lost their coding. Maybe some portion of what we used to think was non-functional turns out to be functional, but most of it apparently is non-functional and non-coding. You can see that very clearly if you look at things like how much DNA it takes to make an organism. Frogs and salamanders, ferns and salamanders, which are, most of us can see, a little bit simpler than us, have 100 times more DNA than we do. There's even an amoeba, which is called Protopolychaeus debium, which has 200 times the DNA of a human, just to make an amoeba, okay? Clearly not much of that is in use to make something as simple as an amoeba. An onion, one species of onion has 5 times the DNA that humans have, another species has 20 times. These are 2 species in the same genus Allium. Clearly, that can't all be functional DNA if you have that much variation within a genus and that much variation from the simplest amoeba all the way to things like frogs and salamanders. So there's a lot of DNA that's not coded for, and I would say that majority, by far, of the people who actually work on this would say that most DNA is still non-coding.
Dr. Prothero, you're a geologist. We have a genomics expert to my right who'd like to comment.
I also had a degree in biology, and I've done a lot of work on this.
This is a competition between who's got more of a degree. You'll have the final comment, and I'm going to go to questions.
Okay, I want to respond on the retroviral sequences topic. He's absolutely right. There are hundreds of thousands of copies of these virus-like sequences in our chromosomes of mammals and fishes and even the yeast cell. Now, what's interesting is that he's wrong on a number of points. Here's the first point. One of the first class of sequences to be expressed shortly after the first or 2-cell embryo, that is from the zygote, including our zygotes, mouse zygote, to the 2-cell stage embryo, first class of sequences are the endogenous retroviruses. And you know, it's determined in 2004 is that if you knock those sequences out, you block their expression, you stop embryogenesis at the 4-cell stage. Actually, it's cited in a paper that Jim Shapiro and I, one of the papers published in 2005, where we dealt with this topic, this whole issue of why the so-called junk DNA is functional. Here's another example. What holds the placenta together is a class of proteins, and they form tethers. And the proteins that are coded are specified by retroviral-like sequences. It's different in the mouse than the ones in the human. If you look now, there are these switches that flip gene sequences on and off. They're called promoters. Like you can think of them as molecular toggle switches. A recent analysis of the number of these genetic switches in our genome contributed by these endogenous retroviruses. So many of them, they just have to be garbage. 181,000, roughly. So, and you look at the literature, what they're doing now, and this is, the ENCODE project was published in 2007, a series of papers where they looked at not just the sequences, but the expression of sequences, how they're copied in RNA. And what they found, to their surprise, is that most of the expression is taking place in this so-called non-coding DNA. And you can find papers in Nature and Science, Genome Research, Genome Biology. Thousands of them are out there now. Go to PubMed.org again, just type in junk DNA and see what you pull up. Don't take my word for it. But what you find is that when they investigate these classes of sequences, as numerous as they are, they're finding a whole series of functions. Pseudogenes, for example, so-called pseudogenes, their expression regulates, yes, they don't code for proteins, that's true. Do they look like defunct copies of other genes? Yeah, they do. But you have two papers back-to-back in Nature, and what they demonstrated is that, well, those so-called non-functional RNAs, the transcripts, are regulating other genes. And I'll be happy to provide you with the PDFs and with the references for those papers.
Okay. I have a comprehensive list on page 407 of my book.
That was pretty awesome. Actually, there's one other video I'd like for you guys to see if you wouldn't mind. I don't know if you ever seen it.
Let's do it.
Yeah, I'd like to see what you guys would think, because maybe there's some new things that maybe you guys haven't seen about this argument. Or maybe you have, but maybe like this is something you've already seen and touched upon, but maybe you haven't. So this, I think, is still good for the chat. So I think this is a good educational learning tool for the chat. So I'm gonna put it on, and we'll go from there. Whoops, I'm on the, let's see here, hold on. This playlist doesn't exist. Here we go. Yeah, Sternberg and them are pretty awesome. So here it is. Genesis Apologetics.
Another problem.
This is a great channel. I recommend people to get in to subscribe to it.
Widely used.
This is Genesis Apologetics, yeah.
Promote the idea that humans and chimps shared a common ancestor millions of years ago. But have you considered how they came up with this estimate? One of the things that not many people know about this study is that large sections of DNA from both the human and the chimp genome were left out when making this comparison. Let's see how Minute Earth, a secular training site that holds to an evolutionary perspective, describes it.
When researchers sat down to compare the chimp and human genomes, those single-letter differences were easy to tally, but the big mismatch sections weren't. For example, if a genetic paragraph, thousands of letters long, appears twice in a human scroll, but only once in its chimp counterpart, should that second human copy count as thousands of changes, or just one? And what about identical paragraphs that appear in both genomes, but in different places, or in reverse order, or broken up into pieces? Rather than monkey around with these difficult questions, the researchers simply excluded all the large mismatch sections, a whopping 1.3 billion letters in all, and performed a letter-by-letter comparison on the remaining 2.4 billion, which turned out to be 98.77% identical. So, Yes, we share 99% of our DNA with chimps if we ignore 18% of their genome and 25% of ours.
So did you guys know that?
Yeah, that one's in my video actually. My main one. It's also in the phylogeny challenge one as well because they've that's ignored data. Yeah, I knew that one. That's in a couple of my videos. I love that one.
Yeah, so it's only 99% if it's if they dismiss 20% of ours and this other part too. So yeah, isn't that interesting?
Yeah, exactly. See what I mean about skewing the data? They hide information from the kids. They hide information from the public because if we knew it, that's why I said that drops their genetic data material for matching lower than mice and pigs and house cats. And remember what they said, if we don't genetically match primates more, evolution is falsified. So they hide that data. They have to. So
yeah.
Wow.
But
ignoring 18.
Was there more?
Yeah, this is a couple minutes long.
Okay, go ahead.
Percent of the chimp genome and 25% of the human genome. That's a lot to ignore. In fact, this represents hundreds of millions in each side of the comparison. Could the sections they left out be responsible for coding most of the obvious differences we see between humans and chimps? The video explains.
And there's another problem. Just as a small tweak in a sentence can alter its meaning entirely, or not at all, a few mutations in DNA sometimes produce big changes in a creature's looks or behavior, whereas other times, lots of mutations make very little difference. So just counting up the number of genetic changes doesn't really tell us that much about how similar or different two creatures are.
It certainly makes sense that just counting up the number of genetic changes doesn't really tell us that much about how similar or different two creatures are. Indeed, human DNA and gene-level comparisons are frequently made to other mammals, such as mice, cows, and even dogs with high levels of overlap. And we are obviously quite different from these animals. The fact is, the human and chimp genomes code for two completely different creatures. While both are mammals based on scientific criteria, God made man in his image and gave him a...
Wait a minute, we're eukaryotes. Oh, we forgot that. Uh-oh.
Oh, we've been debunked. We give up.
Yeah, we're overthrown.
They went back along with the ladder. We can't win.
soul that is eternal. Chimps, which are soulless tree-dwelling animals, and humans, which are eternal souls wrapped in bodies that have vastly different capabilities than all animals, because we were created in God's image and charged to be caretakers over creation, including chimps. Being made in the image of God and charged with taking care over God's creation would mean that humans would have several distinctions from chimps. Let's take a look at just some of them. First, humans are the only living thing on the planet that has a conscience and a sense of morality. Our conscience lets us know when we failed or when we might fail to abide by either governmental laws or God's laws. Primates know nothing of laws. They live only by instincts. Next, humans can speak. For example, the English language contains over 1 million words, and we can speak all of them. Plus, we can even learn or invent totally different languages. Apes cannot speak any of them. They do not even have a speech program installed in their brains. Speaking of brains, ours are 400% larger than chimps. We're also much smarter, having an average IQ of 100 when chimps can't even take the test.
Hey,
Our
Praise,
brain
can you
cells DNA
pause it real
carries
quick? I
very
just want to say something.
Yeah.
Yeah, so obviously ESE, he can't, I mean, he's totally defeated. He can't debunk any of this, but he'll leave a couple random comments in the chat, right? He'll mention one little thing that he thinks he can touch on out of, the 1,000 things we bring up. He can't touch 99.9% of the lines of evidence we're using. But he said, and I'm so sick of this argument, he said evolution predicted function in junk DNA way back in the 70s. You guys are a bit late with that prediction. See, the thing is, evolutionists, they got their fingers in their ears. So no matter a lot of the times how many times you explain to them and correct them, they'll still repeat the same arguments. Now, evolutionists did predict that, or did expect some keyword, some of the non-coding areas that they referred to as junk as functional. A little bit here, a little bit there, but they expected most of it to be evolutionary leftovers, like literally no junk, just genomic fossils, right? Leftovers from the evolutionary process. Just some they would, you could get a quote here and there. Well, they'll say they expect a little bit. Here's the thing. Intelligent design advocates, creationists, for example, now we're predicting that the majority of it is functional. And I've had debates with scientists who know this stuff, PhDs, for example, and I've asked the question, non-coding and coding DNA, everything combined, what is the maximum amount of functionality? No games, no word semantics, the max you can have. And the scientists, the ones that are educated in this, a lot more educated than ESE, because you can really, really see that ESE's genetic related knowledge is lacking. That's why you can't respond to any of this. But they have said no more than 15%. And many no more than 10%. But they'll just say 15% just to be safe. Okay? Well, guess what? We've always predicted that the vast majority is functional, non-coding and coding, over 90%. Obviously, we're going to see some, mistakes, a little bit of junk DNA due to genetic entropy, of course, but the majority of it's going to be functional. And what do we see? Well, ENCODE found that at least 80% of the non-coding DNA is transcribed into RNA. It's biochemical, but it suggests function. That's what we've made predictions on gene knockout tests, that let's knock out that gene, block the expression like they've done with the ERVs, and we're going to see the effects that could only be explained by a functional gene sequence. And very little of these experiments in regards to knockouts have been performed on mammals. So let's get the evolutionists to make predictions on DNA as well in regards to function. And the thing is, like, what they're finding is that it's not just a little a piece of sequence here, sequence there, like the evolutionist said before, might be functional, but the majority is junk. No, these non-coding areas of our DNA, they literally function much like a computer. It's like they're working behind the scenes. The coding part of the DNA, it's just a small part of the what's going on in the DNA. We understand so little of the DNA language, and it's all involved, this non-coding area. There's regulatory functions, embryonic development, the timings of protein manufacture. I mean, I can go on and on and on. And this is the vast majority. And that also makes genetic entropy that much more destructive. So I don't really care if ESE wants to keep using the same argument, because I've got tons of clips in all my debates with experts in this that are evolutionists who have admitted maximum amount of functionality can't be any more than 15%. So if ESE keeps repeating this, he's going to have to admit that he must expect that the majority of the genome is functional as well, because no, it's opposite predictions coming from both sides. And there's so many quotes. I mean, literally Richard Dawkins in 2009, he literally said, "It is a remarkable fact that the greater part, everything, non-coding, coding, everything, no games, no word semantics, of the genome might as well not be there for all the difference it makes." Well, what do we know now? As I've gone over, the non-coding areas, they're involved in very important regulatory functions, embryonic development, so on and so forth. So therefore, he's wrong. And he realized this because way after 2009, when with the accumulating papers suggesting function, ENCODE results, for example, he admitted, "I know there are some creationists who have jumped on it because they think it is awkward for Darwinism. Quite the contrary, of course. It is exactly what a Darwinist would hope for, to find usefulness in a living world." Okay, these evolutionists have always assumed the majority is evolutionary leftovers, and they still do. They still do. They say maximum 15%. We're saying over 80, probably 90. Those are specific predictions. ESE needs to, he needs to evolve a little, poor guy. But I really wanted to put that to bed. He'll keep repeating the argument, I guarantee. But since this is just an all-inclusive destruction of ESC and just in evolution in general. We've touched on everything. It's been amazing. I would suggest maybe we can combine both and even upload that in the next couple of days as like just the full video, part 1 and 2 combined. So unless you guys have something to say on that, junk DNA has been overturned, and these evolutionists, they're backtracking, saying we only predicted it. We did predict it. No, totally wrong.
Absolutely. Encode. Come on, who hasn't heard of Encode, the project Encode? That's so easily to look. It was in 2000 for freaking sakes.
And he just said again, 50%. No. These scientists, and you guys know CRISPR and scientist Sam and all these guys, Dr. Fellow, non-coding and coding, and very specific. What is the maximum function, whether it's regulatory functions or coding for a protein, whatever. Like, they seem to think that if it's just coding for a protein, that's the only type of function. No, there's construction tools, okay? The developmental process, the step-by-step process on a molecular level regarding the developmental process. What's the DNA doing? What's in there, silent, hidden, ready to do something? What about the staging of the stagings, getting ready of proteins for construction of molecular machines, the switches? The non-coding DNA is performing functional roles, important roles for the organism, just like the coding DNA. They work together. It's kind of like, what's a good analogy? Like a play. You go see the Lion King play. You got the actors on the play doing their thing. You got one dressed as Scar, one dressed as Simba. That's like your protein coding genes. And behind the scenes, you've got, people taking care of the lights. You've got directors, producers. I mean, these are like your non-coding genes. I don't know why they can't see this. And these scientists, these guys who understand the field a lot more than ESE, because he's just been demolished over and over again, non-coding and coding, very specific question. What's the maximum, both combined amount of function that the genome can have? And they admit 10 to 15%. CRISPR, he's a pretty formidable debater. I've debated him 4 times. Very smart guy. Scientist Sam, he works in epigenetics. These guys are way more knowledgeable than the guys we've been debating lately. But they don't deal with us anymore because they can't even debunk us. So they've given up. But they've said 15% maximum. You can read papers. That's it. It has to be. They can't have it anymore, or else these mutations that are supposedly neutral and they're absorbed by our genome and they have no effect, well, that would just demolish it. Because if the majority of our genome's functional, they're nearly neutral, they're deleterious, they're degrading us a lot faster than evolution needs. Evolution's impossible in regards to that. So yeah, that's the last time I'm going to correct him. If he wants to remain stupid, then he can. If he wants to remain ignorant, then he can. He literally is willingly ignorant. In the Greek, that means dumb on purpose. He can be dumb on purpose. I don't care.
Idiotes.
Non-coding, coding, they admit 15%, 10% probably max. No, our prediction is well over 80%, probably 90%. Very specific DNA predictions. ESC loses. Like, he loses really bad. This has totally exposed him. And I love that he's in the comment section, because we've also debunked and addressed his comments too. His comments are done. His presentation's done. He's got nothing left. He probably will go back to the drawing board, but he's got nothing. So
yeah, he's gonna up where it's the same as here though. That's just so it's so
Matt,
futile. It's futile.
But Matt, how come you don't think he gets it about the non-coding and coding?
I'm not really sure. I mean, he said he spend time researching it. Well, let's just, he doesn't. He can literally go to our books and type it in. But really all he needs to do is just think about it. He goes, well, let's see. If they've answered this question, and if it's true, what am I going to do about it? Am I going to believe it? Or am I just going to go, well, what? I have more questions. It's like, how many do you need to get answered before you realize, okay, maybe there's something to this? But they never do that. You notice that? Very odd.
Well, they don't. And, he's obviously believes that evolutionists mean 15% of the coding, which is ridiculous. I don't know where he gets that from, but maybe we'll put some clips together of, some of these scientists. Maybe we'll get the clips together where I've asked, Sam. Actually, you know what? That's why whenever I debate these guys that are, to be honest with you, kind of scientific illiterate, like T-Jump, for example, he kept using the same arguments. Oh, we've always predicted function. We never predicted junk. And I literally asked him, well, how much of the genome, non-coding and coding, do you think or predict is functional? He said, oh, I don't have an answer. It doesn't matter to me. That is literally the point, because if you believe the genome is only 15% functional max, coding and non-coding, that means the other 85% is junk. What is so hard to understand about that?
Right. And you'll throw the consensus card at you too. Well, that's not what the consensus says. You guys are just like in the 3%ers or something, So you'll get that thrown at you as well.
Yeah, you'll love that. I love that one because I go, well, okay, so the consensus holds it. Then you should be a Christian because over 50% of Earth are.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Anyways, the video you're doing is awesome. What we keep playing that, finish it up. We've gone through, ESC's video like crazy. We might as well just retire, like we said. So
we have
I gotta
other
get up
things
early.
to do and encounter now and to tackle bigger things.
Oh, we're gonna go on to bigger fish. Yeah. He's done for. You know what? It's been a blast today. You guys finish off. I'm gonna listen to the rest from bed. I gotta get some sleep. Got to be up early tomorrow. But we've covered everything. And if anybody has any other questions that are like creationist, email Praise or me or Raw Matt, and we'll give you guys some answers. Because maybe they don't understand something or want more clarification. We're here to help. That's what we're here to do. We're here to increase the faith of our brothers, fellow brothers and sisters in Christ.
Amen to that.
Awesome. Yeah, man. I only had a couple really things I wanted to touch on real quick myself. Real quick, you know that they mentioned this before Praise, right? How they say ERVs are a good sign because they're shared between humans and chimps, and ERVs stand for endogenous retroviruses. So what are the odds that a virus infected an ape and then affected a human, and yet we share them in the same places? Well, check this out. There's 98,000 ERVs, and only 14 of them are actually shared in the same location.
Wow.
That's 0.000014%. That means that 99.999986% are not the same. Hardly proof of favor of evolution, especially since the fact that ERVs are even found now to be passed on by, and they move around. So they actually change their position. So it's when you get tested too. And ERVs have function, so they're not viral, because no virus ends up being beneficial to the human being human to anything, right? You're not going to get a virus and be like, oh, good, I didn't get sick. It's great. I grew something. I got better. So ERVs actually have multiple beneficial functions that are required for life nowadays. So that's another good one. And so, I guess we can move on from that. I just wanted to say, I'll screen share real quick. Check this one out. You'll like this. I will show you guys what happened with the Darwin finches and beak size. You'll be shocked. So I will just start going. I have these, which were found. So in 1998, the NAS guidebook that published in public schools, they conveniently failed to quote a 1987 article. And why they did this is because if they read the original data about the finches, right here, it says it is noteworthy. Here, I'll enlarge it for people. It is noteworthy that the NAS version of the Grant's finch beak story is according to Intelligent Design. They basically found that the beak size returned to normal after the flood season. It's not evolution. Actually, right over here, it says the full story was involved the fact that the drought season of year 1997 was followed by heavy El Nino rains and flood of 1982 through 83. As a result, the drought included a selection trend of 1997 to 82 was completely reversed. The average finch beak size promptly returned to normal, meaning and no net evolutionary change occurred, meaning or much less long term. The straight line represents the extrapolation and the predictions of the way. So basically, you've all heard of the Darwin's finches and how their beaks evolved based on what was going on for the new bird. This original data was hidden because they didn't change their beaks at all. They adapted it based on the season. So if it got it was like saying, when it gets really cold, I grow longer hair on my head because it keeps me warmer. And then when summer comes along, my hair falls out, or I lose more hair because it keeps me cooler. That's exactly what the finch beaks did. And yet they still exclude that information, and they tell the public, nope, that's proof of evolution. You can see the beak size changing. So that shoots them down, and they hid that information from the public, and I just exposed it. And they have I have the links in the book, but as a matter of fact, here are some of you can even see on the book and the page number where it's exposed. So that's always good. I like to show people that.
Yeah, great information. Like they always say, the beak thing. But still, they're not changing like what Nephilim Free would say. Like they're not changing their anatomy though. Like they're into something that's like, you're not changing a beak into like a third eyeball or something like that.
Yeah, exactly. You would need something. You need something new. You need something happening that's changing these things, really changing them. Not like, oh man, look at the spots on the hyena are bigger now. No, that freaking hyena needs to be going into an aquatic animal somewhere. You know what I mean? But that's just how we know that is impossible, because all of these things that they say are related on these different branches have no relation whatsoever. You can take a sea lion and see if it has anything to do with the dog family or the lion family, and you'll quickly realize they do not. But according to them, they do. So.
Yeah, and I understand too is they always extrapolate these things. Like let's say they'll say, well, like dogs and some other type of species out there, that it happens really fast. Like it's like 20,000 years this happens, but they don't stay consistent. They'll just say, oh yeah, that's evolution. But then when you have like with these other things that take with apes and other things, they're hundreds of thousands of years and millions of years, they'll say. And that's how evolution works, with little slight modifications. But we don't see that though with like 75% of the animal species out there. We don't see these long things. They're quick.
Yeah, exactly. But yet that's why they go to the fossil record, because you can tell any story you want in a fossil record. It's very easy to just make a story up. So
yeah, it's
you line bones up.
Just make it up. I mean, it's basically they're just making junk up as they go, just because they're trying to fit it in their narrative, just fit it in there, shoehorn it in there.
Yeah. Let me. I gave you a video to play real quick. I thought you'd find it funny. Do that real quick, and then here I'm going to send you the link one more time, and then play that, screen share that real quick, and then I will get on the last two things I want to close up with, and then we can move on to another subject or close this up.
Yeah,
I sent you on whatever this is, SteamYard.
Oh, I want to let people know that we're going to do Build Lulo tomorrow.
Yes. Yes, we are. You guys are going to love this.
The discovery of DNA and protein synthesis has completely disproven the theory. It is not possible that these remarkable biochemical entities could be originated by evolutionary processes. So forget everything I said. A new theory must be started immediately. Often a cold shudder has run through me, and I have asked myself whether I may have not devoted myself to a fantasy. To suppose that the eye, with all its inimitable contrivances for adjusting the focus to different distances, for admitting different amounts of light, and for the correction of spherical and chromatic aberration, could have been formed by natural selection, seems, I freely confess, absurd in the highest possible degree. Did the theropod dinosaurs grow wings out of those tiny arms, flap them real hard, and fly high into the sky? The notion is ridiculous. This another challenge to the theory that I can think of. I remember well the time when the thought of the eye made me cold all over, but I have got over this stage of the complaint, and now small trifling particulars of structure often make me feel uncomfortable. The sight of a feather in a peacock's tail, whenever I gaze at it, makes me sick. The fact that no hominids exist today, and there are no primates evolving larger brains, intelligence, and consciousness is a detriment to the notion that we evolved from an ape. All I have to say about the theory is, never mind. Why did I make up that stupid theory in the first place? To all of you people who believe it out there, I am deeply sorry. Now, back to the grave. But first a little fun.
That was so good.
Yeah.
Be sure and check out Stephen Blume's books on Amazon.com.
Yeah, that was pretty good, man. A good share.
That was funny. I'd never seen that channel or that guy or anything before. I saw it today. So it was funny that Emotionally Stunted had the Darwin quotes. So I pulled out. I was like, oh, hey, I just saw some Darwin quotes today. So, yeah, man. Also on his thing, he showed a picture of camels, for example, right? So I don't think that's hardly a good case at all, because we see llamas today, and we see llamas came from camels. It wasn't the other way around. So we see loss of genetic information, and we see loss of physical traits as well, because you can visibly look at a llama and see that it doesn't even have a hump for water. So loss of anatomical features again, no gain. So again, we go in the past, and what do we see in the fossil record? Gigantic camels, not even living in a desert, but up in this Siberian tundra. So we know camels were far larger, far stronger, and in the past, and were able to survive in much different climates, unlike today, where they're specifically isolated to almost deserts. And we see stasis again, and loss, not gain. So, again, how can we tell they're related? No problem. You can graft them. They can produce offspring. That's a good way to tell if something's a kind. So, how about whale transitions to fossils in a horse? I love this one because, again, it's kind of destroying them. It states that the fact that every living species on Earth has a relative of a species that is either extinct or non-extinct. Well, exactly. Because the main families were created. That's why all 55 animal or mammal families still exist. No, there's no new ones that have formed. They never created a new mammal family. Everything grows out of that single branch. They just come from there. I like to ask people, how is homosexuality good for evolution? Why do animal species have this trait? How come humans do this? That doesn't benefit any. It's an extinction to your seed. Homosexuality ends your lineage. It's over. What good does evolution have with homosexuality? It doesn't have any benefit. To evolve homosexuality is to destroy your lineage. There is nothing about evolution that would make homosexuality. It is destructive to evolution. Adventism, he brought that up earlier. Well, having a cat, let's say, start to grow fangs like a saber-toothed cat one day because of adventism, that wouldn't be a strike against creationism at all, because it still is kept within the realm of the original created genes and phenotypes. That's allowed, right? That's they shall bring forth after their kind. They're still felines. But extra toes on a guinea pig, or no claws on a dog, or color blindness in humans, this isn't proof of evolution, but yet all those fall with adventism. So It's not evolution in any way that they try to portray it. These are regulations that are harmful mutations and nothing more. For them to use that as proof of evolution is like saying that all original humans were blind at one time in the past, or all dogs couldn't dig because they didn't have claws, or all guinea pigs had twice as wide feet for balancing while they're walking on their hamster wheel. See what I mean? Insanity. So that's over with. How about the original jungle fowl? You know what? When they say, "Oh, there's little chickens that are born today that have some little bit of teeth in them," yeah. Well, guess what? Guess where all chickens come from? It's called the red jungle fowl, and they had teeth. So when teeth show up in modern day chickens, it only points to the heirloom chicken that also has teeth in their mouth. And you can go and research you can Google at any time, jungle fowl, Gallus gallus. And guess what? They're still alive today, and they're inhabiting northeastern India, southern China, Sumatra, and Java. It's the most probable event of where all chickens came from, and the oldest jungle fowl today is dated thousands of years old, not even close to millions of years old. So again, stasis. Don't even know what to go on with next. He states that traits are shared between any groups is best explained with common descent. I say no, it's not. Wings on a fish, wings on an insect show design, not evolution, because evolution says that they evolved flight over multiple groups of organisms all on their own. So like fish evolved to fly, insects evolved to fly, mammals evolved to fly, birds evolved to fly. All these things independently learn to fly. Well, why didn't we learn to fly? I mean, flying sounds pretty awesome to me, but yet all these things individually learn to fly. That's why they came up with convergent evolution. And it's the worst rescue device that exists if you ever investigate what convergent evolution is. But let's look at the stasis, or like stating things like a fact, like without question, showing that bees are bees and butterflies are butterflies, and then we get to monkeys and man. I don't really think I need to go into that again.
Moon keys.
What's that?
Moon keys.
Yeah, moon keys.
Like the moon keys. That's why I like it.
Yeah.
Lunar. It's like lunar ticks. That's part of the. People know what I'm probably talking about, but it's part of the gospel. Lunar ticks has to do with insanity and Satan, because the moon's connected to Satan, so people can look that up.
Right. Man. And then, how about this one? He said, I want genetic information to show that things have boundaries. We went over that a little bit yesterday, but again, Canadian microbiologist named Paul Herber, he coined the term DNA barcodes, and he figured out a way to identify species by analyzing the COI gene. And he said specifically that mitochondrial snippets are able to distinguish between each species, and he's able to see these direct lines. And here is the genetic evidence posted. Let me find the chat for live. There it is. So you can go to physics.org and you can see that he clearly was able to see different species had clear genetic boundaries, so we can tell what is a kind. And guess what? They all arose at exactly the same time, right after Noah's flood. Boom. Genetic evidence from secular science, exactly what they asked for and exactly what they just discovered. And the reason why it says 90% and not all life is because they actually included things in there like the polar bear, which showed that it was evolved later. It speciated from another bear and became the polar bear because it got landlocked in the Arctic regions and it got stranded there. And so it adapted to the cold by that way. So that's why not 100% were included. That's why it says 90%, just so you know, or the audience knows.
Very good. So we probably can wrap this up now. We've been on for like an hour and something now.
Yeah, we covered a lot, man.
I mean, to be honest, though, I think you guys have bigger frontiers to cover now. I mean, you have other things, bigger fish to fry, and to address bigger evolutionists like Dawkins. There's some other ones out there that are big namers that need to be exposed.
Yeah, Dawkins will be a good one. That'll be a fun one too, because everybody thinks he's the man. That dude, he's horrible. You know what his best example for evolution was? Fish. He put fish in an aquarium and said that they evolved camouflage. He doesn't even. Oh my gosh, it was embarrassing. So I can't wait to embarrass him on that one. That'll be fun.
Yeah. So let me give you some list here. Biggest evolutionists. I mean, we can go down the line and see what you guys, who you want to tackle here. So, PZ Myers, have you done him yet?
No, that'll be a good one.
Bill Nye. How the hell is Bill Nye?
Bill Nye we destroyed. That video did good. People loved it.
Stephen Jay Gould, I think you did him.
Good one.
Haldane. I thought Haldane was one of the ones against evolution.
Yeah, I don't know that name.
Ernest Mayer. Not sure who that guy is. Heckle. Ooh, there's a good one. Huxley. Niles Eldridge. Eugenie Scott. Ooh, there's a good one.
I'm writing these down, by the way.
Yeah. Eugenie Scott, I would put her with a freaking arrow through it on a dartboard.
Okay, that'll be one of the first ones then.
Yes. That'd be a biggie. And PZ Myers, of course. I mean, why is it like there's no prestigious... I don't see any prestigious evolutionists. There's nothing to draw upon with the evolution camp. There's nothing there.
Yeah.
If you go down the history of creationists, we have a whole freaking gosh, a whole bunch of them.
Oh yeah, well, most people are against us, but that's nothing new. We're used to that. They don't want to read between the lines. They'll just look. They'll just like browse through the scientific study and say, "Look, it all reads evolution." They can't read between the lines. It's amazing. They can look at the mitochondrial Eve data and they'll see that the mitochondrial genome showing that her mitochondria data showed that she was 300 generations ago, and that she also lined up with a mutation rate that showed she lived 6,500 years ago. And they'll just erase that from their memory, and then they'll go straight to the phylogenetic version, which is just assumption based. It's amazing what they can do in their mind. I love it. It's like debating your shadow. You know, it's pointless.
Yeah. So if you take away, so Bill Ludlow was one of your top, heralded evolutionists. He's gone. What happens if you take away now Aaron Ra? Where is the evolutionist camp going? There's nothing there. They have nothing that's substantial at all. That's growing. That is going to, stay grounded. There's nothing there. So I think that speaks enough in itself.
Yeah, and Aaron Ra is very unhealthy. He's like the next in line probably to go, man. I mean, he doesn't give a damn about himself. That's apparent from looking at him. So
yeah, I mean, he looks like one of those guys that drinks probably about 10 freaking beers a night, or something. With some marijuana stogies, all that stuff. Like you're right. But I guess what's funny is I think there's actually Christian evolutionists that might be bigger game for you guys. I'm gonna give you some names.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Francis Collins. You should, that would be a good one because like he claims to be a man of God and stuff.
Okay.
And the one we just hold on, there's from Brown University. What's his name? Ken Miller.
Oh, I've heard that name. Yeah, that one's famous. Do these guys debate though? Will they actually sit there?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
So those are two. They claim to be, Christians, whatever, with theistic evolutionists. And you already did IP, right?
Yeah, but he doesn't want to talk on science, so it's kind of hard. That's nearly impossible. He had never. Matter of fact, he doesn't even want to talk on really anything. Bill Ludlow gave him a thing on health, and I was listening to him debate. I think the vegan gains, and he pronounced senescence wrong, so he doesn't even know like the basic stuff. If you can't pronounce senescence, which any gerontologist or cell biologist in the field of health would know, he doesn't know the subject at all. So I don't know. I would just kill him. It would just be awful. I would want competition. Give me competition. Give me something hard. I want to be able to answer people's questions. He's just going to deny what I say. I don't want to. I saw Standing for Truth debate these guys, and they're just like, no, that's not true. I'm not debating a denialist. I want to debate somebody that's like, well, here's this. Like, what can you show me? Can you prove that mitochondrial Eve is young? Yes, I can. You know what I mean? Is there a way to distinguish between what a species is genetically? Yes, here's the data. We're kind of getting all that now. 10 years ago, it'd been kind of hard to probably defend creationism, but now it's not. Now we've got what we need. So in 10 years, it'll be over. We'll have destroyed them. Everybody and everything.
There's actually a website that is a freaking main hub for evolution, like one of the biggest ever. It's Origins. I think it's not True Origins. It's hold on. If you could address their site specifically, that would be a big one.
Oh no, I know the one on in the book that I'm that's almost done. It's
Talk Origins, yeah.
Yeah, Talk Origins. I've debunked their work a lot. I find their stuff funny because, matter of fact, that's where I got content for making my flood video on the worldwide flood. I went to their channel and I went, what do they have against the flood? So I went down the list and I used all of their best arguments against them. That's what I did. So then I added it to my flood book, which I will post to everybody right here because why not, right? If they like the flood or if they don't like the flood, at least they'll have great evidence for them. And I made it like a picture book. So it's super entertaining for people to read. They can see the evidence of the flood and then they can go and click on the links and see it. And I visually took photos directly out of books that I own and uploaded them so they can see it right out of the science textbook. Boom. Anyway, I kind of got off my got a little sidetracked talking about the flood.
Yeah, but no, that's good stuff to talk about. So I guess maybe another one's Daniel Mays, but he's of course probably avoiding you guys.
Ooh, look at that one. Someone said they want to watch me debate the carnivore diet. Oh man, that's easy. I have some of the earliest data on glycation that showed that it's actually protein and fats that actually cause the most glycation of the body, which means it ages it faster than anything else. So all the people that are eating ketogenic diets are destroying themselves really, really fast internally. So yeah, I would love for somebody to debate me on health. I will eat them alive.
Oh my gosh, that would be brutal. That'd be actually brutal.
I want to debate. I even want to debate other vegans. I want to eat them alive too. They're an arrogant bunch, man. I'll tell you.
You know who you need to debate then? I'm going to try to get this to happen with James.
Who's that?
Is Turd Knocker that was just on a couple days ago. You know his name because I think you were in there, weren't you? Or
yeah, Vegan Gains is his name.
Oh, son, that'd be a good one.
Yeah. He wouldn't debate me, but I'll do it. Tell him.
Yeah, that guy was one of the most annoying, dishonorable, useless. It's just terrible to listen to atheists I've ever had the displeasure of listening to.
Oh man, Durian Ryder. Have you seen my video on Durian Ryder? I actually think I took it down. It was so violent. It was so mean. But that guy, Durian Ryder, talked a lot of trash. That's kind of what he does. He's kind of like a clickbait guy. And I found that I was on his channel. He made content against me. And It was on 30bananasaday.com. Oh my gosh. I blew up. I said, I better never see you come to the United States. I'll come to your health fest and beat you to death. That still stands.
Isn't that the same dude that was with IP, right? Is that the same dude?
What's that?
Is that the same dude that was with IP, right?
I think so. No. Durian Ryder's a different guy. You're talking about Vegan Gains. That guy just ignores me.
Oh, I thought that was his real name was Durian Ryder. I mean, what's like, like
right. Oh my gosh, these guys, man, these are some crazy people. They they hurt a lot of people with their information. Let me tell you, man. They think that they know their answer, and they're out there selling their books as much as they can, and then their health fails them. Like, check this out. To this day, Durian Ryder has to inject testosterone because he doesn't produce his own anymore. He has to inject B12 because his body doesn't make it through intrinsic factor anymore. He takes multivitamins, including iron. He doesn't absorb anything. Then he failed at the raw vegan diet, so he moved to veganism. And then he failed on that and made Raw Till 4. And then Raw Till 4, freely, his girlfriend kind of took because he couldn't even keep that going. I mean, he eats sugar. He pours sugar, like just straight sugar. Oh, yeah, he has Sprite for breakfast. That's a superfood, by the way. Sprite. Remember that. So, good out there. Who needs teeth, right? I don't know. The guy is just absolutely insane. And you know what? He has a huge following because he's willing to say anything online. So that's what it takes nowadays. You want to be popular, say anything.
Yeah,
it's amazing.
Just as long as provocative, And
right.
Of course, they think it's to make fun of Christianity attack, and of course that's provocative to them, and they think that's really fun and that's really entertaining, and that's the entertainment value they get out of it. So that's what you get.
Yeah, for sure. Well, we'll wrap it up. I mean, we could do another live one. Me and you are going live tomorrow on your channel, so we'll cover some more stuff then.
Oh, you want to do? Okay, so we're gonna do Bill Ludlow, my channel, right?
Yeah, 9:30 your time or Eastern Standard.
Yeah. Sounds
cool.
Good. You don't want to air that on SFT or?
Yeah, I'm down for either way, anywhere you want to do it, man. Here it is, or your channel.
Well, I'm just saying, instead of downloading and bringing it over or whatever, unless you don't want to. I mean, I can either one. To me, it don't matter.
No, let's do it here. He can remove it if it's too hateful.
Yeah, but to me, the truth is, to me, where's the line drawn where you just tell the truth? That's all I'm going to be doing is telling the truth. None of the stuff I'm going to be bringing up is making stuff up.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. That's what irritates them. People don't like truth. They get mad at it.
Yep, the truth is offensive. But oh well. We're going to call it tonight.
All right. Sounds good, man.
So I'm going to say good night and God bless. If you have anything else to say, Matt, then you can, before we get off here.
Yeah, I don't know. Nothing. I mean, I think we covered everything in that video, and if they want links, I mean, they're everywhere. I mean, I have.
It is everywhere. Still emotionally still asking for citations.
Oh yeah, yeah. Standing for truth has got them.
Sorry, EME. You're basically like a little minnow now. You're gone now. I mean, you're basically useless now. You were used for educational purposes, and we'll just leave it there.
My fellow Americans, tonight we're giving an address on the state of evolution in the world. How's it going, people? So I'm going to have a discussion about the facts. And I'm going to talk a little about the state of evolution theory in the world today. It's not what evolutionists would have you believe at all. The theory is in a crisis. Evolutionists deny this, but it simply is true. The theory of evolution is in a crisis. I'm going to discuss that in a few minutes. So anybody who wants to join the hangout,
sorry. I was on mute. The question simply was, what's it going to take to convince you of the truth of the Bible? But at the end of the day, I mean,
I remember you asked.
I got the gist of your
whether I was here like to be convinced or whatever. And honestly, yeah, I mean, but see, I want everyone to know that there is nothing that I want more than like eternal salvation in heaven, whatever. But that doesn't mean that I'm convinced of it. So if you've got anything, that's the first thing that I want to know. It's the most important thing in the whole universe. But hey, I want a lot of things, but I don't believe I'm Superman either.
Well, I mean, see, the Bible does pretty much tell us that it's the history book of the universe. It speaks of all of us coming from two people, Adam and Eve. It speaks of a global flood, a population bottleneck, where we all, came, 8 people came off the ark, descended from Noah's $3 in line. I mean, we can look to retrodictions and predictions based on the 2 Peter 3 tells us that in the last days, people are going to deny 3 things: the creation, the flood talks about, the world that then was being overflowed with water perished, and the coming judgment. I mean, these are 3 things that you're currently denying right now. And those are 3 things, well, I mean, the creation and the flood, at least, that explains everything we see around us. So, I don't know what more, if reality and empirical evidence supports exactly that, as which the Bible is speaking of, that proves that the Bible is the word of God versus all these other religions, which don't make those same claims.
Almost all the scientists are in uniform agreement against that. Plus, I've looked into it myself, and I am not convinced.
That's not true. All the scientists are not. Not all the scientists are. There are thousands of creationists. Right. There are thousands of creationist scientists in the world. 3,000 of them signed up.
About 0.2% of all the scientists.
Doesn't change. I'm just pointing out that your statement that all the scientists is incorrect.
Right. I don't believe I said all. I said almost all.
I heard all, but
and a majority opinion doesn't prove anything anyways. But like I said, 2 Peter 3 tells us that people in the last days is going to be scoffers denying those 3 things, and those are the 3 things you're denying. I mean, that to me is fulfilled prophecy right there.
Yeah, and I mean, look, all of the scientific community except the creationists believed that the Darwinian synthesis was correct. Now even the evolutionists have given that up. They don't believe in Darwinian evolution anymore. Were they right or wrong? Well, they were all wrong. That was the consensus opinion at the time. They also believed that the modern synthesis was correct. Now they agree universally, pretty much. It's dead too. So were they wrong? Well, that was the consensus opinion.
It was.
Now we're after the. Now we're into the extended evolutionary synthesis, a new model they're trying to build, including other things. And will they be wrong about that too? Well, of course they will.
What does evolution have to do with God? That's never going to convince me.
I'm just pointing out that appeals to authority are sometimes valid, sometimes not.
And most of the people doing the science are Christians.
Well, we hear appeals from authority all the time instead of arguments from science. That's the thing that's just troublesome about it.
That's not an appeal to authority. An appeal to an expert is not an appeal to authority. Do you understand that?
That's not exactly true. You're appealing to the consensus opinion of the scientific community. That's an appeal to authority.
No, it's not. It's not even an appeal to popularity.
Yes, it is an appeal to authority.
No, it's not. No, if someone's trained in a subject, that means that they're more likely to know.
Well, we know that it is, Taylor, because evolutionists are constantly saying.
Or would you hire a plumber?
We know that it is because
someone who went to medical school to do your brain surgery, or would you hire some guy homeless off the street who says that the aliens taught him how to do it?
But Taylor, we know it's an appeal to authority because evolutionists are always saying creationist scientists can't do or don't do good science. So
and yet somebody that the evolutionists scoff at anyways, Dr. John Sanford. I know Snake's not a
right.
He recently just spoke
Creation
at
science.
NIH. Well, just a second. I'm not done talking. He recently spoke at NIH, gave a lecture on human genetic degeneration. NIH is not a creationist, a young Earth creationist institute. They're taking it seriously. Population geneticists are taking it seriously. Most of them, yeah, they still hold to the evolutionary worldview, and they've come up with artificial mechanisms, but they are taking this seriously. And Dr. John Sanford is not an evolutionist.
He's a young Earth creationist.
And none of his research is peer reviewed.
He's got plenty of peer-reviewed research, and he's
not for creationism. See,
National Institute for Health. That's not. Are you saying?
Hold on. Creationists can do science, but creation is not a science. That model cannot do anything, and creationists have never used creationism to produce science.
It predicts.
Science.
It is an accurate predictions. Evolutionism makes no accurate predictions.
Yes,
creation makes accurate predictions.
Evolution.
No, it doesn't.
Well, here's one.
Creation doesn't make any prediction.
Here's one prediction. If living systems which are astonishingly complex are designed, I would assume that there is that this is because there is an intelligence that has done so, and we would have evidence that there is intelligence behind that design. The verification of that is the existence of the information in the DNA. There is a package of information that specifies the arrangement of cells and their specialization to create all those outrageously complex structural designs to make an organism that fit the creation prediction is satisfied by that. So that's one
Not a prediction. You can't actually test or prove that.
It is a prediction.
And I can prove you. I can prove that you can't predict or prove it.
Here's another prediction that holds true. If God created,
you don't want to hear my answer. You're just going to talk over me?
No.
You're going to interrupt me?
I started saying there was another one, and then you started
to
say
play
something.
the victim until you like to talk over people.
No, I said another one is, and then you started talking. But if you want to say something first, I'll tell you about another one.
That's Gishgalpin.
No, in any time a creationist provides two evidences for something, it's a Gishgalp, right? So here's a second one: is that God created various kinds of living things, just as the Bible says. Well, thousands of years of animal husbandry have verified the biblical account of that God created separate kinds is true, because the evidence that verifies this is an absence of evidence in the fossil record, which is a record of all living things on the planet, doesn't show any such changes. We see the kinds in the fossil record. We don't see the other kinds, the transitional kinds. They're not there. So we also see that by breeding and reproducing animals, they produce after their kind with variation. The varieties don't change anatomy. So no anatomical change occurs that's ever been observed. So the creation prediction is true. And then on top of that, the genetic information is what actually creates the kind anyway. So the creation prediction that God created the various kinds of living things and that there is a certain level of fixity of species has been borne out by observation. Another creation prediction.
Are you gonna keep interrupting me?
I'm interrupting you now.
Okay. Yeah, you've been talking for a couple minutes straight.
That doesn't mean I'm interrupting.
Yeah, it does.
No, it doesn't, Taylor.
Yes, it absolutely does. So,
no, Taylor, that's not interrupting.
Design,
interrupting is what I'm doing right now. That's not interrupting. Interrupting is what I'm doing right now.
As soon as I start talking, you start interrupting.
Now I'm interrupting, you see. That's not what I was doing. So go ahead.
That's your style. Intelligent design.
Don't lie about people. Just go on and talk, but don't lie about people.
Yeah, you can prevent this by not interrupting. So, intelligent design, I can prove that you can't predict or test it, and here's how. You can't tell me what the original species of a kind was, or what the original gene in any species was, versus a mutated gene. Secondly, anatomical changes have been observed from wolves to dogs. You go.
Okay, so I can't tell you what an original created kind is. Is that what you're saying?
Because you don't know how to tell intelligent design. You just go with a gut feeling. You don't actually have a way to predict or test it.
I don't have a way of predicting or testing what is a created kind. Well, I've already been over that.
Right, because you can't tell intelligent design.
What we observe demonstrates the kind because they produce after their kind. That's the prediction's already met.
Except
Already discussed that.
Are you talking about the allele itself, like what's a created allele or a created gene versus one that's just mutated? Is that your question, Snake?
Yeah.
Well, I would say function for one is probably the best tool, and we can also make good. I'm not done. Just one sec. We could also make good hypotheses based on allele frequency. So I would say the more rare the allele, then the more likely it's mutated, and the more common the allele, the more likely it's actually created. I think function is going to be the best tool, because if we believe that God created the original created kinds with pre-existing functional DNA differences, we're going to expect these important functional roles.
Absolutely the best answer you could possibly get. Standing for truth just gave it to you. Now, what is this anatomical change that's been observed in dogs? Can you tell me about that?
There's a muscle in the eyes that allows dogs to raise their eyebrows. For example, that's a whole new muscle. Plus, you know as well as I do that a pug has anatomical differences between.
Okay, so wait a minute. The dogs have this muscle that raises their eyebrow. Expected, of course. So, what is that? What is evolutionary about?
That's not expected by you. You say that new body parts, new information cannot arise.
New structural designs do not arise. So, what has been observed to evolve about the muscle in the dog's eye? Eyelid.
A new muscle in a new position that has a new function.
A new muscle. Wait, are you sure it's a new muscle, or it's just an expansion of an existing muscle?
It's a new muscle. There are some wolves who don't have it. Some wolves have a tiny one, and dogs have a fully formed one.
Okay, so some dogs have it and some don't. Is that correct?
No, all dogs have it, as far as I know.
Okay, and so what is the evidence dogs didn't have it?
Because dogs were wolves.
Okay, and so you're saying wolves don't have it?
That, don't you?
You're saying wolves don't have this muscle?
One or two species of wolves do, the others
okay, so then wolves do have the muscle. Some have maybe turned off the genes. The various have varied the expression of their genes so that this muscle is no longer expressed. You haven't provided any evidence of anatomical change in dogs since you acknowledge that there are wolves that have it, that have the muscle. See, so I'm sorry, that doesn't qualify as evidence of anatomical change. That leads us to believe that dogs can are phenotypically plastic, like every species probably is to some degree, some much more than others. And the various gene expression has turned off the muscle gene making muscle in some dogs and not in others. That's not evidence that the muscle came into being by evolution.
Yeah, it is. So can I ask?
No.
can
Taylor,
I ask what the limit of this phenotypic plasticity is?
Taylor, the fact that you believe it demonstrates the absurdity of evolutionism.
No, you believe dogs are descended from wolves.
You just acknowledge wolves have it.
What is the limit? What is the limit of their phenotypic plasticity?
You simply have to assume that it evolved. You assume that it evolved and didn't exist before when you've already acknowledged that some breeds of wolf have this muscle. So you're just assuming that it didn't exist at all if you go far enough back in time, it didn't exist in any, is what you're assuming. That's an assumption. And since phenotypic plasticity is known to turn features on and off in animals, we have a mechanism for the appearance or disappearance of a muscle in an eye that would give us reason to believe this is simply phenotypic plasticity and not evolutionary change.
Right. So can you answer my question about what the limit to that phenotypic plasticity is?
Okay.
For example,
I'm sorry, you sounded
hair.
muffled. Could you ask it again,
Sorry.
please? Because you sounded muffled.
Sorry, could you give me any limits to this phenotypic plasticity? For example, could a dog lose its hair? Could a dog's nostrils move position? Could a dog's tail get flat? Could a dog's legs get extremely tiny? Could a dog develop better webbing on its feet?
It's very difficult to say because we can only speak about those phenotypic, those plasticity events that we are able to observe. We can't. It's difficult to speculate about which ones might be possible or not possible with an animal.
But we've seen all of those that I just listed for you.
I'm sorry. You sound like you're talking into a coffee can sometimes, Taylor. I guess it's your connection. Could you repeat that, please?
We've observed all of those kind of changes that I've listed for you.
Which changes? The eye muscle. I
Hair loss, change of body scale, change of body shape, change of position of some body parts.
Okay, so wait, before we get to the body part position thing, so size and shape are not evolutionary change. You'll never get a new structural design in an organism by changing the size or shape of the animal. So that morphological change doesn't equate to anatomical change. And so larger dog, smaller dog, hold on, let me finish addressing it. The shape of the skull of a Chihuahua is remarkably different from that of a collie. And yet they're fully dog with all the same features in the same location of the same body plan, of the same type, of the same design, right? So it's clearly a dog. Shape and color and pattern and size are insufficient as evidence of evolution.
So I'm really trying to understand what you mean by the limits to the plasticity. So
well, we don't know what you mean by there's a limitlessness to it. Where do you get the idea that it's limitless? Okay, so but you're asking me about the limits, which implies that you think it's limitless. Is that correct?
No, that does not. No.
So why are you asking me about the limits?
Because you think that the limits are strict. I think that the limits are seen in the fossil record. But hold on here. So I'm trying to understand. Hold on. I'm really trying to understand what you mean by a different body plan or something like that.
Now I have to tell you what a body plan is? Why is it the evolutionists always want us to educate them about everything when we debate them?
No, I'm trying to understand.
Now you're asking me what a body plan is.
Because this is a discussion, and I'm trying to understand what you mean. So what I mean is, if a dog loses its hair, gets a different shaped tail, loses its hind legs, has a blowhole, and has really flat, webbed feet, is that a body plan change?
No, there would be a body plan change if it loses features that are part of the body plan. That would be a body plan change, yeah.
All of those things are possible.
So have we seen that occur? Have we seen that happen in dogs?
All of those things are possible in microevolution. We've seen them in several species. We see it in the fossil record.
No, we don't see that in the fossil record.
Yes, we do.
No, virtually every eminent scientist in the last 100 years has stated in their own books the fossil record is void of transitional forms.
That's not true.
That's absolutely true. Do you want me to start quoting them? It would be here for an hour listening to all of them.
Yeah, you're a quote miner. You take them out of context.
They're not out of context. The scientist means the scientist means exactly what they say. This out of context claim of evolutionists is an absolute embarrassment, failure for evolutionists to say. They're taken out of context. That's like saying when the evolutionist says, but evolution is true, and I could say that's taken out of context. They don't actually mean evolution is true. That's no more true than the scientist meaning what they say when they say the transitional forms seem to be absent from the fossil record. That you're trying to tell me the scientist doesn't believe what you're trying to tell me. The scientist doesn't believe what he's saying. That's absurd.
Yeah, no, you're trying to tell me that. You're trying to lie about science because you're a quote miner and you take things out of context.
No, it's not out of context any more than when the evolutionist says, nonetheless, evolution is true.
Yes, it is. Otherwise,
they believe that. They believe
flat Earth.
Taylor, are you trying to tell us that the scientists state that the transitional forms expected by evolution theory are absent in the fossil record? They don't mean that? They're lying?
What about them being absent in the fossil record?
Do they mean it, or are they lying, Taylor?
You're lying.
No, are they lying? I didn't say it. They say it. Are they lying?
I don't know what you're talking about. I know that you quote mine and take things out of context.
No, I'm talking about the statements in the by evolutionists. Now, you're trying to obfuscate now.
No, such as the fossil record with its abrupt.
Doctor, let me give you a simple one.
Support for gradual change. You cut off the rest of the quote.
Dr. Stephen Stanley, an evolutionist and eminent evolutionist scientist, says the fossil record fails to document a single example of phyletic evolution accomplishing a major morphological transition. Does he lying to you when he said that, or does he mean what he says, that that's actually true, that the fossil record fails to document a single example of phyletic evolution accomplishing a major morphological transition? Is he lying when he says that, or does he mean it?
I don't know, because you're taking it out of context.
You don't know? You don't know if he means that, or you don't know if you don't know if he means that? You don't know if he means that or not?
Let me finish. Such as you do with Stephen Jay Gould when you say the fossil record with its abrupt transitions offers no support for gradual change. Then you cut off the sentence and end it right there. You forget the rest of the sentence.
It doesn't matter
if
he says later.
No, the principle of natural selection does not require it.
Okay, so it doesn't matter if he's.
You are the one misrepresenting the sciences.
No, Taylor, you're misrepresenting what the scientists say to protect evolution theory.
That's why creationism isn't science.
It doesn't matter if the evolutionist then says punctuated equilibrium explains why the transitions expected by Darwin are not there. It doesn't matter. He still says they are not there. That's the key point. And what you're attempting to do now is a huge failure the evolutionists do with this. You're quote mining. That's a monstrous fail for evolutionists. You guys simply can't accept that the scientists.
A lot more with me, then I'll do that.
No, you evolutionists simply are charred from the bottom up by these facts that these so many eminent scientists have acknowledged that the fossil record doesn't have it. So what you're doing is lying to the public when you guys say there's plenty of transitional forms in the fossil record, and I show all these statements by all these eminent scientists who all acknowledge transitional forms are absent from the fossil record as expected by the theory of evolution. You're going to say they're not right. So you're arguing against science to protect your evolution theory, and that's just disingenuous. Evolutionists are the most dishonest people. Why do you have to be dishonest? The scientist means what he says when he says the transitional forms are not there. But you're telling me they are there, and you're even telling me not only are they there, you're telling me the scientist didn't mean when he said that they're absent.
Yep, and
that's ridiculous.
You are a disgusting liar.
I'll
tell you
what
you're doing. You're cherry picking and quote mining because the science rejects your stupid theory, and science teaches something else. So you have to quote mine and twist words.
No, you're just burned by the fact that these scientists have all acknowledged the failure of the fossil record to document evolution. That's all.
Then why is the science different?
The science isn't different. They're right about it. They're the experts. You're wrong.
Right. They're evolutionists. So
they say it's wrong. Stephen Jay Gould.
Cherry pick their opinions. You have to twist their
cherry
words.
picking.
Because if you were really going by the scientists, you'd be an evolutionist.
So wait a minute. If I'm cherry picking,
see something you like, and you pick that right out in context.
Okay, so Taylor, if I'm cherry picking, that means somewhere else in that same statement, in that same book, on that same page, or somewhere other page in his same book, that very same scientist says there are plenty of transitional forms in the fossil record, right? For me to be cherry picking, that would have to be the case. But they don't do that, Taylor. They just state out, they don't contradict themselves. What you're positing is that they have to be contradicting themselves. And I'm picking the one statement that says where they say the transitional forms are absent, and you're positing that there's another statement somewhere by the same scientist who says there are plenty of transitional forms in the fossil record, and I'm cherry picking by showing you the one where he says they aren't there. That's absurd. You're telling us to believe that the scientist is contradicting himself. Taylor,
They're
that's
making a subtle
bizarre.
point that you're taking out of context, and I just demonstrated you with the one you usually like to use.
So let's move on to something else.
Cut off half of the sentence.
You're in denial of what the scientists say about the fossil record because you simply can't accept it. Because evolution were true.
I'm not the one who can't accept the second half of a sentence.
Because if evolution were true, there would be countless transitional fossils, and they're just not there.
Yes, they are.
Well, I'm sorry, but the world's eminent scientists agree that they admit they are not there.
No, you're lying.
No, here's one, David B. Kitts. He acknowledges the same thing. Professor of Geology, University of Oklahoma. Niles Eldridge, we all know who he is.
The one
Stephen
you usually
Stanley.
like to use, I just
Colin
read
Brett,
off, which is why you're not mentioning him now.
David Ropt, he says the same thing. Herbert Nelson says the same thing. The Journal of Theological Biology says the same thing. Okay. Max Westenhofer says the same thing. Geologist Joseph LeConte says the same thing. George Gaylord Simpson, once president of the American Academy of Sciences, one of the most famous paleontologists in the world, as known, said it in 1944. It's still true today. Here's one from 1980. Here's one from 1999. Here's one from 1982. Here's one from 1999. Here's one from 1986. 1993. 1996, 1982, 1985, 1981, 1984, 1980.
Hey, do you guys mind if someone else jumps in?
Okay, so the list goes on and on and on and on and on. Ever since Darwin, they've acknowledged the same thing. Darwin acknowledged it. They still acknowledge it. But you have to say that they're wrong and they're lying. I don't get it.
No, I'm saying that you're wrong and you're lying.
No, you're saying that these scientists don't mean what they say when they say the fossil record is it does not display.
You're saying they don't mean what they say by cutting off sentences and taking them out of context.
No, it's not. I'm not cutting off. No, I don't cut off sentences.
They teach one thing, then you're able to twist, just like you did with Richard. You managed to piss everyone off, even people who are on your side. I wonder what it is. It can't be a common theme that you're just dishonest with everyone, can it?
Okay, so let's just test your thing. Let's just show the absolute failure of what you're saying. Okay, let's show it, because this really gets under my skin a little bit when evolutionists deny what the prominent scientists of the world say about the fossil record, in denial of it because they can't stand it, because it burns them, chaps them hard about the evidence, because the evidence would be there. Colin Patterson, late senior paleontologist, British Museum of Natural History, has said, yet Gould and the American Museum people are hard to contradict when they say there are no transitional fossils. Did he mean that? No, is he lying? David Kitts, professor of geology, University of Oklahoma. Despite the bright promise that paleontology provides a means of seeing evolution, it has presented some nasty difficulties for evolutionists, the most notorious of which is presence of gaps in the fossil record. Evolution requires intermediate forms between species, and paleontology does not provide them. Niles
you know how
Eldridge
I know you're lying?
Paleontologists have been insisting that the record is consistent with slow, steady, gradual evolution, where I think that privately they've known for 100 years. That is not the case. Stephen Stanley, I gave you his. Colin Brett said, did life on Earth change steadily and gradually over time? The fossil record emphatically says no. Okay, so the list, it just goes on and on and on.
Yeah, and the one where we actually have the proper context, it becomes clear that he's actually in stark disagreement with you.
There's no context that changes. What you're implying, Taylor, is that there's context somewhere in his text that changes his statement so that he didn't actually mean what he said. That's preposterous. You look like a goofball.
I don't really know or care
what are you trying to do here?
Sciences teach transitional forms.
That's
Therefore,
absurd.
that is the science. You're cherry picking out things that you think agree with you.
I'm showing you what.
And then you're skewing the rest of the science by these same people who are all evolutionists.
No, I'm showing you that what I have said, that the world's eminent scientists write in their own books, the fossil record does not have the transitional forms expected of evolution theory. And there's numerous ones. This is only a sampling of the many statements by such scientists.
But they're found based on evolutionary
So
theory.
that when a university professor, tells you, "Oh, look, they've got plenty of them," which one is correct? The eminent scientist who wrote in their book that the transitional forms expected by evolution are not present, or the university professor who stands in front of a classroom of kids and says, "This one's a transitional form." If we got those two men together in a room, in that same room, if Stephen Jay Gould could be raised from the dead, and he died just about, 15 years ago, 12 years ago, if we could get Stephen Jay Gould raised from the dead and walk him into a paleontology class at a major university, and just at the moment that this guy says, "And this one is a clear evidence of transition," what do you think Gould would say? I'll tell you what Gould would say: "Hold on, sport. Not so."
No, because you're taking.
Yeah, he would.
You want to hear all of what Gould has to
would.
say about it?
He might not do. He may not do that to embarrass
the gradual change.
He may not do that to embarrass the professor, but after the class, he probably would say, "I don't think you are aware of what's in the journal, sir."
Then why was he an evolutionist? Why does evolution teach this? Why does science teach this?
Well, he put forth Niles Eldredge's punctuated equilibrium theory, which he thinks solves the problem. But that doesn't mean he doesn't believe, as he has stated so many times, that the transitional forms expected by evolution are not there. He thinks the explanation for why they're not there is punctuated equilibrium. See, the fact that Stephen Jay Gould and Niles Eldredge put forth punctuated equilibrium theory demonstrates how wrong you are when you claim I'm strawmanning that I'm cherry picking what they say. They have an explanation for why.
We find fossils based on an evolutionary model.
They have an explanation, so they think, for why the transitional forms aren't there, and that's it's called punctuated equilibrium. The idea that transition took place at rapid. No, that's not science. There's no evidence of an absence of evidence is not evidence of a thing.
What?
That's a theory designed to plug a hole in evolution theory. There's no science that supports it. It's just an ad hoc assertion. Punctuated equilibrium is just an ad hoc assertion. There's no evidence for it. It's discussing the absence of evidence. It's a theoretical idea to fix the absence of evidence, Taylor.
Do you really want to know what it is?
I just explained to you what it is.
It's a refutation to the idea that, let's say someone is just proposing, stay with me, just theoretically, that an animal is growing antlers. The old idea of evolution is that those antlers must need to start at like 1 or 2 cells, then 4 cells, then 6 cells, then it doubling, and just 1 little inch at a time per generation. The idea of punctuated equilibrium is that that's not always the case, that sometimes maybe the whole thing, maybe you just get 5-inch antlers in 1 or 2 steps instead of 1 little centimeter per generation. That's all it's saying, and that is what is taught in science. And any difference is a misrepresentation.
That sounds like creation to me. Puff, you got antlers. You're talking about creation now.
No, because you can have mutations that cause growths.
Now here comes your philosophy.
No, humans have literally had mutations.
So now here's where we kill this philosophy of yours. What's the scientific evidence? What's the scientific evidence that anatomical features come into being incrementally in organisms?
We just said the old idea is that they had to be incremental. Sometimes there are what appears to be leaps from our point of view, but it's not a chemical leap.
Well, so you mentioned 5-inch antlers instead of fully formed.
Born with horns, right?
So
you're aware of that.
What is the evidence that the features?
They weren't born from parents who had little horns. They were the first generation horn people.
So what is the evidence that the features that organisms have popped into being?
Popped into being. That's what you believe.
I believe they had them when they came out of the womb. What is your what is? What is your evidence that the anatomical features that organisms have pop into being?
They don't pop into being.
Wait, you just described the idea that they don't arise incrementally.
Not the way you mean, my friend.
Okay, so what is the evidence that pop into being?
There are people who are born with horns.
Okay, so
Their
people
parents
can
did
have
not have horns.
people can have deformities. What is the evidence that the anatomical features in living systems, what is the mechanism for it, and what is the evidence of that in the fossil record?
Mechanism for evolution?
Now, it's not in the fossil record because you're admitting punctuated equilibrium explains why they're not there. Then suddenly they arise. Bam! There they are. The creature with a different anatomy.
No, that's a straw man.
Okay.
I've just explained to you. It's just a refutation of the idea that it had to be visually gradual at every step. The horn doesn't have to be. See, these people are not born with just a little nub, and then the next generation an inch of a horn, and the next generation 2 inches.
How can it be a
Born with a
refutation?
5-inch horn.
How can punctuated equilibrium be a refutation when it's an idea that's put forth to explain why there are no about an absence of evidence? How can that? How do you plug a theory with an idea about an absence of evidence? So if I did this as a creationist, I could say the reason that the creatures, we find one creature with one anatomy, and then we don't find the transitions, but we suddenly find a different creature with a different anatomy, is because one of them was created that way and the other was created the other way. And what argument would you have against that?
That you can't find them based on your model, but we can.
Can't find them? Well, that's not what the scientists are saying. That's why they came up with punctuated equilibrium.
You can't predict the location, date range, or form of the fossils, but evolutionists have done this thousands of times.
Taylor, you're stumbling all over yourself. Now you're telling me punctuated equilibrium isn't true.
No.
Man,
you are now lying and putting words right into my mouth.
You're just all over the place here, Taylor.
Wow.
I asked you a question. What is the evidence that anatomical features pop into existence? You point to a human being born with what appear to be horns on their head. Okay.
I just heard I
I
Nephilim free am wrong and renounce creationism. How's that for putting words in someone's mouth?
So what is the evidence that this happens? And if that happens, Taylor, is it because entire new sets of genes, including homeobox genes, pop into existence in the genome so that the creature can develop those features during fetal development? The new feature that just pops into existence?
You really don't understand biochemistry, do you?
Taylor,
you don't need a new homeobox gene for a new feature.
For a feature to arise in an organism's anatomy during its fetal development, a new feature, it has to be because there's new genetic information that codes for that to make it happen during fetal development. There's got to be genetic information. There's got to be genetic information that makes it that expresses that feature during development. Isn't that scientifically correct? That's correct.
No.
Right?
Not during development necessarily.
What? So the creature is not born with the feature, but gets it later in life? They get the genes after birth?
Growing up. That's called becoming an adult.
So
were you born with pubes, Neff?
Born with what?
Pubic hair.
I already had the genetic information to produce them in my genome when I was born.
Yeah, but not the trait.
Okay. The information was there. All right.
I'm just answering the question.
Okay, so the information had to exist for the feature to exist in the anatomy. Isn't that correct? That's what we know about genetics today.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So now if you're saying that features pop into existence, it's because there's genetic information that arises that didn't exist before that codes for the feature. The new anatomical feature will pop into existence. It has to be information driven. So
what is the
mechanism? What is the mechanism that adds sets of genes? What is a scientific example or no? What is scientific about believing that new sets of genes arise in the genomes of living things that code for new anatomical features? Why is that scientific?
Recombination shuffles alleles. Mutation changes the DNA, and DNA changes the instructions
Okay,
for
so
the codes.
recombination and changes to alleles is not going to can't do that. That's just repackaging existing information. Okay, you have to have this. You have to have new information
Hey
to
guys,
code for
sorry for
something
the
new.
interruption. Can you hear me?
No, that's how evolution works.
No, Taylor, you're trying to tell me that the genes that code for a tire on a car is going to code for an engine, just right? That's what you're trying to say. There's no scientific evidence for that,
The gene
Taylor.
that codes for the rubber on the inside codes for the rubber on the outside.
What scientific evidence is there that recombination creates new anatomical features in the body plans creatures?
Recombination, probably, well, that can cause difference in like spots, eye color, things like that.
Those are cosmetic changes, not anatomical features. I'm asking anatomy is what you're putting forth.
That's still
you gave an example of antlers popping into existence where they didn't exist before. I'm talking about anatomy. Okay. And anatomy.
Is an antler an anatomical change?
We were talking about different anatomies in the fossil record.
Antler consists of that?
So now you're trying to, yes,
an antler a different anatomy?
An antler is an anatomical feature, yes.
Okay.
Okay. So what you're doing is trying to strawman the whole thing, moving the goalpost by talking about morphology, cosmetic change instead of anatomical change, because you can't answer the question as to what's observable about genetic recombination creating new anatomical features.
Well, I also said mutations.
Okay, so what's the evidence that genetic mutation does it?
What's up, Mikey?
Hey, hey Snake, Neff, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, Taylor. While I'm talking to him for a moment, I want you to come back with the answer. Then you said mutation also does it. What's the scientific evidence that mutations cause new anatomical features to arise? That's the scientific evidence, not your beliefs. I don't want what you assume. I mean scientific evidence. If you say evolution is scientific, we want the scientific evidence. Okay. So, all right. Hello, emotionally stunted emoticon.
Oh, so the question is for me. I wanted to know how new information emerged in a genome.
Well, actually, it's not the question I asked, but that would be a good question to answer.
Oh well, new information would be any change in sequence actually, but I think actually like more information, like new genes and so on.
I would disagree that any change to genetic information constitutes new information.
Well, then we'd have to discuss what is new information, at least what it looks like, or what it would look like.
Yeah, information is purposeful and functional. It causes purposeful and functional things.
So you can't have a duplicated gene that is then modified to have a new function? Is that impossible?
I don't think anybody has observed such thing as a new function arise by a mutation.
What about a modified function?
That's modification of existing information, and it's typically degradatory.
Well, that's primarily how evolution works, by descent with modification.
What's the evidence of that? Scientific evidence for that?
For mutations?
That mutation causes structural design change over time in creatures. If it's not a philosophy, if it's not just your philosophy and it's scientific, then what's the scientific evidence for it?
Okay, so just how it is possible to get, for example, different varieties of brassica, broccoli, kale, and all that from a wild mustard by means of descent with modification. Yeah.
Okay, so there's morphological differences between plants. This has been known for a long time. What's anatomically different about the broccoli?
But that's a change in anatomy. It's the same thing.
How is it changed in anatomy? What new anatomical feature arises in the broccoli?
You have the in the broccoli. You have the flowers are clustered together to form like a bulb. So that's a new.
Okay, so it has a differently shaped bulb, but it's still a bulb. The same tissues in the same place. They are pressed together in a different shape. They develop as a different shape. It's the same tissues in the same location of the same body plan. What's the evidence for a new anatomical feature?
Same location, though.
Well, sure, it's at the end of the stems. It's not on. It's not in the root system. You know, that's the same location of the body plan of the plant.
You have tulips that have the modified root system.
Yeah, and there's all kinds of evidence for changes in cauliflower too. Cauliflower does the same thing broccoli can do. It can grow in some pretty weird looking shapes. But where's the evidence of anatomical difference? There's no anatomical feature arising there in the broccoli or in the cauliflower.
Drawing that line arbitrarily.
No, I'm not. It's claimed that evolutionists often claim that changes to shape constitutes an anatomical change, but it does not.
Yeah, I'm not understanding the question really, because as I was describing, evolution is descent with modification. So every new trait is just a modification of an existing trait.
So that's every philosophy, but then you need to back it up with science and show that mechanism actually happens.
I just did. I just showed you the example.
Explain to you that's morphological, not anatomical.
Okay, so if you want to take it on a macro scale, for example, to get from a hand to a wing, you just need to modify the hand. It's the same thing. Just
you're welcome to believe that, but what's the scientific evidence for that?
I mean, well, you have, for example, you have the transition from theropods to birds that shows the.
Can you explain those, please? Can you name one?
You want to name a transitional form?
A transitional form to birds.
Okay, so Archaeopteryx would be the primary transitional form.
Evolutionists themselves now acknowledge Archaeopteryx is not a transitional form to birds. Try again. Try again.
Who said that?
No, I can tell you what they actually say about it.
Yeah, they do say that. I'll provide you the evidence in just a moment.
I would love to.
No, they say it's likely not a direct ancestor, but it represents the type of form that you would see.
Right, so
the transition, and that's how they found it. They found,
right. So they're admitting it's not a transitional form. You just stated it. There you go.
No. Transitional form.
Yeah.
No, you're twisting the words.
And emotion go at it, so it's one-on-one.
No, you just acknowledged, Taylor, that they don't believe that it's a transitional form in the evolution of birds anymore.
That's wrong.
No, you just admitted it.
Regardless of what lineage it's in.
No, you just admitted that it's not a part of the transition from theropod dinosaurs to birds.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean it's not a transitional fossil.
Well, you're welcome to believe that, but evolutionist scientists no longer state that Archaeopteryx is a transition of birds.
No,
yeah, because evolution branches. Sorry, go ahead.
Regardless, they acknowledge that example has been refuted.
No, a transitional form need not be the direct ancestor to its descendant form. What it represents then. It doesn't have to be the direct ancestor. Like Tiktaalik, for example, is not the direct ancestor of modern tetrapods, but it's a transitional form.
Okay, I didn't hear what you said. I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I have a bit of an accent. I'm from the Caribbean. I was saying that a transitional form is not the same as an ancestral form. Transitional form is to show a change in features, to show that a change in features has occurred.
Okay, so you're welcome to believe it's an ancestral form, but it's not considered a transitional form anymore.
No, I'm not saying it's an ancestral form. I'm saying it is a transitional form. It is not. Archaeopteryx is definitely not the direct ancestors of birds, because there were birds before.
That's the point. Then it's not a transitional form to birds.
No, it's still a transitional form.
You're welcome to believe that, but the evolutionists acknowledge that it's not a transitional form to birds. Okay.
No, you just said that they said that
they do.
They acknowledge it's from dinosaurs.
They acknowledge, they might believe that. You know,
It's definitely not ancestral.
But it has bird features, and that's all it has. You're welcome to believe
it's a dinosaur
something
with bird features. Right.
You're welcome to believe that. Okay. So, I mean, if we examine the fossil record and all you've got is Archaeopteryx and that supports your whole evolution theory, it's failed.
No, I mean, there are
it's a bird.
Into the forms now, I can't name it for you.
Even the world's foremost expert on birds, Alan Fiducia, acknowledges Archaeopteryx is no transitional form at all.
Right. So is the minority. The consensus is that it is a transitional form. It was always
good luck trying to show that it's a transitional form. They believe it's a transitional form simply because it has what is believed to be a spiny tail and teeth. But there are birds with teeth today. All the other features of the animal is strictly bird. It has bird features. It has bird feet. It has a curved breastbone. It has hollow bones. It has a beak. It has feathers. And the difference is it has teeth. There are birds that live on this planet right now that have teeth. So you can't say that's okay.
There are no
and it has a spiny
predicted by evolution.
And it has a spiny tail. So
there are no extant birds now with teeth. No.
There are plenty of unique creatures that God made. That doesn't show that they're transitional. This creature might have been unique in that it had a spiny tail spiny tail birds are now extinct, but that doesn't by itself evidence evolution.
Okay, so now by itself, in isolation, it would not be evidence for evolution. But remember, it was predicted by the theory.
Good, thank you. I'm glad you acknowledge that.
If it would be true that, for example, birds descended from reptilian forms, at least that's what Darwin said, but now we know it's dinosaurs. But if it descended from reptilian forms, then we should find birds with more reptilian-like features. So like the teeth and the long tail and the lack of the beak, and instead of the they don't have a beak, they have like a reptilian.
If evolution were true, there should be a plethora of transitional forms between theropod dinosaurs and birds.
Right, and that's the same thing Snake was trying to explain to you.
There aren't any.
There are.
The reason why we don't see
show them.
All right. Go ahead. I'm pulling it up.
Okay, so the journal Nature has published the Emotionally, however, is not the first discovery that shed status on Archaeopteryx. 2011, the journal Nature published discovery of another chicken-sized dinosaur named Zyotungia, and had earlier undetermined the first bird status of Archaeopteryx. In other words, Archaeopteryx is not a first bird. It is fully a bird. Okay, and it's not considered the first bird, so it's not transitional form to birds. It is a bird. Okay.
Okay. So you are correct. Archaeopteryx is definitely not the first bird, and is definitely not the direct ancestor to birds. No one is saying that.
Excellent.
That's not the meaning of a transitional form.
It is a bird.
Form is a species or a taxa or whatever that would show the transition from one state to another, from one kind or whatever.
Well, you're welcome to believe that, but evolutionists acknowledge it's not transitional to birds.
No, it's not ancestral. It's not.
It's not transitional to birds either.
It is a transitional form. It's just not ancestral.
Well, you're welcome to believe that, but all I'm pointing out is they say it's not a transitional form to birds. So it doesn't help the evolutionist case that there's transitional forms to birds in the fossil record. You have to start with something else. You can't use Archaeopteryx. The evolutionists admit it's not. It's fully bird.
Who said that?
I just quoted you a paper in the journal Nature.
Archaeopteryx. That is true.
Okay. The British Museum of Natural History in 1979 acknowledged it. Okay, so Alan Fiducia, the world's foremost ornithopterist, whatever the name bird expert is, I've forgotten, ornithologist, he says the same thing. Let me find you some more statements. And
is this a consensus, by the way? or it's just it's just is this a consensus now? The current scientific.
Pascal Godefroy of the Royal Belgian Institute of Natural Science agrees. I'm just looking at some of my sources.
Okay.
Okay. So
but you're missing the point, Neff, which is that
no,
since
you're
they
missing
occupy these transitions, can I finish? Since they occupy these transitions where they have features of both, that shows that the phenotypic plasticity overlaps between all of these creatures.
Okay, so you're welcome to believe that there are transitions, but Archaeopteryx is not one.
What did I just say?
You're trying to use phenotypic plasticity as a mechanism for evolution, but you never answered my question. You said genetic mutation does it also. And so I asked you, what is the scientific evidence that genetic mutation designs new structural designs in the anatomy of living things? You have not answered that question. Are you going to answer it, or are you going to tell me that you don't know of the scientific evidence that verifies that?
Because mutations cause differences in the regulation of the genetic material.
That's true. Mutations
in the instruction of the genetic material.
That can happen. So now, what's the scientific evidence that mutations cause changes to anatomy?
I find it strange that I've given you an example of this, and it's not.
You gave me Archaeopteryx,
because
that's not an example of a transitional form to bird.
Because the anatomy genes can change. Do you understand this?
Oh, they can change, right? So now, what's the scientific evidence that mutation changes anatomy?
So you're asking for like a specific one.
See, we know that mutations can change genes. You're not giving me the evidence that mutations cause structural evolutionary change.
I'm giving you the mechanism.
Well, that's what you believe is the mechanism. Now we want scientific verification of your belief.
Yeah, we know mutations happen.
No, you know in your imagination. We know in scientific evidence, Taylor. If evolution is not a philosophy, as I state, and so many creationists do, and it's actually science, then don't give me a philosophical idea and call it science.
So mutations do not happen in anatomical genes? Is that what you're saying?
Mutations do occur in all kinds of genes. Now, what's the evidence that mutations occurring to genes create new anatomical features? I understand you believe that. But what you believe and what's actually true might be two different things.
Because once you have a muscle gene, you can place a muscle, or once you have a bone, you can place multiple bones in different locations. And all you have to do is tweak that information a little bit.
I can build all kinds of things with my Lego set. Doesn't mean they arise naturally that way.
No, Legos don't. They don't reproduce, and they don't reproduce with variation.
Right.
And they're not subject to principles of the centered modification.
Right. So Legos don't even come close to the ingenious design of living things. I agree.
But listen to this. They've written programs where Legos do build themselves and they reproduce inside the program, and they actually evolve new forms.
No, what they did is they wrote an algorithm in there that's capable of assembling them in different ways so that you get different shapes that rise.
Right.
That doesn't have any bearing on what we observe to happen in living systems with genes. What's the scientific evidence that mutation builds anatomical features? You see, the simple answer, you can't answer the question, so I'll answer it for you. There isn't any. That's just what you believe. That's your philosophy of evolution. That's not scientifically verified. That's your belief. I understand. Now, so I have some questions for you.
Produce results in science. You don't.
Well, I mean, there's no results that show mutations build new anatomical features. That's for sure. There's no scientific results for that.
We've been over them.
Well, you haven't mentioned one. I've been asking for an hour. How many hours will it be before you can give me one?
The dog eyebrow muscles?
You don't know of one. No, I told you. You acknowledged that wolves already have these genes and produce and have these muscles.
Right. They have muscle genes, so they can place a muscle in a new location.
Well, how do you know there's a new location? No, you acknowledge some wolves already have these.
And some don't.
And some don't. Okay, so phenotypic plasticity might be the explanation for that. That doesn't mean that it's been demonstrated that genetic information arose that created a new muscle in a dog's eyelid.
It's just a tweak of the already extant muscle gene that it already has.
Thank you. It's already got the genetic information. Next.
Yes. Yep.
Phenotypic plasticity is not evolution.
Call it whatever you want.
Process now.
All right, I'll be right back.
Phenotypic plasticity is not evolution.
But it's part of evolution.
I understand you believe that, but you can't show that with science.
What do you mean? Okay, so when you said explain how these things happen, you want me to explain the exact mutations as how these things happen?
Well, I mean, a controlled example or something, but something scientific. I mean, you're claiming this is scientific. You're claiming science verifies these things, but we don't get verification of that from you guys. We just get you guys telling us what you believe, and then you're declaring it science, and then you're calling us ignorant for not believing it. We don't have any evidence for the things you say. These are your ideas in your head. That's why evolution is a philosophy. It's not science. See, it's none of it's observable, testable, and repeatable. You can't observe, test, or repeat evolution theory in any way.
Okay, so all the variation we see within the baronyms or kinds, I'm not sure what you call them, is that all down to plasticity? Does mutation have any effect on the thing?
Plasticity is an organism has genetic information. It can express it more or express it less. That's not a mechanism for the creation of new genetic information that specifies a new structural design in the anatomy. That's are you trying to misrepresent phenotypic plasticity? Are you claiming that phenotypic plasticity goes all the way down to the point where it includes the rise of entire sets of genes that code for a new structural design? Is that what you're claiming? That phenotypic plasticity includes the origination of a new anatomical feature by new genetic information? Is that what you're claiming?
No, I'm actually asking you, what do you think that the changes you see within the baromins is a result of? Is it a result of pure plasticity or expression?
Well, the changes that occur to living things are variation produced by variable expression of the organism's genome. And phenotypic plasticity can mean that a trait either appears or disappears in an organism because of its ability to variously express the information that exists already in its genome. Right?
Okay.
So now that information for that feature to arise in the organism's anatomy,
right,
it must have the information to make it. Now, evolutionists are not able to provide a mechanism that creates that genetic information.
The genes come first, then the expression. But
that's correct.
Right. So that's how evolution works, actually. The genes come first, and then the expression.
So what's the evidence that genetic mutations build new information that codes for new anatomical features?
Right. So you want something that codes for a new anatomical feature.
Well, that's what you're claiming happens. I'm not the one who makes that claim. See, the simplicity of this is that you can't provide a scientific evidence for what you're saying. I understand you guys believe that. You believe a philosophy, a chain of thinking. You believe a way of thinking about things. What the thing is, there's just not any scientific support for it. It's what you believe. I understand. It's a package of ideas. You will think, well, this makes that happen. And well, this obviously is why that happens. Well, those are your ideas. But that's not science.
What about
that's philosophy?
I'm just trying to get around your argument, because the thing is, I've shown you new anatomical features, but you
did?
Where? Them as anatomical features.
Well, I don't remember you showing me any new anatomical feature. What are you talking about?
A tulip. A broccoli, a cauliflower, and so on.
No, that's not anatomical. That's morphological.
What about baleen? Whale baleen?
Whale baleen is an anatomical feature.
Is that an anatomical feature? Yeah.
Yes, it is.
That's due to a mutation in the tooth gene.
It's expressed by genetic information during fetal development. There are sets of genes that make it. So where's the evidence that the genes that make the baleen in the whale's mouth arose by random mutation?
Because it's a piece of the tooth gene that creates these basically strands of tooth.
So it uses some of the same genetic information as what's used to make teeth.
Yes.
Okay, so what's the evidence that that information arose when it didn't exist before?
Are you talking about the original teeth?
No, I mean, there's a sequence of genetic information in the human genome that creates 576 different proteins from one string of genetic information. Nobody argues that's because of overlapping and compressed information. Why should I think a whale's genetic genome is not compressed as well? You're not providing an argument here.
But that's precisely how evolution works.
No, what happens in your imagination is that whales didn't have baleen once.
Right. So what I'm trying to say is that traits are modified. They're not added. That's how you think they're added. They're always modified. Every single trait in a species is just.
Okay, so let's examine that idea. So if that's true for species Z, then species Y, had its anatomical features because it had the same genetic information. Let's start the other way. Let's start with species A. Species A has X amount of genetic information, it has X genes, right? Now, species B comes into existence with new anatomical features by recombining the genetic information that was in species A. Now, species C comes into existence, and it has also different genetic anatomical features, and it came into existence by recombining the information that was in species A. And species M comes into existence by recombining the genetic information that existed in species A. What you're positing is that the first creature had all the genetic information for all anatomical features of all living systems.
No.
That can't be true. If evolution were true, it would have to give rise to new genetic information continuously.
Right. Evolution can. I'm not too sure what I mean by new information, but talking about new genes and so on.
So
and the expansion of the genome, yes, not necessarily, because again, organism complexity is not necessarily is not directly proportional to genome size.
So what I'm pointing out is that your argument that recombination is what does it is insufficient.
Well, not just
you still have to. If
recombination,
evolution were true, I understand that recombination would play a role if it were true. But that's nonetheless, evolution does still require that new genetic information arises, because recombining the existing genome of an organism is not going to give you the new information that makes new anatomical features. You're not going to get lungs in Ichthyostega by recombining the information in Eusthenopteron's genome. You're not going to get a land amphibian tetrapod's lungs by recombining the genetic information that makes gills and Eusthenopteron or Pandorixis. Okay? You understand me?
So Eusthenopteron and so on, and all these kinds of fish, they have a kind of float bladder that acts like a lung. So they actually had some proto-lung, to say.
Okay.
And that was then modified into lung. So it's just a modified version of something else.
Well, swim bladders exist. Even coelacanths have swim bladders. Okay, but you're telling me that recombining the genetic information that makes a swim bladder will create a lung.
Right. If you modify.
So what evidence is there in science that this kind of recombination creates new anatomical features?
I just gave you an example.
No, you gave me two creatures that exist in the fossil record, which are dramatically different. One is Ichthyostega, and the other is Eusthenopteron. What I need is a scientific explanation of how we have verified that recombining the information in Eusthenopteron was going to create the lung in Ichthyostega. Show with a modern example. Can you do that?
Yeah, we have several species that can absorb oxygen through their esophageal tissues, which is connected to the stomach. Sorry, go ahead. I just wanted
Great.
to
So creatures are designed to absorb oxygen. Interesting. So there is no scientific verification of your idea that recombination of genetic information will create a new anatomical feature. What's the evidence of that? You won't be able to cite me an example. It's what you believe, I understand. No, you gave me two creatures that exist in the fossil record, both of which are extinct. That's all.
I cited it in the chat.
The last example, I'm talking about brassica and so on.
What I'm sorry?
I'm talking about cabbages and kale and so on. I'm showing you how you can
cabbages
modify
and kale. Right. Those are not anatomical difference. That's morphological difference. That's how you shape the same tissues that exist in the creature and shape it. But that's not a new feature with a new function.
Different things. That's it.
No, that's not a new feature with a new function.
What?
I'm sorry. It's not a new feature.
Different folds is new feature.
But I need a new function.
No,
listen, go ahead.
Changing the shape of the broccoli does not make it have new features. There's no example of a new structural design, a new anatomical feature with function arise in broccoli or cauliflower. Those are morphological changes. They can be more profound in plants than they can in animals, it seems.
That's already there.
But
every time.
That's your best example is a morphological change in broccoli? What about animals? Can you cite me any example in animals? Plants seem to be more plastic than animals, you know.
Right, in some cases they're more plastic. A new morphological feature in animals. Oh my gosh, I'm so.
No, not morphological feature. Anatomic, not a new morphology, a new anatomy.
You were aware of the same lizards you and Jackson we were talking about?
Yes, the cecal valve, which is an enlargement of an already existing muscle in its gut.
That's it. So every new structure is a modification of an existing one. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Well, that's your philosophy.
No, that's just how.
But even in the lizards, that doesn't show a new anatomical feature. They already have the muscle. It just got larger and more pronounced.
That's how evolution works.
Well, then you're saying that every existing anatomical feature is comprised of the same tissues?
No, you can change cell type. You can change.
Now you've got to have cell specialization go on in the genome during fetal development, and that needs genetic information.
Not really. You can have.
Really.
Well, epigenetics can cause change in cell type.
So you're going deeper and deeper into your philosophy, but you're not citing an example of an anatomical feature arising and in the lizard, it already has the muscle. A bigger muscle is not a new anatomical feature. Okay.
That's how it works.
I can work out with weights. Well, that's your philosophy. I can work out with weights and get bigger muscles. That doesn't mean I have anatomically changed. I've changed morphologically, not anatomically.
That's how the structures begin. They begin by modifying what's already there.
Well, that's your philosophy. But you can't explain a new structural design, a new anatomical feature arising by modifying the shape of an existing one.
So what about the cecal valve? That doesn't count.
The cecal valve is a muscle in the gut of the lizard. It already had, and it got more profound, more pronounced, larger, and their stomachs elongated. They became a bit longer, and their jaws became a little wider.
Okay.
Right. So those are morphological changes, not anatomical.
Therefore, to go from an ape to a human, you don't need any new morphological.
That's not true. Humans and apes don't have the same number of bones.
What? Maybe bones? But there are different.
There's a different number of bones in the skull of a chimpanzee than a human being. There's a different. Chimpanzees have a bacula. Human beings don't have a bacula.
Well, that's human being. That would be a loss. Then you already accept losses. But the number of bones, I find this strange because you guys accept time.
None of this is observable or testable or repeatable. This happens in your imagination.
Are you saying that the number of bones in an animal is impossible to change?
No, I'm saying that's an anatomical difference.
But it would be the same bone, right? Just another bone, as you said with the muscle in the lizard. It's just a muscle another muscle doing.
No, a
you know,
new bone would be new bone would be an anatomical feature, new anatomical feature. Enlarging an existing bone is a morphological change.
Oh, wonderful. So,
but humans can't be related to chimpanzees anyway because none of the recombination hotspot locations in their genomes align.
I love your example there because, for example, you know, there are different breeds of pigs that have bred pigs to have more ribs to get more meat, and that's new bone, right? So that should satisfy the claim.
Okay, so so they've caused pigs to gain new bones, and so how is that going to help evolution theory that they got a new bone?
No, I'm not.
And how did the features of a pig arise? How did we get a pig by anatomical change? Try explain.
That's a separate question altogether. Remember,
well, what scientific evidence is there of that?
If I add a new bone, that would be a new morphological feature.
That's an anatomical feature.
We're able to breed pigs with more ribs.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
More in the number of ribs. Okay. So that's a new bone. That's more bone.
Uh-huh.
So satisfied your claim.
Okay.
The same thing happens with snakes and so on too, but I'm just doing with pigs.
Okay. So you're telling the creature express a new homeobox gene that puts a new rib on it. Okay. So is this verification that ribs that firstly, is this verification that pigs have never had that many ribs in the past? Secondly, how does this help you with the idea that the pig itself came into existence when there was no pig, the scientific verification of that? Because even your example, getting more, hold on,
that's a separate question
hold on, getting more of the same feature on the animal's anatomy won't ever give you a different kind of creature either. For example, take a fish. Adding more fins to the anatomy of a fish is never going to give you something non-fish. You understand? You're still going to have a fish. You can have a fish with 3 fins, a fish with 30 fins. It's still a fish. You're trying to say fish become amphibian tetrapods with legs, digits, and lungs, and completely different designed eyes, and walked around on land breathing with lungs on legs. See? You can't get that by adding fins, nor can you get a pig by adding ribs. You need to build everything in the anatomy of the creature. We don't know of any mechanism for this, and you don't. And the new genes that created the extra rib in the pig. There's not going to be any scientific evidence that those ribs genes arose. That's a varying expression of existing genes that already make ribs. They've been it's a duplication of a homeobox gene is what that is. So build a rib here. The gene, you duplicate the homeobox gene, and now you've got an extra homeobox gene that says put another rib in there.
And that gene is very plastic.
So you can't get a fish like this to become a land-dwelling creature with lungs by changing how many fins it's got. Neither do you get a pig by adding ribs. You understand?
What about fish that have feet that crawl on the bottom of the ocean?
They're in an interesting design. God made some pretty amazing creatures.
Were they original designs or were they adapted?
Probably.
Which one?
Probably original creation. God has a tremendous. Well, I can't. Neither can you. But God has a tremendous imagination. But one thing we know is
it just looks like a modified fin.
So you think it evolved? Good. Now, what's the mechanism for that? We don't know of one.
It just has muscles in different places.
It has different anatomy than a typical fish.
Yeah, slightly.
Well, I think it's more than slight.
But slight changes add up.
Well, so you're welcome to believe that slight changes to genetic information create new anatomical features. What's the evidence of that?
We just went over that with the pigs.
No, you're talking about reproducing an existing anatomical feature. Human beings can be born with 6 fingers too, you know, and that's typically not a good thing because the 6th finger is usually inept and not properly controllable by the human being's hand. But human beings can be born with 6 fingers. That's not evidence that human beings came into existence or human fingers came into existence by new genetic information arising because of mutation. That's just a duplication of a homeobox gene that says put another finger on there. You can't get a human being by adding fingers.
So just as the gene can duplicate the number that it produces, it can change the orientation, the length, the thickness, other features of the bone.
Now we're moving into your philosophy. It all changed so much that you get the human being out of something else. That's what you believe. But you can't even tell me about the mechanism.
Are those genes off limit for change?
You can't even show me the mechanism of duplicate genes creating new information that codes for new anatomical features. We don't have that documentation.
Here's a good illustration. If I hand you 2 Bibles, and I take one and I cut out little snippets of it, and I create a sentence out of it, and I cut out the rest, you still have that original Bible, but I've created a new sentence out of the second one.
Taylor,
you now have more information than what you started with.
Taylor, your philosophy is
that's just a demonstration of the concept.
It's one thing. I understand your concepts are not scientific evidence,
no,
Taylor. Do you understand that?
Just tell me how I'm wrong about that.
Taylor, my concept is
Tell me how I'm wrong.
Well, my concept is this.
How is that not new information?
Well, Taylor, here's my concept. See, my concept is that God did this, and there it was. See, hold on.
Yeah, magic.
But your concept is that for what you just described. But here's my concept. There it was. See, now I can't scientifically verify that for you by showing you the mechanism for that. But what I can do is show you the overwhelming evidence that that's what happened. In fact, I have some very, very powerful evidence from genetics that that's exactly what happened. But you're not able to show me a mechanism which creates the new genetic information that codes for a new anatomical feature. No scientist has documented that. It's never been documented.
So tell me how I'm wrong with my analogy. How has that new sentence not added information?
Because firstly, this would be a scientific observation if it were true. We should scientifically observe new genetic information arising. Secondly, the fossil record, hold on.
That's not what I asked.
Secondly, examining the history of living things on the earth in the past shows us it didn't happen because the fossil record shows that it is absent of the transitional forms that would have been there had evolution taken place. See, so we don't have a record of it.
No, that's wrong.
And we don't know of no scientist has documented this occurring whereby new genetic information is created that codes for anatomical features. It's never been documented scientifically either. So when we look at the historical evidence for living things on the planet, and it shows us it didn't happen, and then we look at the scientific literature, and we find no scientist has documented this either in a genetics way. We just don't. We end up empty-handed. We don't have evidence for it. You believe it, maybe, but we don't have evidence of
it. So that doesn't answer the question.
I just did answer your question.
No, just tell me how I'm wrong about. Tell me how I'm wrong. How it's not a new sentence.
How
is it not adding to information?
What?
If I give you a Bible. And I give you 2 Bibles. I take one of those Bibles and I cut it up and I create a sentence that occurs nowhere else in the Bible just by repasting and scrambling up the words. Then I give you back that sentence. Now you have a Bible, the original Bible, plus that sentence. That's new information.
Well, that could be. But now show us the Bible made that way. You're positing that the organism is made.
That's how duplication mutations.
Well, I understand your philosophy about it, but what we need is the evidence that that's taken place by comparing genomes, for example.
We've observed this happening.
For example, the Italian wall lizard, they could have easily sequenced the genome of the 2 populations, And what they would find, and what they did do, is sequence the mitochondrial DNA of them, and they found no difference. But they didn't sequence the genomic DNA. Okay, and the reason they won't do that is because they know when they do, they won't find a significant difference that we could point to and say, look, the genes that code for the cecal valve arose. They don't exist in this one, because they'd find their genomes are identical. And there was no new genetic information. That's why they won't do that.
Oh, Neff, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, wonderful. Okay, so I'm just asking you if you would what really constitutes a new anatomical feature. So is the transition from a lobe fin to a tetrapod limb, is that a new anatomical feature? Would that count as one?
That would be a change to anatomy. A limb instead of a lobe fin would be a change to anatomy.
That's it. Oh, that's it. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That every new structure is just a modification.
That's what you believe. I understand that. We've been over this 1,000 times already.
Okay.
It's getting boring.
Right.
The simple thing is you can't provide evidence that your philosophy is science.
What would count as an example of a new feature on an organism?
What would count as? What would you believe is? Instead of being able to give the evidence for your belief, evolutionists do this.
But I'm trying to tell you, what you're asking, it's a malformed question. If you're asking something that evolution doesn't do, then you're not asking for evidence of evolution.
And what you guys are actually doing is trying to say, can't you see it in your imagination? Look and
no, that's
see.
not what we're saying.
Just imagine. This is essentially what you're doing. You're swinging a pocket watch and expecting me to believe it. I am getting bored with this, really. I asked for the scientific evidence for your philosophy that random genetic mutation builds new genetic information that codes for new structural designs in the anatomy of creatures, and you guys can't put forth one. So you're trying to schmooze me with your philosophy. It's not going to work.
I would say what would make me happy is if you took a bunch of, let's say, cattle and you place them in lakes and let them breed in water, and they could never leave the water, and they built these new anatomical features that would allow them to be much more sufficient for living in water. That would obviously make more sense since they're confined to that type of environment. I mean, take, for example, we have cattle and we breed them specifically for weight. That's all we care about. How much they weigh and how good they taste. We would love if they could be like elephants. We don't really even care if they stay cows. It doesn't really matter. We'll eat anything. They could be gigantic and they should taste like bacon, but yet we can't get them to really much. I mean, they've got them as fat as they can.
Yeah.
And when they get too muscular, then they don't taste good.
Right, and they're unhealthy. Those gigantic blue cows that they've been mutants they've been making, incredibly muscular things, just profound. They look bizarre. They're such a freak-looking cow, and they're terribly unhealthy too. The animal is defunct. Its health is shot. So, if evolution were, why is it that anybody should believe that evolution is true after the discovery of DNA? I mean, we've discovered that DNA is a package of information that operates algorithmically. It's organized linguistically. Why are we to believe that undirected chemical interactions can produce information, algorithms, and linguistics? You've got to be able to answer that question if you think evolution is true. It has to have happened.
No, because
how is that possible?
Created DNA doesn't rule out evolution. That just rules out abiogenesis.
No, not because of because of the fact, Taylor, that it's information operating algorithmically and organized linguistically. That's the proof of creation.
Creation doesn't rule out evolution, though.
Well, creation, Taylor, that's a nonsense statement. If creation is true, evolution cannot be true.
No, that doesn't follow.
There's old Earth creation, is what I mean.
Right, and they're just as wrong as evolutionists. Any form of evolution cannot be true if life is defined by information, algorithms, and linguistics.
But that information changes.
If theistic evolution were true, the evidence in the fossil record would show transitional forms.
And it does.
No, it doesn't. We've been over that. So how can evolution be true by natural, undirected chemical processes? Since the what creates a feature in a living thing is information that's organized linguistically, operates algorithmically. And let me give you something to really let me give you something to really think about. Okay, really think about the information in the DNA is overlapping and nested. Okay, that means let's imagine. Let me explain this to you. I want you to have a jaw dropping. Oh my God, how do I answer for evolution moment in your mind? Okay, so I'm gonna share something with you that's going to give you one, whether you acknowledge it or not. Let me imagine that you have a sequence of information on the left. You got a strip of paper that's 5 inches long, and a strip of paper on the left that's right is 5 inches long. Now you overlap them. You lay one across the other so that there's digits on them. Okay, you align the digits, and what happens is now you take another strip of paper and it has digits on it, and you lay it across both of them where the joint is. So now you've got a third.
Triple gene overlap?
So here's what happens is the digits on the digits in all three pieces of paper is shared as sequences of information in those three pieces of paper. I can read from that just the letters that are on sequence paper 1. I can read only the sequence of information on paper 2, but I can also read 3. And now if I want to, I can read part of 1 and over onto part of 3 and create my own fourth piece of paper. So the base point I'm making is any given base pair, any given nucleotide along the DNA molecule is likely shared by more than one sequence of information at the same time. Now here's the interesting thing where it gets even worse. There are codes written upon codes in the DNA molecule that share base pairs going down the length of the DNA, and those codes tell the machinery of the cell how to express the information under them, using some of the same base pairs as the sequences. An example of this might be, let's say I'll use the Bible as an example. The Bible says, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth was void and without form, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. Okay. Now that's a sequence of information that we have. That's actually 2. So we've got this sequence of information, but now I pick words out of that, and I write another sentence that says, darkness was upon, or I pick one that says, in the beginning, darkness was upon the deep. See what I mean? Just picking certain words, I can create a sentence out of those by using some of those same ones. And now what happens if that information that I'm just created by plucking out certain words in that tells the reader of the book how to read the rest of the book? This is what we have in DNA. There are codes written on DNA over sequences that share some of the base pairs. Maybe the base pair number, this one, skip 5, and it uses that one. It uses the next one and the next one and the next one and the next one, but then it skips 3 and it uses that one and that one. And it skips 20 and it uses this one and this one, and it skips 100 and uses that one. That one skips 2, uses that one, that one, that one, that one, that one, and that one. Skips 10 and uses that one. Skips 20 and uses that one, that one, and that one.
Yeah,
you see what I
okay.
mean? All right, you understand what I'm saying? Now those base pairs, just those, all right, just those.
Listen for a while.
Create a code that say use the other bits that I'm also built of and do this with them. Okay. Now here's the problem for the idea of evolution building the genome by mutations and duplications. How in the world is it plausible to believe that you can get the regulatory information that shares the same base pairs with the DNA sequences that code for the proteins to be created at the same time? Because if you think that the genome was built by evolution first by just duplicating and adding raw information sequences, duplicating genes that are not yet part of anything, you're breaking the codes that tell the system how to use the codes below it. There is none. You've broken it. Or there is none there. Okay, so when evolution would have to be the magic of creation, in fact, if evolution were true, it would be creation. because it would mean that the building of the genome by mutation events would have had to have created the new sequences for proteins and whatnot in the genome, and at the same time built the codes upon them that share some of those same base pairs going down the length of it that tell the system how to use the codes for the proteins, and both are using the same bits of data. You can't imagine a process that can do this. Evolution is nonsense.
So,
it's impossible.
This sounds like irreducible complexity.
It is irreducible complexity.
Irreducible complexity. Okay.
So explain how that's logical. Can you give me a logical scenario whereby evolution could do this, continuously expand the genome with new codes for new proteins, and write the code that tells over the top of them, using some of the base pairs in those same codes for the proteins, how to utilize the protein codes underneath it? Can you explain how that's possible?
Okay, so off my head, I can't explain that for you now. I'm being honest, I can't explain that for you now. To refute those claims of irreducible complexity would take a lot of research, and most of the time they're fallacious, meaning that they look at the current state of a system.
Right, you just can't explain it. There's no way it can't be explained. Matt, were you about to say something? It's getting late, guys. I'm going to have to shut this show down. So,
what I was saying is that irreducible complexity is a description of the current state of a given biological system. Usually, what they do is to look at the system currently and try to remove a part and see if it will function. That's not how you test it.
Okay, so here comes your philosophy. It wasn't always irreducible in the past, right?
Right. Now you're getting it.
Right, your philosophy.
Right, good. It's not philosophy. That's actually, you're looking at it wrong.
That's right.
But
well, guys, it's been good. I've got to shut this thing down. It's 2 a.m. That's way past my bedtime tonight. I've got to get going. Thanks for coming in, everybody. I'm sorry, Taylor?
Can we get any last words then?
I really got to go. It's 2 a.m. I got to go. But I appreciate you guys popping in. I hope you had a good evening. And be welcome to join one of my hangouts again in the future.
Where does the soul come in? How does the soul work in evolution? I mean, where does it come from?
I ask that all the time. It's just so much. And I knew theistic evolution was a really, really problematic position to defend. When I first got into this, I watched all of Richard Dawkins' debates. Obviously, I started off watching him debate. Actually, he never did debate William Lane Craig, but his debates with John Lennox, and John Lennox just schooled him. But he was debating a Catholic priest or something. It's a pretty popular debate, but those are the types of questions Dawkins was asking the priest. And the priest, desperate, he didn't know, when does the soul, when did man point in the ape to man ancestry? There's just so much. I mean, you don't see it in scripture, that's for certain.
No, it's a divine creation.
Honestly, evolution does if you believe in universal common ancestry, all life from a single-celled common ancestor, everything we see based on evolutionary theory and changes in allele frequencies. But the theistic evolutionist pretty much just has to say that God created that first cell, abiogenesis. But it seems like almost a God of the gaps for them. Okay, yeah, we'll believe in universal common ancestry, but where'd the first life come from? It's just so what happens if there's a little bit of evidence that starts scaring the theistic evolutionists? Then are they just going to start believing in abiogenesis too? Where does it end?
Exactly. If Sonnen wanted to weigh in, you can. If you have something to say, Sonnen, you can. Whatever, just weigh in if you want to.
Oh, yeah. So let me see. I have to go back. Right. The law of monophyly. I think we have a little misunderstanding of it. So let me try to explain it. All the descendants of a clade, regardless of how much they've changed, would remain members of that clade. That's just the law of monophyly right there. The reason why, when asked, for example, between whales and pine trees, you know, why they're related and so on, they would say because they're eukaryotes, because the common ancestor of these two things was a eukaryote. If you're talking about, for example, a whale and a dog, then the common ancestor would be a mammal. That would be the most recent common ancestor would be a mammal. So I guess as much the disagreement here would be,
if you get a big enough circle, yeah, you're right. You could fit anything into that circle. But a lot of that circle and a lot of what you're putting into that circle is based on inference, assumption, storytelling.
Right. So let me just continue though. I guess the disagreement here is to you would say that, you know, dogs produce dogs, but sometime in the distant past, the dogs came from something that was non-dog. I guess that's the disagreement there, right?
You're saying a monophyletic.
What about the? What about?
I just want to show you that I know that, you know, the law of monophily will say you can never outgrow your ancestry, and that a monophyletic taxon is defined as one that includes the most recent common ancestor of a group of organisms and all of its descendants, right? So a eukaryote will never stop being a eukaryote. A mammal will never stop being a mammal. A carnivore is not going to stop being a carnivore. So even a dog, say in a million years, but it's still a dog. It's still a eukaryote. You know what I mean? I understand that.
That's correct.
A lot of it, the law of monophily is more consistent with biblical creation, special creation.
So let's see. What do you think that the law of monophily conflicts with universal common ancestry? Where does it really conflict?
It's that you can only go so far back in time. So, for example, okay, dogs produce dogs, right?
Right.
Bacteria produce bacteria. Evolutionists are going to say bacteria and dogs are related through common ancestry. Why? Some similarities. You're going to look at a lot of it is going to be based on inference, storytelling. You can only go so far back.
Right.
So come from then emotion. You know what you're going to say a wolf, and I'm going to say a wolf is still a dog. What did a wolf ultimately come from? If you go back far enough in time, ultimately wolves, whales, pine trees, and cats will celled organism, a bacteria-like organism. That's what I mean by you're going time in a realm that's just not scientific, observable, demonstrable. So that's what I mean. I understand the law of monophily, but up to a point.
Okay. So right. So I'm asking, where does it conflict with evolution? Not what you disagree with, but where do you think it conflicts with evolution? I know you disagree with the overarching theory of evolution. I understand that, but I want to know where it conflicts. I guess as much. Usually, you say that, you know, dogs produce dogs, but long ago and far away, dogs coming from non-dogs would falsify the law of monophily, or at least doesn't sync with
Is a bacteria-like organism, is that a non-dog?
A bacteria-like organism is a non-dog, correct?
Right. But you're saying that a bacteria-like organism evolving into a dog over time, incremental changes, directly, indirectly, regardless, break or contradict with the law of monophily is what you're saying, right?
No, I'm asking if that was what you were saying. If you think that would conflict with the law of monophily.
I'm saying that probably according to evolutionary theory, because monophily, according to you, that probably doesn't contradict it. But all I'm saying is dogs will produce dogs. Dogs will adapt to the cold, to the heat.
is adaptation, but that's all you're going to see. Any large scale observable change that would give you any real demonstrable evidence that a bacteria-like organism evolved slowly over time into something like a dog. Now, I know you're going to have a way of, like, for example, tell the audience why a bacteria-like organism evolving into a whale over time, successive generations, changes in allele frequencies and populations over time. Tell the audience why that doesn't contradict with the law of monophily.
Okay. So again, the whale would still remain to the clade it came from. So if it came from a bacteria-like organism, like a prokaryote, well, a eukaryote is a modified prokaryote with the nucleus and so on. The whale would still be a member of that clade. So a whale is literally a type of eukaryotic. It's a eukaryote, a multicellular eukaryote behaving like a whale. So that's pretty much what a whale is.
Okay, so also chordata, which would make a whale also a mammal, and a chordata, which also is a man. So based on the law of monophily, whales and man are the same.
No. Chordates is the clade, the crown of the all animals with a spine. So man have a spine, whales have spines. Correct. They're both chordates, so they both fall within the realm of chordates. Fish and so on, reptiles, amphibians. So anything with a spine would be, with a spinal cord would be a chordate. But not all chordates are man, and not all chordates are whales. But whale is a type of chordate.
But for example, you said a eukaryote is just a modified prokaryote. And prokaryotic cells, they don't contain a nucleus or any other membrane-bound organelle, right? Now, you said modified prokaryote. Have we ever seen a prokaryote evolve into a eukaryote?
No, we've never seen that in real time, no.
What makes you think that believing a prokaryote can evolve into a eukaryote is scientific? And doesn't that break down your law of monophily? If a prokaryote does not contain a nucleus, can evolve into a eukaryote, which would be you, me, insects, whales, fungi, plants, whatever. How is that contradictory to the law of monophily? That's a completely different, that's a large scale change. So explain that.
Right. That's the thing. The law of monophily is to do with descendants and ancestry. So it doesn't matter how much you've changed. The law of monophily doesn't say anything about change. If, for example, we have a dog that, for some reason, evolves to be aquatic, like a whale, it will still be a dog. It will still remain within the dog clade.
Yeah,
regardless
I understand
it
that.
changes. Regardless of how much it's of change, it would still remain a dog. Like, for example, birds. Birds may not look as a typical dinosaur, but because they descended from a dinosaur lineage, then by derivation, they are dinosaurs.
Right. So, what I would say to that would admitted that we've never seen a prokaryote evolve into a eukaryote. And then I understand that the evolutionists have a lot of ideas, a lot of beliefs, a lot of stories. And what I'm saying, and what Ken Hovind said in this debate, is we're not really interested in ideas, beliefs, storytelling, things we have to imagine may have happened. A dog today can evolve, can change through limited means, because we can see that natural selection and mutations are very limited. And that's why I don't like to go to the stories. I like to go to a real-time example. And that's why a lot of the time I like to talk about Lenski's long-term E. coli experiment, because if you're going to say that over enough time, a bacteria-like organism can evolve into a whale, some changes today in some type of evolutionary experiment where that might give us a hint that maybe that's true, but we don't see that. The changes we see, as you know, are degenerative, loss of pre-existing functional systems,
Because, and give me your thoughts on this, in this experiment, all 12 experimental populations, the functional bacterial genome shrank. It literally has less. So that resulting bacterial strains, they're still the same species for one, but they've actually been seriously damaged. So as a creationist, why should we believe an ancestry? I understand the law of monophily. You know, I think I showed you that I do. A mammal is not going to stop being a mammal. A dog's not going to stop being a dog. A eukaryote's never going to stop being a eukaryote, according to evolutionary theory. But why should we believe that that's true? Go ahead.
All right. So again, it's just to do with ancestry and so on. You just can't outgrow your ancestry. It doesn't even have to do with evolutionary theory. If you want to do with creationism, same thing. Whatever the original kind was, all the descendants would remain that kind. You just could never outgrow your ancestry. It's impossible. You can't do it.
I'm just saying what we observe in real time really is dogs produce dogs. You can get dogs to adapt to the cold, dogs to adapt to the heat, but you're never going to get a dog to grow wings and fly. But yet there's animals that exist with wings.
Right.
Called birds. You're never going to get a dog as big as an elephant. You're never going to get a dog as small as a flea. There's animals that exist that are as big as elephants and small as fleas, like fleas and elephants. So I understand the law of monophily, and I understand universal common ancestry. But what we're looking for is actual evidence that's demonstrable, testable, something we can retest at the end of the day, something that can be falsified. And I'm pointing you to an experiment that is extremely significant. The opposite reasons, because we have not seen any forward evolution at all. And the effect of this experiment, Lenski's bacterial experiment, has been reductive evolution. That's what creationists predict. That's what creationists expect.
Okay. So let me see. You said a lot. In regards to the limits of evolution, a dog indeed can become as big as an elephant, not in its current form, though. It would need certain adaptations to. It's not like getting a dog on Zoom. You have to change certain things so it would allow the dog to be that large and operate in its environment. For example, these large organisms like elephants and so on, they have the legs and so on. They're more column-like, and the bone structures and so on is made so they can withstand the weight. Taking a dog in its current form and just enlarging it to the size of an elephant wouldn't work. You need to change the anatomy. For example, to get as big as a whale.
So are you saying that there's a physical limit? Unless there's some significant anatomical or morphological change, you're not going to get a dog we see today to get as big as a whale, is what you're saying. There has to be some type of, well, realistically, some type of large-scale evolutionary change in order to make that possible, right?
Right. To get as big as a whale, the whales are large, blue whales and so on. They're that large because of the environment in great part by the environment they occupy. The physics is different, so they can be that large and operate in the environment. No land mammal, however, could become that large. They would succumb to gravity. So, if you'd like to get the dog as big as a whale, you'd have to change the physiology and again maybe the environment to have it live in an aquatic environment. And then it is possible to get it that large, but they can't become, too large. I don't think. I think a blue whale is a limit on animal size. Actually, maybe if you want to get larger, you may have to become like a plant. But yeah, I think a whale is the limit on animal size.
Right.
There are a lot of physical limits to evolution. Correct. That's why you don't see certain things in nature, for example.
And I understand, that's typical evolutionary storytelling. But what we're saying, when we say that dogs produce dogs, pine trees produce pine trees, whales produce whales, and yes, they're all eukaryotes, and yes, they're all affected by, they have a lot of similarities and dissimilarities. But at the end of the day, for you to say that dogs, whales, and pine trees are actually related, it's not science. It's actually anti-science and common sense. And I've pointed to a real-time evolutionary experiment, a long-term evolutionary experiment. And this famous experiment has powerfully demonstrated that the mutation selection process has very serious limitations. And you just admitted that there are limitations. And in order to overcome some of those limitations, changing environments, you'd have to look into the past, obviously, and type of way that would even be possible. But at the end of the day, that's why if you watch this debate, a lot of the times Ken Hovind's opponents, they appeal to deep time. Well, it takes too long. That's the thing. Time's their god. And I notice evolutionists, they seem to think, just one sec, evolutionists seem to think that time is the hero of the plot, but it's actually the enemy of the plot, because everything we see, everything's going downhill. You're not going to take your fish to fisherman, no matter how much time you have. Emotion, I'll give you 1 trillion years, man.
Oh, okay, that's it. Oh man, I forgot what I was going to say. Right. So, in regards to the limits of evolution, there are physical limits, biochemical limits. There are a lot of limits to evolution. That would explain why we don't see certain things in nature. For example, we don't see things like a Pegasus or a griffin, because evolution can't produce these things. Or, for example, you won't see mammary glands on an amphibian or cellulose walls in animal cells. But you would see that in the design world, however. If you look at Pokemon, for example, they mix characters in organisms, they mix plants and animals together, get things like Bulbasaur and so on. That is impossible in evolutionary scheme. It is quite possible to design an animal with cellulose walls in its cells. Evolution can't do that. That's why you don't see it. So evolution doesn't only explain the limits of evolution. Doesn't only explain what we see; it explains what we don't see as well. So that's why I can predict with certainty that, for example, we would never find any vertebrate with the optic nerve connecting at the back of the retina, because evolution doesn't rewire things like that. It just has to work with what it has. Just like the recurrent laryngeal nerve, it's looped that way, but evolution doesn't rewire things like that, so it has to remain that way. You can predict that we would never find anything without the loop, right? Because that's how evolution works. What else I was going to say? Yeah, so basically, so the limits of evolution dictates what species looks like. And that's why they look like the way they look like today. You don't see an amphibian with feathers, for example. Again, that's impossible under an evolutionary scheme. You don't see, for example, hemoglobin. You don't find it in invertebrates. That level of complexity doesn't convergently evolve multiple times. It doesn't happen that way. Only if designed, though, then it is possible for that to happen. And that is usually one of the criterions I would ask for if someone wanted to show me that species are being designed, then show me something that would not fit an evolutionary scheme, that would falsify phylogeny, and would show that definitely this thing had to be, I mean, if not designed by a god, at least designed by some other means other than evolution.
And so I don't see why you believe creationists would predict that, because if what we're proposing at the time of creation, for one, God would have created 2 human beings, Adam and Eve, okay, with the pre-existing functional DNA differences, the created heterozygosity that would give them the potential to adapt. And a lot of it not even based on mutations. You can use recombination, gene conversion, genetic drift, migration. All of these mechanisms can lead to rapid speciation quickly. In animals, it looks like God gave animals, especially if the original created kinds of animals were populations, not just 2, right, like Adam and Eve. He's given them the ability to vary and change more. than humans, Adam and Eve, for example. But the law of monophily would apply. Therefore, the changes, they're still going to be limited. And the changes that you're looking for that apparently would falsify evolution, why you'd expect the changes since creation different than that. You know, there's going to be limits within the change, within the changes, within the adaptations we see from the created kinds. You also mentioned predictions. Well, for one, in the fossil record, if you're going to make predictions, if it seems like evolutionists will make so many predictions, one or two are bound to come true, and then for all the ones that don't come true, changed. The fossil record in general, 95% of it, it's exactly what the evolutionists purport. You know, it's not very consistent. You see stasis, more consistent with an intelligent design. Yeah, you can point to some rare anomalies, some mosaics, for example, whether it's Tiktaalik, whether it's Archaeopteryx, whether it's, you know, the so-called reptile mammals. But at the end of the day, we would predict based on the design model some mosaics, some interesting creatures. And creationists are making predictions too. But yeah, I know you can point to some predictions here and there, but the amount of predictions, Emotion, that are proven to be wrong, the few that may prove to be right, it's not going to offset. It's not going to offset the tremendous amount of devices that evolutionists have employed over the years. I mean, they've been wrong on so many things. Everything we see in genetics and genomics is just contradictory to what evolutionists have always proposed. So, I mean, you know, that would be my response. I don't know why you'd expect. I noticed that the other day with Raw Matt, you said, you know, it is interesting that we've never seen speciation within humans because it takes too long. But then we see it in animals. You know, off the bat, you know, I was thinking, like, obviously, you know, with what we see, there's a greater chance for diversity in animals. But we see low genetic diversity in humans, just like you admitted. That's why it takes too long to see speciation events in humans in observable time. But that's exactly what we'd predict: low genetic diversity.
Okay, so I'm not talking about the variations within the kind that would. I don't expect them to vary that in a way that would falsify the law of monophily. I'm talking about the designs themselves, the way things are designed. That's why, for example, creationists have a difficult time in distinguishing the designs from the design from natural variation. If, for example, we find, let's say, let me see. Okay, let's see, for example, you know, there are apes and so on with prehensile tails. That's tails they use for grasping and so on. If by any chance we find an animal, a vertebrate, instead of a prehensile tail, they have like a hand at the end of it, that will falsify phylogeny because there is no evolutionary mechanism that can turn the end of a tail into a hand without any transitions. So you must have a transition for that. It's funny that they use it for a hand, but they don't have a hand there. I don't know, but that's how it is. Let's say, for example, again, with amphibians, if we find amphibians with feathers, for example, the feathers can be used for beauty and so on, but it's never found there. Evolution can't produce that. And for some reason, it seems that all the things that we would not expect to find in evolution, we never see them. Like, again, an amphibian with feathers, or an amphibian with mammary glands, or...
I don't understand why you'd expect to see an amphibian with feathers. I mean, that's the type of change that, as creationists, we wouldn't expect either. There's no genetic information.
Not...
What's that? Go ahead.
I'm not talking about the change. I'm talking about the design, the original design.
Right. I mean, why would Are you assuming God's design? But because it looks like a lot of what you're saying too is pointing to bad design. You know, I wouldn't design
No,
things
no, no.
this way.
It's not bad design. It's designs that don't fit an evolutionary scheme. They would never exist under an evolutionary scheme. They could never exist, and that's why we don't find them.
It wouldn't exist.
That's
It
why.
wouldn't exist under a creation, a special creation scheme either. We're
No,
not going to expect the
well,
amphibians to.
just for aesthetic purposes. Remember, feathers is not always used for flight. You can just have just some feather-like structures on the amphibian. Just that. That alone would falsify evolution. You don't find that. Just you could have just on the head of the amphibian, for example, just finding that would falsify evolution. However, in design things, when people design their own worlds and so on, you'd find these things. For example, in Avatar, the Navi, they have these sex organ things in their heads, coming from their heads. If we find any species, any vertebrate with that kind of apparatus coming from its head, then it would falsify evolution, because there is no mechanism that can turn the head of a vertebrate that could produce a sex organ out of the head of a vertebrate. However, when you design things, and a person design their own world within the movie, then you can design whatever you please, because the law of the phylogeny, the principles of phylogeny doesn't apply. That's why, for example, the Navi, they have 4 limbs, but all the other animals have 6 limbs. That's not how it works with evolution. With vertebrates in particular, they all have this 4-limb structure because that's what they inherited. There would be no hexapods because evolution can't produce a hexapod on top of a tetrapod body structure. There is no mechanism to do that. That's why you don't find it. But in Avatar, because the Navi and the animals within there were designed, and they are not limited to phylogeny, then you could design them any which way. The same thing with Pokemon. You would find all different types of designs that would make no sense in an evolutionary scheme. Can't be produced. You would see animals with flowering parts, for example, like a Bulbasaur. It has a flowering part on its back. Any animal we find with a flowering part on its back would falsify evolution, because, again, there's no mechanism to get a back to produce a flowering part. Or like we're talking about a prehensile hand. There are I forgot the name of the show, but there is like a monkey, and instead of having a regular tail, at the end of the tail it has a hand. But it has a hand because the person designed it that way. The person, when you design things, you're not limited to phylogeny, so you could design things however you'd like. That doesn't have to necessarily make sense in an evolutionary scheme. But what I'm saying is that what we see in go ahead.
Oh, I would say that that would be true, except for the very fact that they shall bring forth after their kind is phylogeny. Right. So they tie in together. Falsifying you would falsify us.
Right. It seems like you're. Well, here, just one sec, because it seems like you're assuming God's original design, how things should look, and yet, like Matt said, they shall bring forth after their kind. So an amphibian is always going to produce an amphibian. A reptile is always going to produce a reptile. A bird's always going to produce a bird. So I don't know why you're asking for such unreasonable.
No, I'm not talking about what they bring forth. I'm talking about the original kind itself. So if God was to create an amphibian with feathers, I'm not asking for an amphibian to produce feathers. I'm not like
but he didn't. But he never did create an amphibian with feathers.
I'm sorry.
Do we see amphibians with feathers?
No, we don't see any. But listen, there are many organisms to be discovered. I'm saying there is.
Have you seen a platypus before?
Right, a platypus.
I think God created a platypus just to show how stupid evolution is. What did a platypus evolve from?
Okay. Mammals, both birds and mammals, descended from reptilian form. So the platypus has these reptilian characteristics, the eggs and so on, because we are derivative from reptiles. The bill of the platypus is not a duck bill. It's just a bill. It's made up of a different structure. However, if it was a duck bill made up of the same structure, then that would falsify evolution.
Like Matt said, we, according to our model and our understanding of bringing forth,
of special creation, we wouldn't assume these types of hybrids that you're looking for. I mean, for example, look at a car. What does a car have? A car has a battery that delivers the electricity needed to run your vehicle's electrical components. You got a radiator, an alternator, front axle, brakes, front steering, suspension. Look at a boat. What does a boat have? A boat has a propeller. What does a propeller do? It rotates and powers a boat forward or backward. You've got a port, a bow, a stern. I don't know. I'm not a boat expert, but at the end of the day, seems like you're going to assume that we should find some parts on a boat.
No,
that wouldn't make any sense.
Not even that. For example, cars.
Is there a propeller on a car? Wait. Is there a car that has a propeller that you can think of?
Well, you don't need a propeller on a car. I'm not talking about functional things. Just for aesthetics, because there are certain things people creationists would assign to aesthetics. An animal would have some, frills or whatever, just for style, not necessarily functional per se, but for style. I would say that's part of the design. That's okay. So that's what I'm asking. I'm not asking to see a flying frog, although there are actually flying frogs.
How come? Just wait a second. How come? In all observable history, we really have seen humans produce humans. I predict that you can go to any hospital today, tomorrow, the next day, and humans are going to be producing baby humans. How come? Recorded human history, that's all we've seen. Where's the speciation events?
Right. So in recorded human history, you're looking for humans to speciate. No, it takes a while for mammals, especially of our size and
we see speciation events all the time in various animals.
They're usually small animals like reptiles and so on. They do that, or insects and so on. They do that. They readily do that because they reproduce fast and they can speciate. However,
so do bacteria. And what have we seen in the Linsky experiment? Bacteria produce more bacteria. Everything we see in observable science, that bacteria and humans are not related. We don't see that type of change.
No. The bacteria produce bacteria because, again, the law of monophyly would always...
I understand the law of monophyly.
Again, bacteria is not a species. It's an entire domain. Bacteria.
But you believe at some point, Emotion, a bacteria-like organism gave rise to a whale through incremental changes. Right, you just said right. We look at real-time experiments, the largest evolutionary experiment. There's no forward evolution. We see changes that are based on degenerative, adaptive changes. Everything consistent with creation and contradictory to. I don't think you understand our whole point and the point of what Ken Hovind was trying to drive across these guys. We understand what you believe. We understand the law of monophyly. We understand the stories, the ideas, the imagination. Okay, that's fine. You can hold to those views. We're not against. You can believe whatever you want. Land of the free, home of the slave. But it's not science. Everything in observable science. But you can still hold to it. It's just not science. We can talk about stories and ideas all day and how you're going to get a dog as big as a whale or how you're going to get a dog as small as a pygmy mouse. I understand that.
Okay.
Forced upon us as if it's science. Okay? That's just, that's the facts. It really is.
Okay.
Humans produce humans. At what point are humans going to speciate? Just answer that question. At what point, in a million years, what are humans going to look like? At what point are we going to see the type of change that will give us an idea or a hint at large-scale evolution being true?
Okay. At what point? I don't know the exact point. Humans may indeed speciate. However, not in the way you're thinking, like a lineage splitting event. Because of how humans interact globally, I don't think that humans would be able to speciate in that way. However, there is like vertical speciation, where the species would become a new species over time instead of by splitting. If you compare them to the ancestors, then it would obviously be a different species. So I think that could happen, but as opposed to the human race splitting to the point where they become a different species, humans, we don't currently behave like that. So I don't expect for the human race to speciate anytime soon. Um, we wouldn't be isolated long enough for that to happen. So I can't tell exactly when it would happen. Obviously, I can't do that. Evolution doesn't even predict that how long it takes for speciation to happen. It just says
right, emotion. But I want to drive this point across for you and the audience.
Right.
You believe, and I put a capital B on believe, that humans today descended from non-humans long ago and far away, and ultimately a bacteria-like organism evolved into eukaryotes, and then eukaryotes evolved into whales, humans, birds, pine trees. This is what we're trying to tell you, is you can believe whatever you want, but it's the ideas, the beliefs, the storytelling, emotion, it's great and all. It's entertaining. I used to be entertained by it as well. But what we see in regards to humans in general is that all human beings are profoundly similar genetically. That points directly to Adam and Eve. If you only started with two people, that restricts the diversity today. This is a big reason why I don't understand the thinking process of theistic evolutionists who have science on their side, but yet they want to believe that apes and humans are deep time. I'm sure you can agree, any large population are going to accumulate enormous numbers of mutations according to evolutionary history. That results in enormous amounts of genetic diversity. So that's a serious problem for you, a serious problem for evolutionary theory, because as I've stated, mankind, and as you've agreed with, has very limited. The Bible predicted this. It's what we expect. Death and demise of the evolutionary bottleneck theory that you'd have to look to. And of course, you'd look to the out of Africa theory, but that means the death and demise of the out of Africa theory as well. So all known observable evidence that's demonstrable, testable, repeatable is consistent with what we believe. And that's the whole point. If you're going to call anything science, predictions and the retrodictions. Yeah, you got a couple predictions you can, pick out and counterbalance the overwhelming amount of flawed and failed predictions. Go ahead, emotion.
Okay, so where do I begin?
Did you say they're isolated? That's why they can't speciate? Humans are pretty much everywhere.
No, I said they're not. They wouldn't have time to isolate themselves long enough.
To isolate themselves. Okay.
Yeah. Sorry about that. Maybe the accent. Right. So again, for example, just as how you can get a broccoli or kale or whatever from a mustard, it doesn't have to be long and far away.
From a plant, but you believe that plant ultimately descended from a bacteria-like organism long ago and far away. Just want to throw that out there. Yes, plants produce plants.
Right. So you can always interject with that.
Okay. Take as much time as you need. I just wanted to throw that out there.
Okay. Right. So you can get something from a non-something, like a dog from a non-dog, or a broccoli from a non-broccoli, by means of descent with modification. That's how evolution works.
I don't think God.
Long and far away.
No, I understand. I'm just saying God doesn't care much about man's classification systems, man's classification ideas, taxonomy, cladistics. A lot of these things, like I've said, they're based on the assumption that universal common ancestry is true, based on a lot of inference. That's all I'm saying. Yes, I understand. The Chihuahua didn't name itself a Chihuahua, and the broccoli didn't name itself broccoli.
Now you get it.
What I'm saying is, if you took off, if you went into a car lot and took the label off every single cars, Hyundai, Honda, Chevy, Chrysler, Ford, Subaru, whatever, you name it. You're going to see a lot of similarities, a lot of differences. You're going to connect things every which way you can. But without the labels on them, you're going to make a lot of false. That's
right.
Looking at everything, you're right. You're right. A Great Dane didn't call itself a Great Dane. The whale didn't call itself a whale. And, money, nobody remembers the guy who found the 5th Tyrannosaurus Rex. You remember the guy who found the 1st. Everybody's trying to find any type of change that they can to give this a name for a new species. Classification systems. God doesn't care about the names that we give to all the different varieties that we see. And that's what we mean by kinds, Go ahead. Take as much time as you need.
Okay, so you're gonna have to stop, cutting me off halfway. I don't appreciate that. So you bring up new ideas one after the next. With cars, again, we don't assume cars are related in any way because, again, they don't have a mechanism of reproduction.
Right, so this is the why I cut you off, is because of the straw man argument. I'm sorry, because just wait. I want you to go.
Oh shit.
Design model. If you think that we're using modes of transportation to say that they reproduce, because that's always the evolutionist response. Yeah, you're right. They don't reproduce. Reproduction is amazingly complex. That makes the problem worse for you. Bring out some argument that you think is new.
Listen, Standing.
Not a novel argument, Emotion. Give us something real. I don't want ideas. Take as much time as you need. I have to interrupt when I hear that type of.
Okay.
Take as much time as you need.
First off, is Praise? Are you there? Yeah. So okay. So listen. This is your channel, so you have to control Standing. Okay. This is not Standing's channel. This is your channel. So when I speak, I don't want to be interrupted constantly. I don't interrupt at all.
Well, I mean, back and yeah, but see, this is not a moderated debate, so I disagree. You guys have you go back and forth. Sometimes you'll talk over each other. I mean, that's just part of discussion. So.
And you know what? If Emotion's saying more things wrong in a sentence than words that are in that sentence, I'm going to have to cut them off 1 or 2 times, Emotion. So the next time you say that cards don't reproduce and you actually think that debunks the work of men like Dr. John Sanford, Dr. Nathaniel Jensen, who's put forth a beautiful model, a model with testable predictions, and you think that telling us that cards don't reproduce is novel and meaningful to this discussion, the fact that cards don't reproduce is worse for you of a designer anyways, and you're denying this designer. Okay, one single cell is more complicated than the space shuttle. Take as much time as you need. I'm not going to interrupt, but I will comment eventually on every wrong thing that you say. Go ahead.
Absolutely. Yeah, this is not a moderated debate, so I want to make that clear.
I know, but I find Standing to be very disrespectful. Trust me, it is disrespectful because I let him talk. I really don't interrupt him. Let him talk. But let me talk. All right.
Let's act like adults here. Emotion, just make your point. Okay, we're wasting time here by you complaining. I corrected you. The correction is over. Please stand corrected. Now take as much time as you need. I'm drinking some water here. I'm relaxing. I'm sitting back, and I'm ready for the ideas, beliefs, storytelling. I'm ready for it. I'm interested. I'm excited. Go ahead.
Okay. So the reason why we don't assume that cars or whatever are related is because, 1, they don't reproduce. 2, they don't reproduce with variation, and they are not subjected to the principles of descent with modification. They don't have any molecules of heredity, so you can't build a family tree or you can't track their ancestry. They don't they don't abide by the laws of phylogeny. What else again? So all that, again, that's why we don't assume that card. I'm not saying that this debunks anything. I'm just saying that we don't assume that. That's the reasons why, or some of the reasons why we don't assume that. Okay, so regardless of how similar cards would look, because they don't fit these criteria, then we would never assume they evolved by any kind of Darwinian means. All right.
I think they just use that as an analogy, man. It's kind of like a parable in the Bible. They don't mean it. It's just example.
Yeah, I mean, but when we discuss biology, let's just keep it within biology. I hate when people divert to cars and whatever. We're not talking about cars. We know why we don't assume cars evolve, so don't even bring it up.
Oh, we do bring it up because you're trying to classify all forms of life into a nested hierarchy. And I'm trying to tell you and show you that we can do the exact same thing with all the different types of kitchen supplies in my kitchen that I'm sitting in right now, and with all different types of modes of transportation. But the funny thing is, even though we can fit boats, we can fit airplanes, we can fit sedans, hatchbacks, SUVs, crossovers, those modes of transportation into a beautiful nested hierarchy. But we know that boats are not related to sedans. In the same way that you can fit your whale into a nice, neat, nested hierarchy with man, with apes, with plants, with bacteria, that doesn't mean and that doesn't demonstrate that they're all related, because it's all based on assumption, it's all based on inference, imagination, and storytelling. That's the point. It's a demonstration of how flawed evolutionary theory is. Go ahead.
There are mathematical equations to calculated to measure the parsimony of any given phylogeny. Cards, no one produces any neat nested hierarchy with vehicles.
When you I can show you. I just did.
Listen. When you create a nested hierarchy, when you do a phylogeny, especially morphologically, you have to count every character. That's why they use thousands of characters to build a tree. That's the same thing RJ was trying to say, that they when creationists build a tree, they don't use all the characters, they use some. If you want to build a tree using cards, you need to use every single character in the card, every single thing, and you build a tree off of that. But cars, for example, again, for example, Volkswagen, I think they started off the model with the engines at the back, and now they have it at the front. That would mess up your phylogeny, your cladogram, because that kind of shift there doesn't happen in an evolutionary cladogram. You'd have to explain where the shift come from. How do you move an engine from the back to the front by, an evolutionary means? But we don't see that in nature. We don't see body parts in one type of organism here, and then, for example, in vertebrates, and then completely different orientation in another type of vertebrate. It doesn't work like that. It's the same thing, just a modified version of what's already there. For example, you don't see the brain of an organism, vertebrate in its chest cavity or whatever. That's like moving the engine from the front to the back or the back to the front. For cars, for example, you can change the metal it's made from without any transition. You could just have this kind of metal and then change that kind of metal, or this kind of engine and change it for that kind of engine without any transition in the engine. You don't do that with living things. You need to modify it step by step. Design things doesn't need a step-by-step design, because they're not made step-by-step. They're just made. You just have a new design. Okay, you have something here. Okay, I want to make it of a different metal, a different engine. We're going to put the engine at the front. We're going to have 2 doors instead of 4. We're going to have a open rooftop, and we're going to just make things like that. Design things can't work like that. That's why you don't build a phylogeny using that. No creationist ever built a cladogram in the same way taxonomists do with cars. I've seen simple versions of it where they use like 12 characters, 13 characters. That's child's play compared to the thousands of characters that is used to build an actual cladogram in evolution. The living dinosaur actually went over that already with Once Forgiven, Now Free, and you can see the difference. And if you really wanted to you tried to even attempt to make phylogeny using cars and so on. You use planes, same thing, because some planes would have more engines and some. You don't just get engines in living things. You don't just get body parts all of a sudden. It needs to form gradually. So no design things, no houses, no cars or whatever can't fit any kind of nested hierarchy in the same way living things do. It just doesn't happen. And that's why, for example, it's easy to distinguish between cars, but it's extremely difficult for creationists to distinguish between living things. That's, for example, I asked you to distinguish or to, if all the subphylum Crustacea, pan Crustacea, sorry, if they're all related, and how do you distinguish between them? They're literally almost the same thing. All crustaceans are almost the same body plan buildup. Even crabs, although they look a bit different to lobsters, there are crabs that do have the kind of tail-like structure, like a lobster. And if you go further back, there are little lobster-looking crab-like things in the fossil record. So that's why I asked you to, distinguish them. It's easy to do that with cars and so on, but not with living things because of the smooth gradations you would find between them, especially with crustaceans and so on.
You finished? Okay, so right off the bat, it's not a nice, neat, and organized tree. Okay, tree of life, like you stated. Okay, first of all, hierarchies in relation to evolutionary theory, phylogenetic systematics. It's all based on a primary assumption that universal common ancestry is true to begin with. We can look at observable and demonstrable data. We can look at the long-term evolutionary experiment, Lenski's experiment. We can see that there's no forward evolution taking place. Therefore, all the assumptions, all the connections, all the inferences made based on phylogeny, trees, for example, it's just not true. It's just storytelling. Even if you look up a phylogenetic tree, how to read a phylogenetic tree in regards to the fact that tree is trying to represent, the evolutionary history of species. And they'll tell you that, this is what we think. This is how we think these specific species evolved from a common ancestor through a series of, divergence events. Okay, right off the bat, you said that there's some inconsistencies with modes of transportations and the nested hierarchies that we can demonstrate from those. And I'm sure there are. But at the end of the day, whenever there's an inconsistency for convergent evolution is invoked, rescue device after rescue device, because they're not going to question the primary assumption. They're going to force fit all new data into the primary assumption. Now, you said that we can't build or we can't demonstrate a neat and organized nested hierarchy based on the design model. Well, as I've told you, the design model does predict nested hierarchies. And the classification of life, two modes of transportation, how we, as humans, classify different modes of transportations based on similarities forming hierarchies. For example, humans, pigs, rats, and ducks are all land dwelling. Now, even though according to our model, they're separate kinds, since they are all land dwelling, they can share similar nested hierarchies or designs. So at the end of the day, if you're starting from our starting point, it doesn't take much reflection, emotion at all to see that our model does predict relative genetic hierarchies that are actually. So that's why when you say, cars don't reproduce, we know that. But the thing is, our starting point is that the God of the Bible designed the entire universe. And obviously this includes the various kinds of biological life that exist in it. So we would obviously expect, and I hope you would agree, that we'd also predict to find that life fits a design pattern. So since we as humans are then made in God's image, we're going to get a sense for what kinds of design patterns God might have used. We're going to do this by studying. We're going to examine the patterns that result from human design. So we've actually seen, and we can actually demonstrate that nested hierarchies in general are, for the most part, agnostic to the question of universal common ancestry. For example, okay, let's look at cars.
Every single car is unique, but all cars do share a set of features. Okay, for example, a certain range of height from the ground, 4 doors, 4 wheels, lack of a cab bed, whatever, you name it. We can go on and on. But if we actually shrink the list of features, just like you would do the same thing with, say, humans, and then apes, and then dogs, and just bring them all into a nested hierarchy, we're doing the same thing. We're shrinking the list of features, okay, Emotion? Now we can bring in SUVs and trucks into this same group. I'm sure everybody can see where I'm going with this, okay? Trucks, as we know, they're higher off the ground than cars. And since most trucks consist of a cab bed, which a sedan lacks, the number of features shared among cars and trucks is less than those shared among just cars. So we can go on and on. We can then bring in motorcycles and so on. And just like biological life, technically the more vehicles, organisms, and species we actually bring in and group and throw into our transportation classification system, the smaller the list of shared features becomes. And that's exactly like the Linnaean classification system, okay? So at the end of the day, nested hierarchies in general are agnostic. But when it comes to biological nested hierarchies, there are so many contradictions and inconsistencies. And that's why convergent evolution is invoked over and over again. So it's not as neat and organized as you say, and all observable data disproves evolution. So you can show us all these different trees, but as Ken Hovind says, they're just lines on paper. Now, sometimes lines on paper do demonstrate and do give us valuable data. For example, Dr. Nathaniel Jensen's LMN haplogroups, his mitochondrial DNA tree of humanity, makes predictions, retrodictions, they're testable. Those aren't just lines on paper. But since what we know about observable empirical scientific data is that evolution can't be true, say, phylogenetic trees, those are just lines on paper. You can believe that they actually show important, but it's not science, Emotion.
Okay, so the classification you were talking about with the vehicles is indeed Linnaean taxonomy. It's not a phylogeny. A phylogeny. Oh, just one more. Right. So the classification we're talking about, where you would use less and less characters to get a bigger group, that's taxonomy. The phylogeny is you still use all the characters to build a tree. And again, you won't get a consistent tree. It would be all over the place. Characters would jump all over the place. With evolution, when it comes to convergent evolution, the trait in question that is convergent, it comes from something else. Whereas in cars and so on, it doesn't have to come from anywhere, because cars are just made in their current form. They didn't evolve. So that, for example, the wings of bats and birds, they both evolved from a similar structure. They emerged from the same structure. But for example, there were once a car that was built with wings. The car didn't evolve the wings; it just attached the wings to the car. Living things, they don't just see characters as like whole structures like that appearing on a species from nowhere. They would gradually evolve. You would see the steps of it. For example, like the bird's wing would evolve. You'd see the hand and the wrist and so on changing until it becomes a bird wing. Same thing with bats. So they're not all the transitions aren't there, but because bats are hard to fossilize. But there are some of the transitions of bats. The wings are different in the earlier forms. What was I going to say? Actually, I forgot exactly what I was going to say. Right. So the lines on paper. You said the phylogeny is just lines on paper. It's strange that you say that, because creationists do accept phylogeny to some undefined point. Raw Matt, for example, made a video where he was trying to, debunk Aaron Ross' phylogeny challenge in his attempt to debunk it. He would actually use evolutionary cladograms of phylogeny. So it seems like the ones he's using is valid, but yet to hear a creationist explain what makes a given phylogeny valid and how did it distinguish between valid phylogenies and invalid ones, and where exactly does phylogeny break down within a given group of animals. So, for example, as I give the crustaceans, are all crustaceans related, and if not, where exactly does it break down, if any? Or, for example, all palm trees, or um, let me see, all orchids, for example. Are they all related? How do we know? Where does the phylogeny break down per se? Um, Sometimes I hear creationists say, well, it breaks down at the family level. Well, except for the exception of humans and other things. I would point out many families for them, and they would say, well, no, at least that one doesn't count. I would show them the family of cucurbitacea, that's watermelons and pumpkins and cucumbers and so on. They're all within the same family, but creationists don't accept that they're related. Most of them don't. I'd show them the family of grass and bamboo and so on. Corn, they're all within the same family, but creationists don't accept they're related. Even like onions and garlics and leeks. Again, that's actually a genus, and creationists don't accept that they're related.
If I
So
may interject real quick, you can finish what you're going to say, but I want to make something real quick, or say something real quick. I want Matt to respond to those questions. So can we wrap this up? We can finish this whole dialogue another time, but we need to wrap this up pretty quick. So I want to let you guys know that.
I think what would be good is we'll allow Emotion to finish what he's saying uninterrupted. Do what you got to do. I'll literally keep my response really, really quick, and I'll even give you the last words. Emotion, make your last response extremely quick, and then we'll call it, because we've it's been fun. It looks like it's been a good hour back and forth between us.
I really enjoy this discussion you guys are having. I learn a lot of things from you, Standing for Truth, and you strengthen my faith in intelligent design and creation. So, I mean, I owe a lot to you. So, thank you very much for what you do, and so we'll go from there.
Brother, no, I agree. So finish what you're saying, Emotion. I'll say something real quick. We'll even give you the last word since you're the atheist, I guess, in this room. So to be respectful, and then we'll move on to what Praise said, the questions. Those are important.
Oh, okay, cool. Also, basically, is that creation would argue that phylogeny is is invalid or is incorrect, but they would accept it up to a certain point. So basically, they would like to know where phylogeny breaks down, which is practically one aspect of the phylogeny challenge. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, and I would just say, yes, convergent evolution, of course, is based on the fact that there are inconsistencies and a lack of uniqueness of the phylogenetic tree. So I'm just saying evolutionists explain those away with convergent evolution. At the end of the day, they're just invoking convergent evolution to avoid addressing the failure of the phylogenetic tree. I mean, you can just look at whales, dolphins, and bats. They're the only mammals that have echolocation systems. And on the basis of gross anatomy, the whales and dolphins are classified closer to the cow and other ruminants than to the bats. But on the basis of their echolocation systems, they should actually belong with bats. So you can look at molecular analysis of, say, the protein Preston that puts whales and dolphins squarely with the bats. So at the end of the day, evidence that the phylogenetic tree that you're talking about doesn't actually represent objective reality and should, at the end of the day, falsify universal common descent. Now, I did say lines on paper in regards to trees and phylogenetic analysis, because yes, phylogeny to an extent, but at some point, especially once you get into the fossil record, a lot of assumptions, inferences are made. I'm using nested hierarchies to show that in general, agnostic to the question of creation, which would predict limited ancestry, and evolution, which would obviously predict and assume universal common ancestry. That's when I say we need to get down to the DNA level. Traits are inherited, not bones found in the dirt. We can look at DNA function. We can look at neutral variation. There's a lot of things we can look at. So that's all I was pointing out. The phylogeny has to break down at some point. Where does it break down? About for hours. So I appreciate everything you put forth there, Emotion. Have the last word.
Oh, yeah, you're welcome there, Standing. So I guess we get on to the, well, Praise has some questions for Matt, so I guess I'll listen to those.
Or no, this is from the debate earlier, I get, with G-Man and IP. So I hope Matt has those questions available.
Sure. Yeah, I do actually. I actually screenshotted it to share with everybody whenever we get into that.
Sweet. Yeah, I'd love to hear that.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm looking forward to that, Matt. Well, are we going to go right into those questions? I think that's
either that or back to the Ken Hovind one. Were we halfway done with that, or were we near the end, or we going to do Ken Hovind after mine? Because believe me, I can talk fast. There's only 6.
You are a fast talker. If it's okay with, if that's cool with Praise, yeah, why don't we get right into that?
Yeah, I think that'd be cool.
All right. Do you know how to take control of my screen? Do you want to show my screen so everyone can see the challenge questions that IP had for?
Yeah, if you would have put the picture in the Discord box or the Discord messaging thing, yeah.
Figured it out. Got it. There you go.
Sweet, I see it.
Yeah, as soon as everyone can see it on the screen, I will go through them. Let me see what the first one is. I'll read it out loud, or you can, just to break up the monotony.
So they
of hearing.
officially ended Google Hangouts? Is it like non-functional now for sure? Or?
Yeah.
It's the second time I exited out because you gotta be careful hitting that X button.
Does that close the feed or does that stay on?
No, we're still on.
Okay.
No, just this had a Discord. I have to. Let's see. I heard you say yes. They ended it. Is that right or?
What?
Google Hangouts.
Oh yeah, no, it's gone. I tried to access it earlier. It said this is no longer a function. So.
Okay, so it's gone for good then. All right.
Yeah.
There we go. It should be up there. Can you guys see that?
Yeah, I see it. I see it up in there in the corner. All right, let's just jump right in. This was the first question IP had for G-Man in his opening statement. Since G-Man addressed none of them, I will now. So, why is Abraham called an old man if he died much younger than his ancestors and lived much less than his son Isaac? So, at face value, this seems to make logical sense, right? You think people are living to 500, and then all of a sudden, you're 100 years old, and all of a sudden, you're now counted as an old man. Well, this isn't how that works. Abraham didn't live at the time when people were living to 700, 800, and 900 years old. He was living in a time when people were only living to 100 years old. So he was an old man for that era. So it only makes sense that they would have called him an old man. It would be like me living in the 1950s when the average age life expectancy was 55. And I'm 55 and I'm like, you're an old man. That would make sense to you. But is that an old man today? Of course it's not. You know, of course not, because people are living to like 120, some of them. So 55 is actually really young. If somebody dies at 55, I know that they either had a heart attack or they died from a car wreck, right? So there's the answer to that one. Of course he was considered an old man because he was living in an era when he was an old man and the scribe wrote him down as an old man. So, and just living a few years less than your son doesn't equate to that rationale thinking that you're much younger. So of course, you know, if I'm 98 years old and I'm considered an old man, and then my son outlives me by 3 years, then I'm not all of a sudden not an old man anymore. Anyway, so why is Abraham laughing at the prospect of having a child at age 100 when theoretically or allegedly fathered Abraham at 130? I'll tell you why. Because his wife was barren. She didn't have the ability to have a child. So he laughed at the ability, not because of the age, but because she was barren. It was a physical impossibility for her to have a child. You guys remember the story?
Yes.
So that's why Abraham is laughing. It's not because of the age. And besides, most of the people probably then anyway, the males probably marrying younger women anyway. Probably that always seems to be the way that it is. But that's just an assumption anyway. For the next one, Jacob allegedly fathered children in his 90s. And that was not miraculous. Exactly. It wasn't a miraculous thing. It was only miraculous for Abraham because his wife was barren. So it just goes back to answering the second question. Number 4, why do dates and ages between manuscript traditions exist? I'm just going to finish and put that at the end. Well, that's explained for multiple reasons, because we have the Septuagint, which has the very old ages that we're accustomed to, hundreds and hundreds of years. And then we have the Mesoteric text, which show ages around like 162. And then we have the Sumerian text, which are the Sumatran version, which are very low, where Adam is only 62 years old. Okay, well, how now then can these manuscripts all be different? Which one is true? Well, if we look at the Mesoteric text, they used lunar months and they adapted and changed theirs. And they needed to, and they wanted to say those aren't obvious real years. These are just lunar months. So that was their example for that. So what they did is they made ages that added up, all of their ages combined, to 12,600 years. And they did this for a reason. They did this because in the book of Revelations, there's 3.5 years of tribulation, which is exactly 12,600 days. So they did this in a prophetic vision. So they changed the dates of their ages and they made them line up to prophecy because that's what they wanted to do. Okay, now the Sumatran one uses a totally different system. And they wanted to lower it down to ages that looked more reasonable. So, sorry, the Mesoteric is the one that lined up dates to make it prophetic in Revelation, and the Sumatran text was the one that used lunar months. And then, as I said, the Septuagint is the one that was using the actual ages, and even that got altered. For example, if you were to think about what the Maccabees did, they're mentioned in current times, and these people wanted to include themselves with what are called the 144,000. They're considered an elect group, a set-apart group of people that are very sacred in the scripture, and they wanted to be part of this. Unfortunately for them, they realized by looking at the ages of the people in the Bible and looking at their generation times that they weren't included because they lived at a different time. For example, the rendition of the Temple of Jerusalem was in 146 BC. And they took Abraham's son Isaac as the last person alive in that generation to be included in 144,000. So what they did is they said, uh-oh, we want to be part of that group. So they adjusted the ages in the Bible to actually fit. So they, not all of them, just a couple. For example, they believe that they came from Lamech's line. Well, Lamech was supposedly 932 years old. So what they did is they dropped his age to 777 so that it allowed more time and less generations so that they were included in that 144,000 year prophecy. It was just a ridiculous thing that they did, and they kind of altered the numbers around. So that was a fraudulent thing that they did. And the next one, what does cultural context suggest the numbers were used for symbolic purposes? And why do special formulas and symbolic numbers frequently show up in the text? Well, that was kind of answered in what I just did. I was showing you that they wanted to make sure that they were included in prophecy. So they twisted and altered things, kind of like we see what they did with the ages. Each text said to themselves, well, these ages can't be literal. They're just too old and we don't see people living that old. So we're just going to drop those down. And like I said, one text decided, let's say those are lunar months. So boom, they started doing that. But you know the problem with lunar months, right? That's a huge problem, because now you have people like Enosh, who had a child when he was 5 years old. So obviously lunar months don't make logical sense, because it's a physical impossibility to have Seth having a boy at 8 years old and Enosh having another child at 5. I don't know if it was a boy or girl, but they're documented as that would be what would happen. So obviously not realistic. And then why is there symbolic purposes attached to some of these? I don't know if he was suggesting the numbers, but yeah, actually it does say cultural context suggests that the numbers were used for symbolic purposes. Sure, of course, because that's why they were altering a lot of these numbers. And they've tried a lot of different ways to make these numbers fit into things. For example, they thought that looking at the numbers would be used as an exact multiple of 5s, but it didn't line up with Methuselah, and it didn't line up with like 3 of the other patriarchs, so they threw that out. Matter of fact, no satisfactory example for theology meaning behind the ages has ever been found, no matter where you look. They cannot make sense of any of it. So if you're trying to say that those numbers are symbolic, then what are they symbolic of? Because nobody's ever discovered what they're for. The closest example they ever have to anything is believing that they are multiples of 5, but that excludes 3 of the 10. So why would their numbers be different? It doesn't make any logical sense again. So unless they have something, the only thing that we definitely know is that the patriarch names 1 through 10 have an amazing story behind them. Like, for example, Methuselah, his name means his death shall bring. And the day he died, the flood occurred on the earth. So their names have valuable and their names have meaning. But as far as contextual meaning behind not just linguistics, but numerical, there's no symbolic features that they've ever found. So I hope that answered everybody. If you want me to elaborate more, I will. So.
Wow, great! Wow, great summation there. Like, I learned so much stuff there. I might add, have you ever looked into alphanumerics, Matt?
Yes.
There are interesting things. You don't want to make a religion out of it, but like, let's say the word Antichrist. If you look at the alphanumerics in the Greek, they have a number system, and it goes to 666.
Right.
Yeah, I thought that was interesting.
They do that in Hebrew as well. Matter of fact, they've even brought it to the next level, and they have the Bible codes. And there's one person that believes that the Bible codes are so accurate, he actually went over and warned a guy, a president, I think at the time, that he was going to be assassinated because of the Bible code that he found. And he was killed a month later.
Oh my gosh.
So there might be something to it, but I don't really get too much into it, just because I don't see that being a salvational thing for a lot of skeptics.
No.
If I start saying that, check out the patriarchs' names, when you line them up, they play a story. A skeptic goes, I don't care. So what?
Yeah, exactly.
It doesn't mean much to them. So I don't really use a lot of brain cells on that right now.
Yeah. And
then I think because what you just did there, Matt, and how you covered every single question one by one in detail, I think it'd be a great idea. What we'll do tomorrow is even cut that section out into just a small clip, just for anybody who's interested to see that there are answers to those questions. And who knows, maybe it'll spark a future debate between Raw Matt and Inspiring Philosophy. That'd be a blast.
That's true, I mean, you never know. He brought up the Sumerian text and said, how come the numbers are so vastly different on that one? He actually answered his own question by showing that the Sumerian text were a sexagismal system, that they multiplied times 60. But what he left out is that the Hebrews themselves, when the Sumerians left and they brought their own language system with them after the Tower of Babel, what they did is they took that mathematical system with them. So Adam in the Sumerian tablets is the same person as Adapa, and he's 59,450 years old. Guess what that means? That means 930-year-old Adam was multiplied times 60. That's what you get. You get Adamu at 59,450 years old. That's Adam in Sumerian script. It's just different names.
That's incredible. Yeah, this is amazing information. I never really thought. I mean, I just never went that in depth with stuff.
Even as the debate was going on, Matt and I were chatting over text, and we're just rolling our eyes because there's such easy answers to these so-called irrefutable questions and challenges. And Matt obviously just demonstrated that they could be destroyed pretty easily. So yeah, awesome job, Matt. That's awesome. That's great.
That is. You both are you both are an incredible tandem duo. So it's both of you. I think are a blessing to the online community for Christians and also even non-believers, because I think you draw people in there. So great stuff, you guys.
Thanks, man. It's good to be able to use this information for something other than myself. When you start out, you're studying and you're trying to answer the questions for yourself, and then you realize, wow, I have a unique perspective. Maybe I should share that with people. Sure.
Absolutely. So do you guys want to?
Amen.
So do you guys want to respond to Ken Hovens and just chime in or whatever?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. If you guys ever need help with setting up Streamlabs, if you want to do that on your own channel, I mean, I would be more than glad to help you guys.
Sure, man. I really appreciate that. I mean, to be honest with you, right now, you got an awesome design. Love the intro. And even if we stream for 3-4 hours.
Yeah. Yep.
That were memorable, or we could always trim little sections. For example, we can even trim the 45-minute to an hour discussion that Emotion and I just had, or we'll trim the response to Inspiring Philosophy. I'll probably name it Raw Matt versus Inspiring Philosophy. Maybe that'll get Inspiring Philosophy's attention and spark something there. I'd like to see his response to that. But
geez, if the first one didn't, that was like 2 hours of just non-stop everything you brought up.
And no response to that, and even science at the end too. I'd love to see how he addresses a lot of the.
Matter of fact, it was because of Praise I Am that I threw in the disjunctive law argument as well in that video, because I know that he didn't bring it up in the video, but I know that you did, so I wanted to actually answer everybody. So I brought that in as well.
Oh wow. Yeah, there's a disjunctive law. I don't know if you know this, Matt, but this is where I go for the gap theory. Is in Genesis 1:2, there's a noticeable disjunctive law there. So
yes.
That denotes an interval or a break in a narrative.
Right, but remember, no sentence can ever start without one. So that kind of messes up the first one. But matter of fact, I answered that exact question for you in that video.
Oh wow! What video is this again?
Inspiring Philosophy's video on Standing for Truth channel. I'll link it for you right now.
Okay.
I'll go.
And what's awesome about this, Praise, because you're so good with these Streamlabs. I mean, you're talented, man. The way you're setting all this up, you're very technologically savvy. But there's so much opportunity. With this, it's almost like Hangouts went away, but now we're just going to step things up to the next level because there's so many videos on YouTube, whether it's, I know Bill Ludlow's got a ton of videos, Aaron Raw. We can play those throughout the week and give our thoughts, give a debunking, or give a refutation, our thoughts. So I think that's awesome.
And hopefully, it spawns something where they want to respond back. I would love an exchange. Wouldn't that be fun if we were back in exchange? I've done that before with some other people, with JMD, in fact, and it's a fun thing to do. So hopefully that will happen. That'll happen.
Absolutely. And then I want to say one nice thing to Emotion there too. Thanks for the discussion portion there. That was awesome. I do want to say that I do appreciate Emotion's approach, a little less militant. He seems a lot more open to ideas. Like even one of our conversations a couple weeks ago where we talked more about genetic entropy and some of those related topics. So
Emotionally Stunted Emoticon is definitely one of those atheist evolutionists that I don't mind coming in and joining us, because he, you know, a lot of the times he's very delightful to talk to. So I just wanted to say that. Emotion.
And he's not belligerent like other ones, and at least he has arguments, like, I mean, legitimate, like, at least he brings like terms into it and stuff. These other ones don't even know what they're talking about.
Talking to Emotion too, because to be honest with you, he will put forth, you're listening, Emotion? He will put forth a lot of the better arguments. He's been at this for a while. And to be honest with you, a challenge with somebody who actually knows what they're talking about, fun to me than just going in there and, you know, walking all over the evolution. I will say it's kind of fun sometimes on modern day debate to just, you know, school the evolutionists in front of everybody. But someone like Emotion, you know, they have an understanding of evolutionary theory, so it's more fun to talk to somebody who understands it.
Well, it also sharpens your arguments too, so you can better defend it from these idiots that try to be dishonest.
I'd rather hear the best arguments that they have, you know, because I feel like I know evolutionary theory pretty well, and what I think might be a good argument that they should use, I'm almost disappointed that they didn't use those in a lot of the debates I go to. It's like, did you not do research or prep beforehand? So I do appreciate the fact that Emotion, he preps, he knows his stuff, and it leads to an interesting discussion. So I will say on August 23rd, when Emotion and Hovind have their discussion, it's going to be fun, and it's going to be one to remember. So thanks, Emotion.
Yeah, I'm ready to host that. I'll be ready to go for that. So just make sure everything's on the up and up. You know, people are going to be showing up and stuff. So.
Oh yeah, that'll be good for your channel.
I'd like to say thanks again for standing. We had a nice discussion there. Maybe some things I disagree with I didn't get time to address. Yeah, I take a while to put words together, so I take a while to speak. And again, I'm trying to speak so you can understand. That's why I speak so slowly. My accent, you wouldn't get it. Sure, I'll be happy to have a discussion with you again in the future. And I am looking forward to that debate come August 23rd. However, my arguments would be extremely different, because then I would be arguing Caribbean geology, island geology. So, yeah, it's going to be completely different to what you normally hear. Since I'm from the Caribbean, that's what I'm accustomed to. That's what I'm going to argue.
What's good about that topic too, kind of like with Hovind's debate with Adam Heap, it is inevitable that, you know, the created kinds and the kinds that came off the ark, you know, that is, I'm sure, going to be brought up. So you kind of get a good mix, right? You get a good mix of biblical kinds, which at times does lead to evolution. And I know you like to use the fossil layers, the fossils that are distributed and found within the layers. So I think that'll be a good back and forth between you and Hovind as well. So I think this topic, to be honest with you, is the best choice in topic for that debate, because it gives you guys a lot of ground to talk.
Yeah, indeed. I hope we do have like a more, you know, polite discussion. I don't want to, you know, get, for example, like Hugo and Jake. That's typical Hugo and Jake, though. That's how they behave. But I'm not up for that kind of debate. I'm for, you know, just have a discussion. Let's discuss something.
Yeah, well, I don't think you're going to be calling him out on his taxes and stuff like that, so it'll be all right.
Yeah, that's none of my business. I'm not going to be discussing that. That's none of my business. Things like paying tax dollars to teach evolution in schools. They don't teach evolution in the Caribbean, so that's something I won't even go into.
You can bring that up then. Maybe he'll be happy about that. You guys can bond a little during the debate.
I know, right?
Maybe you guys will become really good friends. Hey, I got friends that are agnostic, you know.
Yeah, I've seen non-believers like Ken, actually. So it's not like this, where he has this, bad reputation with non-believers. I don't see that. I think there's some good things between them.
Yeah. Most of my friends, or actually all my friends, are Christians. You would really find an evolutionist where I live in Grenada. But really, too, would you find a creationist? There are Christians. It's mainly more Catholic and Anglican kind of thing going on. But they don't even teach like the age of the earth and so on. It's more, they stick to what the scripture says. The age of the earth and whatnot and whatnot. They don't really pay, they don't see that as much of an importance. So they don't really discuss that.
It's good that you've taken time to inform yourself, Emotion, on some of the arguments for evolution, and even just giving yourself an understanding of some of the positions held by creationists, because it really does lead to a good discussion. That's not 100% consisting of straw man arguments and things like that. So, good job for that.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go ahead and play this, and you guys just go ahead and interject. So here we go.
But I think that would be a good, see, the purpose of classification, 187 here. Oh, there it is. Okay. DV. Biologists to this day argue about which species something goes into and how many species of ladybugs are there.
Sometimes is it all right if I read a comment out, like with Standing saying, I like to, kind of add that in there and see you guys, I'll comment myself. I think some of your comments are interesting. Like those guys are the godless idiot. I mean, godless engineer. They laugh and think. So yeah, even godless engineer, he's just like them. This is what Matt was talking about too. You have this similar type of atheist here. So it's good to expose these type of people.
No, I completely agree. I mean, if you have these two guys who are almost exactly like godless engineer, and even the atheists were admitting, like even Steve McRae, who I'm not a big fan of at all, but he was admitting godless engineer lost to Hovind. So you think that these two guys would learn from that and not use the same tactics, laughing, ad hominems, talking about taxes, and just trying to almost insult, or it's hard to say what their approach was, but laughing and giggling like a couple of kids, that's not going to make your position look very good to anybody watching in an unbiased way.
No, and then they're just antics, and it's used as a device almost to try to make them look better, but it actually makes them look stupider. And to me, that's kind of mental midgetry. And this is what I've seen with Skylar. I've seen the same type of stuff. So I'm used to these type of tactics. So, I mean, it's good to expose it. So I'm glad you did that, Standing for Truth. And also, Matt did too.
But yeah, I will say you did a great job against Skylar. And that's what I was telling Matt. I like how, you'll get in there and you'll be aggressive too. You're not going to take their insults. You're not going to take the abuse. And I think that's what Hovind does good too. So I want to commend you for that, Braze. You do a great job. You did a great job with Skylar.
Thank you. But yeah, it's just it's like a natural ingrained thing, I guess, or whatever. I just can't handle someone getting away with BS. That's just ingrained into me. I guess some people, I guess they let it go and they're just more relaxed with it, but not me. So, but I seen Ken Hovind too. I even see him set up these atheists here. It was so funny. He played these guys. It was so. Did you hear what? Do you believe do you believe your brain was designed? And they go, no. And he goes, yeah, I agree. That was so good.
I was cracking up. You know what, Matt? That's going to be a clip, okay? We need to take that.
Oh, my gosh,
we need to get, either the face palm or the laugh in there and then their face expression after, they didn't have a response. I think they knew. They walked right into that one. That was great.
Played. They're trying to play Ken Hovind, but the player got played. How do you like that? That was so good.
Yeah, the player got played. I like that praise.
Yeah, Ken Hoven's pretty. I love Ken Hoven. He's done I think he's done a great service for Christianity. He is an ambassador for Christ. So I really respect his work, and God bless him, and I hope he continues.
I agree with you there.
All right, so here we go.
But you guys have these charts in the textbooks that show humans and mosquitoes are related to a common ancestor. This is dream world. This is imagination. You're welcome to believe this. I think A, it's stupid. I think B, it's child abuse for you to teach that to children. I think it's criminal to teach this.
Yeah, there he goes with the laughing. But see, that doesn't show anything. That just shows that you're just, trying to do your childish antics. So they think that means, somehow that means like that's intellectual. It's not. That's anti-intellectual. And Kent makes a good point here, like with mosquitoes. Like, that's true. You believe that stuff.
And that's the thing about these guys. This was a great entertaining debate, to be honest with you. And it really, because these guys didn't do their evolution any good service. And that's why, like, for example, the debate we had on your channel a few days ago between Hoven and Adam, one thing about Adam is he doesn't giggle. He doesn't do any of that.
Yeah, no antics.
Robert engineered, those antics. So it led to a very interesting conversation. It was a great debate. After re-listening to it, I thought this was awesome. And that's going to be the same thing with emotion here too. Instead of laughing and giggling like a girl, emotion will probably give a logical response or a good response, and we'll be able to enjoy as the audience a good discussion. These antics that these guys are doing.
Right, intellectual. Or usually, people that are intellectual in debates, they have credibility. At least you can listen to them and chew what they're saying and digest it. But these idiots, there's nothing there's nothing there.
There's no substance. If I was an evolutionist, I wouldn't want these guys my position or standing for my position. And that goes for Godless Engineer and a lot of these other guys that use these types of antics in their debates. It doesn't work,
No, and to me that discredits your reputation. So I just don't see these guys being popular. Even in the atheist camp, we'll see though. They probably will though. Who knows?
One thing I like is that they do have a very popular channel, almost 200,000 subscribers. And another guy that Hoven debated recently too. So I think Hoven's had like 185 debates so far. I mean, the guy's just, and his secretary's awesome. He's awesome. Every time Matt and I call him to set up a debate, I mean, he's always open for it, doesn't care who it is. But he debated somebody recently named Destiny. He's got, I think, a few 100,000 subscribers.
Oh, gosh, yeah. I know who that is.
I really like that he's taken on these major channels. Really helps.
Destiny is very tough. Yeah, Destiny is one of those guys that know how to, like a diabolical genius. He knows how to be diabolical there. So you have to know how to handle that stuff.
Right. Actually, that was a really good debate too. We've had a lot of good debates recently. I'll say that, and we're living in some good times. But that's all I got to say.
We need to get you into a good debate at SFT. We need to get Aaron Raw in here or something, because that would set some some waves through the atheist community if you dismantled him like you do with every single evolutionist. You just dismantle him. It's fun to watch. It's like a craftsman,
Oh, I'd love to do it. I would, and even, definitely I'd rather Aaron Raw if he ever agrees to it. But in the chat, he's just talking smack. He's not giving anything of substance. I don't find him to be all that good anyways. And I challenged him. I said, let's set up a debate, me and you, and the title should be, does genetics prove creation or evolution? And once again, he said no, and he directed me to Maze. But the thing is, he talks such a big game. I don't know why he doesn't want to do it, because any idea worth having should be an idea worth defending. So I don't know why he's so reluctant to, because he just scoffs and talks such a big game. So every time I
challenge him. He doesn't want to do it. You know, it doesn't make much sense to me.
Yeah, and I just watched this conversation with Eric Hernandez on pistis, with the Greek word pistis, and it was all sophisticated.
Was that good? Yeah.
I mean, it looks like Eric went to bang his head against the wall. It's like Eric went through some stuff there, man. He.
I noticed that was up. I want to watch that. Yeah, was Aaron Rod doing his usual talking over and all that stuff?
Yes,
yeah.
Very belligerent, very rude and condescending.
Right.
Just no respect at all. And like but see, he puts himself like he's like the god of knowledge or something. Like he's the authority of all things. You're a little piddly human being. That's all he is. And he has no authority to determine what evidence is. He's not the arbiter of evidence. So, for some reason, like he needs to go see like a psychologist, because that's Dunning-Kruger syndrome. You know, I don't know if you guys ever heard of that.
Oh yeah, absolutely. If you want to see a good debate where Arn gets schooled, it's on my channel. It's between him and Bob Duco. And Bob Duco he does not let Aaron Ra. I've seen a lot of Bob Duco debates, so he defends creation and stuff. The guy's a genius. He's a great apologist, but he really gave it to Aaron. So that's a debate I'd recommend. They went into like, you know, why is there something rather than nothing? And all Aaron Ra really could do is appeal to, what's his name, Lawrence Krauss. But then Bob Duco knew what Lawrence Krauss's arguments are about nothing.
Yeah.
And then dismantled those. So it's a good one.
Yeah, he's just a big animal to me, like a big dumb animal. So I'm just gonna leave it there for right now. So we'll keep it going here. So this is the type of mentality though of atheists. The Aaron Raws out there. I mean, they're all similar though. Do you see the similarities between them all? No respect, no credibility, all antics. There's no substance. I mean, you see the opposite with you, Raw and Matt. We see this with, creationists and theists out there. It's the opposite. So even based on that, maybe people can just look at their own camp and they can see that, you know, their own camp really, eliminates themselves from the issue of does God exist or whatever. So maybe they can look at themselves.
Exactly. It's just sad. I mean, they're in a debate. They're laughing for their fans because they forgot that they're in front of a new audience that's there to probably try to learn something. Sure.
Yeah, and it's like they're super intelligent or something. No, you're not. You're clowns. But here's what does this guy have, like a pink drink here? Does anyone ever figure that out? Why would you have to put that in your video camera? It's like he's purposely putting it there to make a point or something.
Well, you think he want to reach really far for that drink? That better be right in front of him. You don't want to lose calories reaching for a drink.
Yeah, like that would burn some energy. You don't want to do that.
Oh, way. You got a sippy straw on it too.
So yeah, we know what kind of people we're dealing with. So here we go.
Let's get into some science.
If I was president, I would do something about it. I'd say, look, don't teach this kind of junk to children. If somebody wants to volunteer to come learn it at a private school, start a private school and teach this. But that's not science. Nobody's ever seen any animal produce a different kind of animal. Okay. You can believe it did long ago and far away, but that's your religion, and you won't admit it. Go ahead.
Do you think a diagram that I want to go over real quick?
I don't think I can see it very well. Sure.
Let me see. Can you see that? Okay.
Cats, birds, and
so
fish.
This is effectively what we're talking about. Kent, this is how you think things work. Effectively, you believe that God made a...
But we see this, the top to bottom trees going down, and the clay with whatever you call it, I forget what you call it's a taxonomy, whatever. We see it top to bottom, not bottom to top. And we've seen this with the Cambrian explosion. We see the fossils, they go from more advanced to the less. So,
well, they don't have any evolution in any diagram for dinosaurs. They just appear out of nowhere. Fully formed dinosaurs everywhere. Nothing turning into a dinosaur at any time. They just show dinosaurs and then extinction. So that's pretty unique. That's gotta count for something.
Oh yeah, but they evolved from birds.
You said no transition within dinosaurs?
No arisal.
So no transitions of the arisal of dinosaurs from earlier reptiles.
Yeah.
Ah,
They fully formed dinosaurs of the dinosaurs.
Oh, so I'm gonna take this statement you said. I'm gonna come back to you.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with dinosaurs. If you want to speak dinosaurs, you can speak to maybe Trady Explainer or um maybe Aaron Raw about that, or there's a guy that runs a channel. Your dinosaurs are wrong. He can help you there. But I will research that for you.
I have a picture from one of the museums that shows dinosaur transition. I will put it here. See it.
From a museum.
Yes.
Yeah. Again, you don't get. Yes, you can get information from a museum, but they won't have everything there. You would have to dig up the literature. It takes a while though.
All right.
Usually, in a museum they would display animals that would, because a museum is a money making thing, so they would display animals that would attract people. There are many different species of dinosaurs. They're mainly small little things. No one really wants to see them. Like certain, for example, the what do you call them? The reptilian mammals. They're so ugly looking. They're not really attractive, so they don't really bring the money. Everyone wants to see a brontosaurus, or they want to see a T-Rex or whatever. So those are mostly displayed in a museum. But if you really want to see transitions, then you'd have to look at the literature.
Yeah, I'm not sure where this echo's coming.
I'm going back on mute. I don't think it's me.
Oh, it's only when Emoticon talks. Okay. Whoops, it's me actually. Oh, I don't know. Oh, there it goes.
So when I'm on, you're hearing an echo?
I'm thinking so. Oh, let me see now. Yeah. It's just your phone.
Oh. Let me see. I have no way to fix that now, unfortunately. Is it that bad?
Ah, that's all right.
Okay.
So for right now, I'll just go ahead and play it now.
A dog kind, and a cat kind, and a bird kind, and a fish kind, and then the various different varieties of thus spread out that way upward, correct? This is what you think.
Well, I'm not sure exactly how many varieties he made. I will say that the pine trees, we have today probably 1,000 varieties of pine trees. God might have made 1,000 varieties of pine trees. But I know pine trees and whales are not related. That I would be willing to bet money on.
You'd lose that bet.
Yeah, because they're eukaryotes. Oh, I guess that means they're related. That's some type of fallacy. It's like, so to me it's an equivocation fallacy. Just because it's a composition fallacy. Just because something is part of something else doesn't make it of the whole. So to me that is fallacious reasoning and very dishonest.
When he says that pine trees are related, what I wanted to know is if pine trees are related to other conifers and cycads and so on. Yeah, I wanted to know if they're related, because it's laughably easy to just point out between two very distinct animals and say, they're not related. But that's not what I'm interested in. I'm interested in how you distinguish between very similar organisms like pines and other conifers and cycads and so on. That's what I'm interested in. That's why I use things like crustaceans and pine trees. Not pine trees. Palm trees. Sorry, because they're very similar, but the group is very large. So I'd like to know if they're all related, and how do we distinguish that? Because that's really the question I want to know. But pointing out two distinct organisms like whales and pine trees, that's easy to distinguish between them, but that's not what I'm interested
Yeah, I'm sure Matt or Standing for Truth can address that if you guys want to.
Well, the problem with a lot of the fossil records is when we're looking back and we see extinction of a huge group of taxonomic species, we have to assume relation rather than know if they're related. So when we're looking at he just said crustaceans, my God, that's such a huge group. It would be hard. Like when we're looking at crabs, for example, there's so many different varieties of crabs. Now, are they all related to just one crab? Can we trace them all back? Well, it's a little easier with felines than something like that, probably because it's more of a testing method. People are probably testing felines a lot more than crabs because people want cats for pets. But for a crustacean in an ancient geologic column without any, that's been fossilized, unless we can get some genetic data from it, it would be nearly impossible to answer that question for him. But we want to assume that, things are more like the feline classification or the felids. We would say that there is a definite created kind when it comes to those. And so to answer the crustaceans, I would have to investigate to give him a good, clear answer on that one, because cladistics is a variety of different things. It's not just one. It's not just homology, for example. So I can't just say, well, that looks like a type of crustacean, so it's obviously related to the crustacean kind. That's far too vague of an answer, and I wouldn't even want to give him that answer. So I want some genetic data to give him on that one, and that's the biggest problem.
Yeah, I fully understand. Usually when I ask these questions, I don't expect someone to just cough it up like that. It would take time to get the answer. So that's why, I rather more of a discussion rather than, a debate where you try to get someone. I'm not trying to get anyone. I'm trying to understand things. So that's why I would ask a question, but I don't expect you to give me at the same time. You can take time to do that. So if you want to investigate that, that's okay. And then we could discuss it along the way, maybe have some future discussions and so on.
I've never been asked that.
I can entertain that,
Yeah, I've never been asked that. So that's a big field of I shouldn't say field. That's a big animal group. It's a huge animal group. I think there's more. I think there's more clams than anything. So thank God you didn't ask me about clams. But I think the fossil record has more of those crustaceans and clams and what you're talking about than anything else.
Yeah, they are indeed pretty large groups. But the reason why I use them is that they're very large, one, but they're very similar. So you see that kind of fine gradation that creations would they ask for. You can get that within crustaceans, even within trilobites and so on. You can, that fine gradation they ask for, it's there if they want to see it. Other groups you may not get it because it's kind of the fossilization is kind of sketchy, but crustaceans they fossilize very well, so you get that kind of gradation with the fossils and the living forms.
Nice. Crustaceans. Got it. Okay.
You did? Please show me how they're related.
I hear something.
They're both
Are you playing the video? What's going on?
I'm playing the video.
Okay, I'm pausing.
They're both.
Oh, hey, did you know bowling balls and whales are both attracted by gravity? That proves they're related.
Eukaryotic.
They both take up space. They're both made out of molecules. Yeah.
That proves they both have mass.
Did you guys go to school to learn this stuff? Where did you go to school? Anyway, who taught you this?
So
But isn't this trying to make evolution unfalsifiable? I mean, at a point, if you can just say, things are related and go off of that, then you can make anything true, basically, in science. In physics, in physics, we wouldn't say that. So why would they say this in evolution? I don't get that. Just because things seem to be similar in some fashion, that doesn't mean that they're ancestors of it.
But yeah, that was the argument I'm trying to make. Similarities on its own don't prove evolution. If anyone says that something is because something is similar, it's related. It doesn't follow. It's a certain pattern of similarity you're looking for, and that is what is used as evidence of evolution. That's why we use a phylogeny, for example. Taxonomy on its own, for example, it's not evidence of evolution. It's just grouping organisms. But a phylogeny now would show how they're related and how the traits are distributed. To falsify evolution in that sense, as I described many times before, is to find traits that would falsify the distribution, the phylogeny. Usually with convergent evolution, it's just the surface traits or whatever. They tend to look similar, but they're not the same. But if you were to find, for example, the same structure where it doesn't belong, like as I would say, like any class of vertebrate or any group of vertebrates would be retina connected at the optic nerves connecting at the back of the retina, then that would show that that organism is not related to vertebrates and had to have come about by some other means other than evolution. So it had to be designed or whatever, but it just could not be evolution. So that's the kind of things I would look for in nature. I don't see any, but if I do see that, these are those kind of things where you'd see a trait that doesn't fit the cladogram whatsoever. It doesn't have any evolutionary history, or it's just there, like a feather on a amphibian, an amphibian supporting some kind of feathers for display or whatever. Then that would falsify evolution.
But how I don't understand how a eukaryote is a pattern of evidence, because they use that to say to you. I mean, they appeal to that to try to prove there's common ancestry. I just don't see how you could say eukaryote is a pattern of evidence.
It's just their one common. Their one common. They like.
No, the eukaryote in itself, it is comprised of thousands of parts. Cells are very complex. And there are certain parts in a cell, if you find it in other cells, then that would also falsify evolution. For example, in plant cells, they have these cellulose walls and so on. That is not found in animal cells. And if it is found in animal cells, then that again would mean that that animal could not have been produced by evolution, because the convergence never converge on that level of complexity and that level of similarity. So finding cellulose walls, cell walls in any animal would falsify evolution.
Did you have something to say, Matt? I thought you were saying something.
Oh no, I was just saying that the eukaryote thing is taxonomy. They're using it as a way to go back and say, oh, it's a taxonomic classification, and that's what they're using to fall back on.
Yeah, to me that's ad hoc. Yeah,
because we are eukaryotes, so they go, see, if you go back, anything else that's a eukaryote connected as well. So it's true, but it's true mixed with equivocation. That's all.
Exactly, and it's ad hoc. It's extrapolation fallacy. You can't just arbitrarily declare something is there because it really feels like that to you. I mean, you have no scientific, observable, testable, real-time evidence that these things account for common ancestry. So it's just like, I like what Standing for Truth says, it's storytelling. And why the hell would I invest my belief in that?
Well, we have to look at it. Well, the way they put it forward is very simplistic, but you have to look at it in a more broader context, because the genomes of these things can be mapped out as well, and you can build an evolutionary relationship that way. But for example, it's not just extrapolation. For example, you would make certain predictions that if this extrapolation is true, so the assumption is that the whole thing is true, then we should find certain things, in maybe the fossil record or in the genome, or traits would be a certain way, or we would find organisms looking a certain way. For example, when Charles Darwin, he observe, and this is the scientific method. By observation, you observe birds and chickens and so on. You observe the embryo, and you notice that when they develop, they the hand or the whatever you call that part of the bird would start off like a star, like the five fingers, and then it would then fuse into one, like what you would see on a bird wing. Um, Even the tail of the bird, of the chicken, would seem a little bit longer, but when they develop, it would reabsorb back into the chicken, and it would be born like tailless. So birds don't really have a long tail. So Charles Darwin predicted that if my theory be true, that um, birds descended from reptilian forms, then we should find birds with more reptilian features, with more reptilian traits. And lo and behold, they did find a bird with reptilian traits, many reptilian traits, the long tail and the teeth, no beak, and many other bone structures that is common to reptiles, but we know the reptiles to be dinosaurs now, but it's not present in birds. So this is a confirmation of the at least part of the theory that okay, if this is true, then we should find this, and then we found it. So yeah, so if you look at it on a broad, more broader context, where if you look at all the predictions that have been made, for example, between roaches and termites, there was a prediction that was made based on the bacteria in the stomach, and they found that there's a roach, um, a termite called Darwinius something. It's a termite that looks like a roach, that is intermediate between termites and roach, and they use that to predict that they predicted that they would find that kind of species. If roaches and termites are related, they should find something in between, and they should have that gut struck that there is a kind of bacteria in their stomach that helps them digest wood, and they did in fact have that bacteria. I'll get that study for you. But again, you have to look at it in a broader context, and then if you look at everything, then it's not hard to see that indeed we descended from eukaryotes.
Yeah, so I think Matt and other intelligent design proponents and other creationists have addressed those arguments, and I think we can get into those later. So I just want to keep going with the video, and if anyone is getting to the end here where they're getting tired, we could call this and go tomorrow. And I'm thinking tomorrow I'm going to switch it up. I want to go do more of a theological thing, and I'm going to probably do James White. I think people like James White and Calvinists, I want to try to expose them.
Yeah, that'll be
James White. If you want to see a really good refutation of James White, watch Bob Wilkin debate James White on Calvinism. But you should do some James White videos, Praise. I'd have fun with that.
Yeah, and this is where we present the gospel and get into the gospel. To me, I mean, this is good stuff, but of course, it can only go so far, you know what I mean? So, but when we go into the gospel stuff, that's when you bring the Spirit into it, and we go into the gospel principles, and that's where the fire, like the Holy Spirit and the fire comes into it, and that's what I'm looking forward to. So I would really enjoy if you guys would join in with that, but that's up to you guys, so.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's a part that's coming up that'll be pretty fun in this debate. It's when they start laughing about the story of Jacob with the sheep in front of the striped wood. I can't wait.
Oh, we already passed that, and I addressed that. This was with animal husbandry. That was earlier.
Oh, really? You addressed it? I missed it.
Yeah. So I guess I was saying it's animal husbandry. That's what the sticks are for. They separate them out, whatever. Is that what you would hold to that position, or?
That what happened is genetics. The flocks contained Eupacerpa, or they mated in front of the rods, and they created striped and speckled sheep, right? And that's actually a genotypic thing. This is about heterozygosity, positive genotypes. So what happened is when the guy stole the sheep from Jacob, he stole the speckled and spotted sheep, which were completely recessive. And so what happened is they could never get a dominant sheep again, is where Jacob was left with the purebreds. He was left with the dominant traits, the capital A's, rather than the lowercase ones. So the guy that stole from him, tried to get away with everything, would have never been able to get pure sheep again, as where Jacob was able to make more speckled sheep easily. And if you put them in front of rods, they actually do that. They actually do produce young that have stripes or spots based on what they face and look at.
Wow, that is awesome.
Amazing answer. Matt, I couldn't have said it better myself. Actually, I wouldn't have had an answer like that, Matt. So, whew.
Yeah, there's 11 different loci colors that affect sheep, and that was published in 1997. So when they actually were able to look at the dominant allele types that are in them, they actually found that they are able to reproduce and have multiple varieties of different colors. That's why there's so many different sheep with so many different colors now, because they can be striped, speckled, spotted, like they can have half their backs. Like that's why people pay so much for these rare looking, funny looking sheep. But the funniest part is if you start with a pure white color sheep or a pure black, you have all the dominant alleles, so they can produce every other one from them.
Hey, can I share this clip? Because I have like a Instagram thing I share stuff. Is that okay if I would use that? Or
man, you can share anything. Yeah. I don't care what you share.
Anything that said, you can share, Praise. And what you were saying earlier, Praise, yeah, it is getting, it's like 3:30 a.m. here. I got to be up for work.
It's getting late, yeah.
It's been a blast as always.
It has. You guys are awesome. I learned something every time with you guys, especially you and, you guys, but also One Way. You got to listen to what he has to say with philosophy. I don't know where he was tonight. Come on, One Way.
You was at work, he said earlier. I saw him in the comment section. Said he was at work.
Oh, yeah, okay.
So, yeah, I don't think you've met One Way yet, standing for truth. He's an incredible mind with philosophy and also theology, too. So it's something to think about.
Awesome. Well, guys, it's been great. Praise, I always learn something from you as well, brother. Matt, emotion. Thanks, guys. We'll do it again soon, maybe tomorrow. And, yeah, I'm out for the night, guys. Thanks so much. God bless.
God bless you, too, SFT. See you later. So we can conclude this. Do you guys want to watch more, or just conclude it? It is like we've been on 4 hours. So.
No, I guess we could. Olive never said anything, so she's gone. I don't even see her in the thing anymore. So the numbers dropped. We were at 12, now we're at 7. So people must be getting tired.
Yeah, it's late.
All right.
And there's Emoticon. Nice coming. Thank you for coming on, Emoticon.
Thank you for coming on, Emoticon.
Thanks again for hosting me, man. I guess I would join you guys some other time, maybe later this week or maybe on the weekend if you're doing it again.
Great, that sounds awesome.
All right.
So, yeah, we're probably going to do James White tomorrow and see where it goes. All right, man. God bless you all. See you later.
For all those who appreciate the work that we're doing here on Standing for Truth, please hit that subscribe button because we are just getting started.